Bem-vindos! Começa agora o Fórum Brasil-África de
Welcome.
2021.
We are beginning
Eu sou
the
Caroline Ribeiro.
Brazil-Africa
Vamos estar
Forum
juntos
for
aqui durante
2021.
estes
My name
dois
is
dias
Caroline
de
Ribeiro,
programação.
and I will be
O
with
Fórum
you
Brasil-África, que
during
já é
these 2
evento
days of
consolidado
programming.
como o
This
principal
has
espaço
been
de debate
a
entre líderes
well-established
brasileiros,
event now,
africanos e de
where
outras
Brazilian
regiões.
and African
É
leaders
evento
come together
realizado
to
pelo
discuss
Instituto
different
Brasil-África, mas que é
ideas
construído
and
a muitas
issues.
mãos.
But this is an event that
O
is
Fórum
built by many
Brasil-África de
hands.
2021 conta com o patrocínio de Afreximbank, Development Bank of Southern Africa, African Union, Standard Bank, Grupo OCP, Banco de Desenvolvimento de Minas Gerais, Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, Grupo Brasafric, Associação Brasileira de Desenvolvimento. A organização parceira do evento é o Grupo Southbridge. Media Partners, Pan-African Visions, African Business, Atlântico e Jornal O Povo.
Este ano, o Fórum Brasil-África tem como foco recursos
This year, the
naturais
Brazil
e
Africa
desenvolvimento
Forum
sustentável. Não poderia
has
ser
the
diferente
theme
depois dos tempos
of
que temos
environmental
vivido
protection
e
and
da
sustainable
pauta que está
development.
nesse
And this
momento
could
na
not be
agenda
different
global.
given
Como eu já
the
disse,
moment
o
we
Instituto
have been
Brasil-África
through
é o
with the global
responsável pela
pandemic,
realização
and the
do
Brazil
evento
Africa
e trabalha ao longo de
Institute
todo o
has been
ano para conseguir
responsible for
reunir
organizing
aqui,
this
durante os
event and
2
works
dias,
throughout the
líderes
year
que fazem a
to bring
diferença.
together leaders that
Desses
make a
líderes,
difference
claro,
in
é o
these 2 days.
presidente do Instituto
One of
Brasil-África,
these leaders
professor
is,
João
of
Bosco
course,
Monte,
our
que eu convido
president,
agora a
Professor
entrar.
João Bosco
Junte-se a nós,
Monte,
professor.
and so
Bom
I
dia
will
aqui para o
invite
senhor,
him
para nós
to
que
join
estamos no
us.
Brasil.
Good
Boa
morning,
tarde para as pessoas que nos
Professor
veem agora em
João
outras partes
Bosco,
do
and
mundo.
to
Boa
all of you
noite.
who are joining
Professor,
us,
estamos aqui
whether it's
mais uma
morning or
vez, depois de
evening,
ano
where you are
difícil,
around
não
the
é?
world.
Realizando o Fórum
So here we
Brasil-África
are
à
after a
distância pelo
difficult
segundo
year,
ano seguido.
once again in a
Como é que está a
virtual
expectativa?
setting
Como é que
for
o
the
senhor avalia o
second
momento
year.
que nós
How
passamos
do you
desde o
evaluate this
encerramento da
moment that
edição
we
de
are going
2020
through?
até
What's
chegar aqui?
happened since
Olá,
last
Carol.
year's
É um
event?
prazer mais uma vez
Well, good
você estar
morning,
conosco
Carol.
na
It's a
segunda
pleasure to
edição
have you once
virtual
again with
do
us
Fórum
in the
Brasil-África.
second
Esperamos que seja a
virtual
última.
edition
Em
of the
2022 nós tenhamos
Brazil
outro
Africa
momento.
Forum. We
De fato,
hope
é
that this will be the last
privilégio para
virtual
mim,
one that we
mais uma
can be
vez,
together in
receber
person
pessoas
in
de
the
diversos
next
lugares
event.
do mundo
And once
para,
again, it's a
mais uma vez,
pleasure
discutir um tema
to bring
importante
together
para o
people
Brasil,
from
para a
around the
África
world
e
to
para
discuss
outras
important
latitudes. O
topics
Instituto Brasil
for
África
those
tem
of us in
desde a
Brazil
sua,
and in Africa
seu
and in
início,
other regions of the world
travar
also. And
diálogos,
since the
colocar
beginning,
de lado
the Institute
autoridades do
has
governo,
sought
autoridades do
to
setor privado, pessoas que se
foster
integram
dialogue
e
between
colocam
people
entre
who
si agendas comuns.
are
E
in
nós temos a
similar
certeza
areas
que
in
esse
different
momento que nós
regions
vivemos
around the world. And
saindo,
we are
ou
sure
quase
that
saindo de uma pandemia,
coming out
tratar de assunto
of this
importante como
pandemic,
recursos
we
naturais
know that it's
traz
very
a
important to
contribuição que o
deal with
Instituto
the
Brasil África
topic
quer
of natural
levar como uma
resources.
grande agenda.
And
Nós
so we
sabemos
believe
que o
this is a very
momento que nós
important
passamos
agenda
é
to
momento de
discuss. And we
dificuldade,
know
mas
that
de
we
forma
have been going
otimista,
through a
sabemos que
difficult
muitas boas
moment, but we
respostas
are
podem
hopeful
surgir
that
a
good
partir desses 2
solutions
dias de
can
conversa.
come as
São
a result
conversas
of these
intensas
2 days
com
of
autoridades, com
dialogue,
representações de
where
governo,
authorities
também, do
from
setor privado,
governments,
mas nós
from
sabemos
the
que
private
a
sector will be
convergência, a
here together
concertação, que é algo tão caro para o
discussing
Instituto Brasil África,
all
pode,
these
no final, trazer boas
topics. And we know
respostas.
that
E nós
good
temos o tema
solutions
desse
can
ano,
come
recursos
out of
naturais,
this.
professor, não é? Como é que foi a
Well,
escolha desse
Professor,
tema?
we know
Por
that
que
the
que é
topic will be
importante
natural
trazer essa
resources
discussão
this
nesse
year. Why
momento
is
para o
this
mundo
an
todo?
important
O
topic? Why
mundo
is it
vive
important to
uma
discuss this
situação
now?
muito delicada. Nós precisamos
Well, the
preservar
world
o
is
que nós
going through a
temos
very
agora,
delicate
pensando no
moment,
futuro.
and
O
now we
Brasil
are
e a África,
thinking,
que são tão
or looking
parecidos,
to
têm
the
uma simbiose
future.
tão
And
autêntica,
Brazil and
precisam
Africa
entender
have
que
a
os seus
symbiosis, a
recursos
similar
naturais
situation
são
when it
ativos que precisam
comes
ser
to
preservados,
natural
mas também precisam
resources.
se transformar
These
em
resources
riqueza.
need
E a
to be
nossa discussão
preserved
nesses 2
and
dias é de
they
como
need to be
nós,
transformed
sociedade
into
civil,
riches
nós,
for our
pessoas
countries.
comuns,
And
mas
so
também
those
pessoas
of
que
us
estão
in the civil
engajadas no momento
society,
da decisão, podem
those that
discutir
are
esse tema
decision
e trazer
makers,
respostas. Ao
need
nosso
to discuss
desejo é
these
que as
topics.
ideias
And
que
our
serão
desire
apresentadas
here
aqui
is that
possam,
the
de maneira muito
topics
clara,
that
muito
will be
objetiva,
discussed
se
can, in a
materializarem
very
em ações
objective
concretas.
manner,
E esta é a
be
pauta
turned
que o
into
Instituto Brasil
concrete
África e o
actions.
Fórum Brasil
And so
África,
that's
desde
why
a sua
the
gênese,
Brazil Africa
tem
Institute
buscado
and the Forum,
transformar
since its
ideias em
beginning,
ações.
has
E essa
sought
pauta
to
dos
transform
recursos naturais,
ideas
essas
into
ideias,
action.
projetos e ações tem
So
que levar
this
ao
agenda
segundo mote
of
do evento, que é o
the,
desenvolvimento sustentável. É
development
isso que a gente
and
precisa
sustainable
e almeja
development
nesse
is
momento,
what
não é?
we are looking
Sem
for at the
desenvolvimento
moment.
sustentável,
Yes, for
nós
sure. Without
andamos e não
sustainable
caminhamos.
development,
Nós
we can
precisamos
just
entender
like
que
walk
todas
around
as
in
nossas
circles
ações
and never get
precisam trazer
to
respostas
any
para as pessoas,
destination.
nos lugares
So
mais
we need
distantes, nos
to
rincões
offer
do Brasil,
solutions
da
to
África e de
people
outros
in the
lugares
most
do mundo.
distant
E
areas, whether in
a
Brazil or in the
gestão de
African
recursos
continent,
naturais, ela
and the
precisa
management
ser,
of natural
direcionada para
resources
o
needs to be
desenvolvimento econômico e
directed
sustentável.
to
E é isso que nós, durante esses 2
economic
dias do Fórum
and
Brasil
sustainable
África,
economic
vamos buscar.
and natural
Agora eu sei que nós
development.
temos muitos convidados
I know
já
that we have
prontos
many
a se
guests
juntarem a
that
nós
are
aqui
ready
hoje
to
nessa
join us
programação, não é?
today
Então,
in our
vamos
programming
começar a dar
today.
voz a
So
esses convidados
let's
ilustres
dive
do
right
Fórum
into
Brasil
that
África.
and
Exatamente.
receive
Nós
our
passamos quase
guests.
ano
Yes,
discutindo
for
e
sure.
identificando
We
quem
spent the
poderia
last year
contribuir com a sua
talking
voz, com a
about
sua
who
experiência,
we should
com a sua,
invite to contribute and share their experiences with us. And so it's a great privilege for me right now to welcome a friend to this discussion who has always sought to bring together Brazil and Africa. And in a talk with recently with former President Lula, I told him, you know, I think you would be very important as a speaker to bring up some of these issues, and he answered right away that he would be glad to do that. And recently I spoke to President Lula, who is on an international trip at the moment. He would have liked to have been here in person, but since he's traveling at the moment, he sent us a personal message of how Brazil and Africa can continue to cooperate together. So I would invite President Lula to open our forum. Well, friends, my dear friend João Bosco, President of Brazil Africa Institute. And I would also like to greet presidents and former presidents, ministers, former ministers that are participating with us today in this 9th Brazil-Africa Institute and Brazil-Africa Forum. I think all of you know that it's been a dream of mine for a long time of bringing together Brazil and the African continent, also Brazil and the other South American countries. And every time I looked at the Brazilian map and the map of the African continent, I always noticed a lot of similarities between the people, the agriculture, and I know that it wasn't just mere coincidence that God, you know, put our continents close together, you know, just across the ocean from each other. And so we share the Atlantic coast from Cabo Verde to the north, Oiapoque, to the Chuí rivers in Brazil. So we have many similarities between our continents. And I've had this dream for a long time of Brazil and Africa cooperating together. We have a historic debt with the African continent, given the history of slavery in our country. So the one way that we could contribute was in investing in research and in transferring technology. So I've always focused on the African continent. I also talked to my former minister, Celso Amorim, who is a part of this event. And so we discussed many times this getting closer to the African continent. I visited many African countries. We opened 18 new embassies in the African continent, trying to show that it wasn't just words or ideas, but we wanted to do something actionable. And so thinking of that, I visited all of those African countries, and it was thinking of that we took Embrapa, our wonderful agricultural research, to Ghana and to other countries with the desire to help contribute to the African African agriculture and somehow develop part of the ethanol production that we have in Brazil, that we could replicate that in Africa also, so that to make it easier for Africa to sell the ethanol to the European continent. We also dreamed of taking a factory that would produce antiretroviral medications in Mozambique. And thinking of that, we also set up a distance learning university in Maputo in partnership with the Federal University in Ceará. I'm not sure if this is still in operation, but it was a way to try and repay the great debt that our country has to the African continent. And also we have the Unilabi, which is an African descendant university. Unfortunately, we only did that for Portuguese-speaking countries, but our desire was to do it for the entire African continent, so these African young people could come to Brazil and study, and after finishing their studies, these young people could go back to the African countries, and contribute to the technology, to the professional quality of their countries. Unilabi is still in operation in Redenção, in Ceará, and another city in Bahia, the state of Bahia. But one of the most pleasurable things that I had was when I went to São Francisco do Conde and had the pleasure of giving the first diploma to the young people in the first graduating class of the university. So all of this to say that we have always focused on the African continent. There was a project that was had a total investment of $360 billion, and I went to the African Union, speaking to the FUMA president, and I proposed that we meet with all of the development banks in the world, so that the African Union could present this development project and infrastructure project so that many different development banks would be able to contribute. Unfortunately, that meeting didn't happen. And since then, I thought, we could have helped the African continent in their development in so many different situations. We could offer maybe help them to offer electrical power. And so, not only Brazil could contribute, but India, the United States, China, many different countries to help the African continent to really take a leap in their development. And so I even went to London during the G20 meeting, and I talked to them about the developed countries investing in the countries in development, so that they would be able to buy what the more developed, richer countries produced. But all of this to say that you, my friends, who are participating here can take important decisions, and we know, and I ask God to help our country to go back to having a truly democratic government with projects for development to help the African continent develop. And it's not a favor that we're doing. These are partnerships. Brazil doesn't want a hegemonic area or partnership with Africa. We want a partnership policy that will benefit both Brazil and the African continent. And if we have strong partnerships, we can create a bloc of countries, a group of countries that are strong in their economies, and we can, compete globally. We can't be victims of a new Cold War between the United States and China. We don't want another Cold War. We want free trade. We want to have the right to participate in the global market. Africa and Brazil can't, can't maintain their status. They have, Africa was the birth of our society, and so they have the right of participating in the global scenario and also of having a fair share at the table in the global market. So as I asked forgiveness to the African people in the past, and I also say, if my party, the PT, the Workers' Party, goes back to governing Brazil, we are once again going to focus on policies that will bring Brazil and the African continent closer together. We want partnership. We want four hands working together, where each part is benefited, where everyone grows. So, dear friend João Bosco and all of you at Brazil Africa Institute, all of you who are participating, presidents, former presidents, authorities, from the bottom of my heart, I hope that you can really enjoy and benefit from these 2 days of discussions, and we hope to once again govern Brazil and you and your countries in Africa and have a strong partnership. And my hope is to fulfill all of the dreams that I've had, that the African people will not be on the news anymore about hunger or poverty, but they will be in the news because of the economic growth and the quality of life in the African continent. So, greetings to you all.
A mensagem do presidente Lula é clara.
The message that we heard from President Lula is very clear. Brazil cannot set Africa aside. I remember when in 2003, President Lula had said that Africa would be a priority for his government. And I saw that firsthand in many of my travels to the African continent. Many times in Brazil, when we look to Africa, we think of our partnership, of brotherhood with the African countries. And Brazil needs to go back to this dialogue with the Africa. Brazil and Africa need to have this dialogue, not only because of our history, but because of our similarities. Brazil needs to look at the African continent as a partner. And of course, we have many barriers and challenges, both here and in the African continent. But I think the word from President Lula gives us a new way to be, a new path to be trailed, and this is what we are always trying to do here at the Brazil Africa Institute, especially during the Brazil African Forum. And now I also have the privilege to invite to this discussion someone who was very close to this solidarity agenda between Brazil and the African continent. And President Lula even mentioned his visit to Ghana and the group from Embrapa that went, and I had the privilege of opening an office of the Brazil Africa Institute in that country. So I'm very proud to invite to participate with us former President of Ghana, John Kufuor, and he has sought to this partnership. He understands the value of this partnership.
As the president of the Brazil Africa Institute, I have the honor to invite my dear friend, President John Kufuor, to be with us today. Please, President Kufuor, the floor is yours.
Hello, Prof. John Bosco. This is your friend, John
Bem,
Kufuor, former
presidente
president
João
of the
Bosco,
Republic of
professor
Ghana.
João Bosco, tenho o prazer de
West
estar com
Africa.
você. Eu sou John Kufuor,
Greeting you,
de Gana, e trago as minhas
for the occasion
saudações
of Brazil
na
Africa
ocasião
Forum.
do Fórum
I am
Brasil-África.
happy to
Eu
have this
estou
chance
muito
to extend
feliz
my
com essa oportunidade
respects
e
to
quero
my
prestar o meu
friend,
respeito
President Lula
ao meu
da
amigo
Silva,
presidente Lula da
of
Silva,
Brazil.
do Brasil.
The two of us had opportunity
Nós
during
dois
our
tivemos
tenures as
a
president of our
oportunidade
respective
durante
countries
os nossos
to
mandatos
cooperate.
dos nossos respectivos países de trabalhar.
And in our time, President Lula did something wonderful, remarkable, revolutionary for his nation, Brazil.
Revolucionário, incrível.
We learned that because of his good, wise, and humanitarian policies, He contributed to
Os
lift
sábias e humanitárias.
over 20 million
Ele
people
ajudou a levantar
Brazil
quase 30 milhões de
from
pessoas
poverty
do Brasil
to middle income
fora da
status. This
pobreza
is
para a
revolutionary,
situação de
to say the
classe
least.
média. Isso foi
So I'm happy today
revolucionário. Para dizer ainda.
to have the chance to address Brazil Africa Forum and
Hora
to
de
let
falar
everybody
com
know
vocês.
that for the forum to work, we need leaders like Lula da Silva. Africa, as I'm sure members of the forum would appreciate, sits right in the center of the globe. We've got to the east of Africa, the
Ao
Asians,
leste da
China, India, and many others
Ásia,
there.
a China, a
To
Índia,
the west, we have the Americas, North America, South America. And to the north of Africa,
e ao norte
have
da
Europe.
África, nós temos a Europa.
it was Europe that colonized many parts of
A
Africa
Europa que colonizou
and started transporting
países da África
Africans about
começou a
hundreds of years back
transportar
to
os
the
africanos
Americas,
como escravos.
north and south. If we are to recount the history, it might not be too comfortable for any of us. It might even engender sadness for most of us.
Talvez até
But
gere
our meeting, the forum's meeting, should be an occasion for celebration, celebration of humanity,
deve ser momento
and celebration of what lies ahead
da humanidade,
in the future
celebração
when
do
mankind
que
will go together and cooperate, the way
Então,
Lula
já
showed
nesse
leadership
quando poderemos
in
estar
advancing
juntos
human
novamente.
cause. So this is why
Humanitária.
Africa
Então, é por isso que
Brazil Forum
o Fórum Brasil-África
should be seen as
deve
of great
ser
importance.
encarado como
We are in times when no nation, nobody, no continent could claim to be in isolation
pode
or
viver
to be an island.
isoladamente ou se tornar
It's
uma
an
ilha.
era of interdependence, whether it's scientific, whether it's technological, because without our
Lógica,
pulling together
mas
as humanity,
sem essa
sharing the
união
benefits
como
of technology
humanos, como humanidade,
and science, I tell you, not even
compartilhamento de ciência,
the
de tecnologia,
seeming advanced parts of the world
nós não poderemos
would survive. But when we pull together
em cooperação.
and we share
Então, precisamos
on basis of
cooperar,
humanity,
compartilhar,
not of
baseados na
race,
nossa
not of religion, not of gender,
base em religião ou com
but
qualquer
humanity.
ideologia.
When we share as
Base
humanity,
na nossa
I tell you, then we will all arrive
compartilhar, e aí,
in
então,
the global
poderemos
village
chegar
with dignity and with
à cidade global,
shared prosperity and peace for all.
cidade
When we
compartilhada,
talk of
pacífica.
geopolitics
Quando nós
and
falamos de
hegemony and that sort of thing, those things should be consigned to the past.
isso aí é coisa do passado.
What the world should aspire to is the idea that has been launched by Lula, and we are all supporting, that of cooperation on basis of mankind.
Base da nossa humanidade.
This is what Lula, within his tenure as president, launched.
Durante o seu
And
mandato.
I try to do
Eu
it
tentei
also in
fazer
Ghana.
também.
And we pray that other presidents over the huge continent of Africa
Espero que
would also share in this and move ahead to uphold mankind, humanity,
tenham essa
as the
visão,
reason for everything.
baseado na nossa
And we hope
humanidade, nós
even the
possamos buscar
advanced
o
parts of the
melhor,
world in terms of
trabalhar em
technology,
união, em
science, and,
cooperação.
if you like, wealth, they would all swallow a bit of their pride and accept
Pouco do
that
nosso
they
orgulho
owe
e
mankind
aceitar
the
que
duty
toda a humanidade
to share
tem a
the products of science and technology,
respeitar os
so we
resultados
can
da
then
ciência,
stave off
avanços científicos e
the
tecnológicos.
menaces
E aí nós vamos poder então combater
of the
os
pandemic,
perigos da
COVID, for instance,
pandemia,
the
por
threats
exemplo, que
of global
outras
climate change.
ameaças das mudanças climáticas.
Africa is the least in terms of emitting
Tem o menor
carbon dioxide into the atmosphere,
carbono,
which is the source of the
que é o
climate
que
change.
causa
But
essas
Africa is
mudanças climáticas.
suffering perhaps the most when you talk of
A África
agriculture,
tem sofrido, tem sido
when you talk of unpredictable
essas mudanças climáticas.
seasons, when
Nós
it
falamos
rains,
sobre a
it's flooding.
mudança da
when it's not raining, the soil is cracked up. You can't grow. But those who are emitting the most carbon dioxide, North America, Europe, China, they should accept the old duty to the entire planet of the Earth. And I'm pleading that Brazil-Africa Forum should set the pace in a way denting the conscience of the advanced world, so-called advanced world. So the responsibility will come to be shared among all nations, all continents, and all peoples. So we all live happily on planet Earth. Otherwise, the future is very bleak. We must learn to sail together, as the adage goes, or perhaps we may all sink together. So who would have gained? So I use this occasion to greet my friend, President Lula, and wish him beautiful future. So he will continue to be in service for Brazil, for Africa, and for entire mankind. And Don Bosco, anytime we are waiting for you in West Africa, in Ghana, you know it. From Accra to Fortaleza, if we have a good plane, it shouldn't take more than 4 hours. So we are just around the corner, and we are waiting for you. And when I can, I may also surprise you with a visit to Brazil. So good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my dear friend, President John Kufuor. It's a pleasure always having you with us. And I know that we have so many things to do. I know that your heart is very close to Brazil, and you even said that Fortaleza is very close to Accra. Actually, if you take a straight flight, it will be only 4 hours. So we have to work precisely in this connectivity. I used to say that without flights, there is no way to have business. So maybe this moment that President Kufuor raises the possibility to come to Fortaleza is an opportunity for us to bring again the agenda of connection. I'm very confident that what we have today, bringing the two leaders, the former president of Brazil, President Lula, and the former president of Ghana, President John Kufuor, is a milestone, is a momentum that we are creating to again emphasize the idea that we have to unite people. President Lula said the Atlantic Ocean is putting together, is not dividing the two regions. On the other way, the Atlantic Ocean is something that should unite and putting together Brazil from one side and representing maybe Latin America, but also the Africa continent. And I know that we have to work together. And the word solidarity, I heard from both President Lula and President Kufuor, is a word that we are emphasizing every time. Brazil and Africa should work together using the agenda of South-South cooperation as something that could bring results. And I'm emphasizing many times, in many places when I have the opportunity to speak, that Brazil, Africa should work together in the way that we can bring results for people's life. Ordinary people, but also important people who represent government and also the private sector. And now, as we are emphasizing the moment of natural resources, I have the confidence that the commitment that we got from both presidents is the agenda that we need to emphasize, that we have to work together. I'm very pleased to have the two voices, one from Brazil, one from Africa, President Lula and President Kufuor, starting the moment, warming up what we're going to have in the next 2 days of initiative.
Professor, now I'm going to invite you to sit here with me, please, because we are going to start warming up for our first panel. So we just heard two important voices, as you mentioned now. We know that Brazil is facing this moment some challenges, and especially in their relations with Africa. So what lessons can you address right now? What lessons can you highlight from the voices of former President Lula and also former President John Kufuor? Are you prospecting strengthening of this relationship soon?
I'm very confident that Brazil and Africa should work together. And I've been visiting many countries within Africa, and every time, Caroline, when I go to Africa, I see similarities. And President Lula just mentioned that, right? And so we have this similarity, which is something that is in our favor. Not only in agriculture, which is one of the main agenda that Brazil can work with Africa, but also other activities, other agendas. I remember when I visited first time Africa, I went to Cape Verde. I saw many people asking me why Brazil is not so more close than what we have now. And I said, why don't we put our hands together and emphasize the idea that Brazil and Africa should be close and close more and more? And I understand the prospects, as you asked, is positive. Brazil, for a long time, had the opportunity to be connected with Africa. And we have our roots. We have the relationship, the historical, the cultural, the gastronomy, but we can go beyond this. And Africa recently, the Africa continent, through the Africa Union and the Bank of Import and Export of Africa, launched what we call the free trade area of Africa, which brings a big platform of doing business, not only exporting to Africa, but also producing in Africa. And this is a very important moment that Brazil can take advantage of it. Brazil can produce in Africa, not only for Africa itself, but also for the whole world. And I think this is something that we, as Brazilians, should work close to Africa.
So, Professor, now we are going to start interacting with our audience because, as you know, and as all of you know, we are live streaming via YouTube at the YouTube channel of the Brazil Africa Institute. So you can also engage with us and interact with us using the official hashtags of the Brazil Africa Forum, which are Brazil Africa Forum and also BAF 2021. Use the hashtags in your social media profiles, Twitter, Facebook. We have our team just on the spot to pass your messages for us. And now I'm going to speak in Portuguese for a while because recebemos já mensagens, professor, da nossa audiência brasileira que está acompanhando aqui o Fórum Brasil-África.
Now I'm going to say hello to some of our participants who are interacting. Beatriz Maziero, a young agriculture student here in Brazil. And Beatriz, I remember her name. She always is participating and following along. We have messages from people who are following from São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Ceará, which is where we are transmitting this event. We are thankful for all of you who are participating with us in this warm-up for our first panel. And as you know, the Brazil-Africa Forum is being transmitted live. We have a script to follow, but we also need to see what is happening. You know, minute by minute, we have interactions. So I'm going to ask our team if the first panel is ready. This will be a very interesting panel. The team is saying that we have a green light to go ahead.
Let's go back to English because we are going now to introduce our first panel of the day. Panel Governance and Planning Towards Natural Resources, Solutions for Economic Diversification. It is a pleasure for us, I'm sure that you are going to agree, to receive right now Mr. Omar Ben Yedder. I don't know if Omar is already listening us right now. Omar, are you hearing me?
Perfectly.
Yeah, Omar. Oh, so nice to talk with you again. Thank you very much for joining us. And of course, these amazing guests we have right now. Thank you very much on behalf of the Brazil Africa Institute. Omar, please feel free to start the panel. It's up to you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the invitation. It was great to see Prof as always. The two of you are looking glamorous, unlike myself. I'm actually just recovering from COVID. I caught COVID 10 days ago, so I'm stuck in South Africa.
Oh my God! But
I'm
you're looking
out
just
tonight, I
fine.
believe.
You're looking just fine. Don't worry. Which is most important here is the content. So I'm sure that your message is going to be clear. And thank you very much for being
Hopefully,
here once
hopefully.
again.
Thank you, thank you. The last time I saw Prof actually was probably about 2 weeks ago. We saw each other at COP, and obviously the discussion at COP was all about the transition to a net zero world, and obviously there's been a lot of debate in Africa on that front in terms of how do we manage this transition. Our panel today is about governance and planning towards natural resources solutions for economic diversification. So we've got about 40 minutes or so, and I'm delighted to be welcoming with me Dr. Fernando Jorge Cardozo, who's the Executive Director at the Club of Lisbon. So I don't know if you can see Dr. Cardozo on screen. Also delighted to have Dr. Angela Liu, who heads UNEP, the United Nations Environmental Program for West Africa. I believe you're based in Lagos. And Dr. Ivan Oliveira, Director of International Studies at IPEA. And it's an interesting discussion, and it's one that's attracted a lot of research, a lot of discussions over the years. How do you move from the resource curse to using your resources in a way that's effective and that ultimately drives economic diversification, job creation, which is the big challenge of the 21st century, at least for Africa, where we need to create some 12 to 15 million.
So I think Omar has just lost his connection right now. Can you please confirm? So, yes, okay. I think okay, no problem at all. I think we just lost Omar, our moderator. So, Professor, maybe we can engage with our guests right now. I don't know if we can keep our guests at the screen so we can proceed with the panel. Yes, thank you very much for being here with us once again. We have just lost the connection with Omar, but no problem at all. So I'm going to change a little bit the situation here because we have to deal with the things that we are not thinking that is going to happen. No problem at all. So, Professor, maybe you can please address the first question for our distinguished guests right now, maybe starting for Dr. Fernando. I don't know if Dr. Fernando has heard the... Oh, okay. Now we have Omar again. Omar, can you hear us?
Hello, can you see me?
Sure. Now I think we are good to go once again.
Yes, apologies for that. I don't know what happened there.
Perfect.
But ultimately, the discussion that's been had at COP is how do we manage the transition? And obviously, the discussion that's been had in Africa over the years is how do we manage our resources effectively? How do we move from a rent-seeking philosophy or mindset, especially at the political level, to one that creates value addition, creates job creation and economic diversification? So we've got, I'm delighted to have fantastic panelists with me. And really the first question that I want to put to all three of you, and I want a very quick answer, 20, 30 seconds maximum, are natural resources a good thing or not? So we'll just read 20 seconds each. I want to know whether it's a good thing to have natural resources or whether ultimately it will lead to bad policies and an over-reliance on that particular resource and therefore will lead to misgovernment and mismanagement. So are resources a good thing or not, natural resources? Dr. Cardozo, if we start with you very quickly.
Well, if you give me 20 seconds, I will be very direct. The question with Africa is not the resource curse. It is the leader's curse. We have a problem of management, of leadership in Africa. The problem of Africa is not resources. The more resources we have, the best. The question is the management of the resources and the interests of those that control power. That's my first read.
Perfect. We'll go to you, Dr. Angela Liu.
I think I would just follow Prof on the same path. That is, Africa has more than 60% of the population that is depending on natural resources. We have most of the hotspots in terms of biodiversity. and we are not really getting anywhere where we should be getting somewhere. So definitely, yes, there is no cost for that natural resources, but of course we have a governance issue. We need vision, and we need a number of other, like maybe capacity to be able to transform those resources into real natural capital assets. Over.
Fantastic. And Dr. Ivan Oliveira?
Thanks, Omar. It's a pleasure to be with you. Well, I think Professor Cardoso got it the right way. Well, definitely it's not bad at all to be born rich somehow and have all the resources that can be used for economic development. But we do see that managing them is the critical issue. So that's why public policies are somehow one of the central points, I'd say, to really reap the benefits of a rich natural resources country.
Okay, so maybe we'll go back to you, Dr. Cardoso. I mean, you mentioned it's not a resource problem; it's a leadership problem. So, so I think the first part of the conversation, I like to look about how do we manage our resources effectively, and then maybe what I want to do is how do we manage the transition as well, given that a lot of countries are dependent on those resources today on for their revenues. I believe the revenues depend 70% of them depend on oil and gas, and in terms of foreign reserves, it's probably around 90%.
Okay, thank you. I would like to introduce something. Sorry.
So if we look at Mozambique.
Yes.
If we look at Mozambique, for example, where you were there a couple of weeks ago. So if you had to advise the government in terms of the natural resources, the big gas finds, in terms of how do you manage something like that responsibly and effectively?
Look, I will be very straight also on this. I came from Mozambique yesterday evening. So I was there for 1 week, but I know Mozambique because I am also a Mozambican. So I know those people. And what I have noticed in these last years in Mozambique is that there is a resource that usually is not referred in forum, in fora, or in formal meetings. And this resource, it's called illicit drug trade. It is called illicit trade on minerals. So when part of the wars that raging on some parts of Africa have to do with cobalt, with lithium, with coltan, with gold, with rubies, emeralds, diamonds, ivory, timber, and now more and more, mostly also in the eastern and western part of Africa, but more and more in the eastern part of Africa and in Mozambique also, the leaderships are bought by drug barons. So there is a lot of money in the economy. The economy is flowing, but this flow is coming from illicit money, drugs that are passing on through Mozambique towards South Africa, and from South Africa towards Australia and New Zealand, and then Europe. And then the traffic comes and goes because these drug dealers are very, very, very well, let's say, professional, let's put it that way. And a lot of money is being kept inside the countries and is flowing to the local authorities, to commerciants, local commerciants. And this is really corrupting the leadership of the country. You listen to very good speeches, but actually, when you look at the lives of the leaders, you will find that they have houses and cars and lots of things that everybody knows in Mozambique and in other countries, I would say, that money is not coming from, let's say, official work. I would like to be very straight on this because that's what is happening.
So how do you strengthen those governance structures ultimately? How do you make sure that even in relatively new democracies, you have strong governance structures to be able to manage those resources?
Yes. I think that is mostly a task for the people that live on those countries. But if it is also a task for those who engage in business and who engage in aid or whatever relationship with those countries, in my opinion, we should give up for all, for good, this way of trying to find acronyms to call donors partners of development, to call recipient countries partners of development, and all those good words that we are inventing in every fora that passes. The question is, the money comes from taxpayers, and you have internally and externally, you have the obligation to know how the money is being spent, and the transparency, and then the public audits should be forced by civil society, by those that are interested really in the country. I'm sorry, but I believe that we are losing the present leadership of most African countries. I will not say all of them, but most of them, and I could tell you names.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cardoso. Look, Dr. Angel Liu, I'd like to come to you. So we've just come back from COP, and the message in terms of Africa is it's not mixed. I mean, we understand we suffer from climate change ultimately, and we suffer disproportionately on the continent from climate change. That's a fact. And ultimately, it's the most vulnerable who suffer from climate change. And we know we need to do something about it. At the same time, a lot of our economies depend on certain resources. You're in Lagos, Nigeria depends on the oil and gas sector. And you'll have the vice president of Nigeria who said, we cannot just eliminate funding to the fossil fuel industry. Our economies and our development depends on it. And actually, our economic diversification depends on us having those revenues today to be able to invest in the future. So what's your take on it in terms of managing this transition and in terms of managing or balancing that balancing act about around moving away from fossil fuels and also having the funds to invest in development and to invest in economic diversification, which is what we're trying to do?
Yeah, thank you very much. In fact, I'm based in Abidjan, although I cover Nigeria. So that being said, I mean, we all are aware how much to what extent Nigeria's economy is depending on oil. So there is needless to go back to the, to the figures to say this is what is happening. But at the same time, so currently, actually, most of the energy, although we look at Nigeria, and then when we say Nigeria, we think fossil fuel, we think oil. But currently, most of the energy comes from traditional biomass and waste, which account for about 83% of total primary production. The rest of it, of course, is the fossil fuel and the hydropower. So today, for instance, we're saying 80% of the power generation in Nigeria comes from natural gas, and this is supported, by the whole master plan that the government has developed. And most of the remainder from oil, but Nigeria, of course, is still, like we say, the largest user of oil-fired backup generators. So that is a fact that is stated already. As Africa, largest economy, supplying an economy that is like 3 times larger today will require less energy demand if the energy mix were to be diversified, as you said. But furthermore, Nigeria has the second largest vehicle stock in sub-Saharan Africa. Everything about Nigeria seems to be like in the superlative. So the number of vehicles could grow from 14 to 37 million by 2040, with only 2 times more oil consumption if more stringent fuel economies, standard were introduced. So you mentioned the COP26, and of course at the COP26, we all heard the Nigerian president, pledging that Nigeria will cut its carbon emission by 20% below the business as usual levels by 2030 and eventually reach the net zero by 2060. So what does that mean for Nigeria? How would Nigeria realize this transition? Energy transition, of course, could lead to economic transformation across all the sectors in Nigeria. And the Paris Agreement, as you know, has already set the transition expectations in motion. So it's like a rule book that is there, and we just have to open the pages and see where we want to be and what we want to do. However, the transition will require a number of infrastructure to be put in place, an investment to move forward. You mentioned the figures. To move forward with the transformation of the energy sector, because this is, I mean, we're basically here focusing on the energy sector. And again, we should remember that earlier this year, as media reported, the Nigerian president had announced that his country will need about 400 billion, you know, for electricity generation, transmission and distribution infrastructure. And if it is planned well, to reduce the dependence on fossil fuel were to be successful, if it was to be successful. So what does it say? We're saying the country already has developed a detailed energy transition plan and a roadmap that highlights the key role that gas will play in transitioning the economy, you know, across sectors. Nigeria's commitment to energy transition is reflected in a number of, you know, like documents and things and initiatives. And one of them that I would like to highlight here is the Energy Compact, which includes, you know, the government's flagship project to electrify 5 million households and 25 million people, you know, using decentralized solar energy solution. So this would be a major step in closing the energy access deficit by 2030. So in finishing on this, until you ask another question, I would say Nigeria will definitely need financial assistance, technology transfer, capacity building, and innovative partnership from advanced international players on the energy transition scene to make cleaner and efficient use and of all available resources to make more sustainable transition. But as Professor Cardozo said, you know, it's one thing to say I'm going to do, and it's another thing to actually do it. So we need the political will. We always talk about the political will. If it's not backed by a strong commitment and the resources, financial and the support and technology transfer that comes with it, I'm afraid in another 2060, we will still be chasing that transition in a country like Nigeria.
Okay, I mean, Dr. Liu, I mean, you say you're in Abidjan. It's just as good as Lagos, possibly. Well, I won't say if it's more fun or not, but no. But in terms of in terms of oil and gas, they recently discovered an oil and gas find earlier in the year.
Yes,
I think around April or May time. They made a big announcement.
Yes.
So obviously the government will be counting on the revenues from that oil and gas find to drive development, investment, etc., etc. So are you seeing a new approach from the government there in terms of how they're looking to manage these resources and how they're looking to manage those resources to help with the energy transition and also to diversify their economy?
Yeah, thanks. I mean, there are many aspects you need to take into account, but if I wanted to make it shorter, what I would say is that, yes, there is oil now, which is being exported, which will be exported eventually. But the key, when you look at a country like Cote d'Ivoire, I would say about 70% of the people here work in the agricultural sector. So Cote d'Ivoire very much depends on the primary sector. Cote d'Ivoire is the top producer of cocoa, of cashew nuts, and you name them, there are many. So the thing here, what we need to know here is that oil is not actually the first, although it will definitely bring capitals, but it's not the first, how do I say, the natural resource that the country will bank on. And as you know, Cote d'Ivoire has been like what? One of the top, one of the best, let's say, one of the countries where we saw a huge progress being made. But the thing is, when you look, we're talking about oil, but we can talk about forests. So this development this agriculture is being made at the expense of forests. And you know, Cote d'Ivoire has one of the heaviest deforestation rates in the world. And that is really an issue, because if you base your industry or your income on a primary sector, which is agriculture and everything, and you have climate change risk, and you have land use that really has to be revised, and you look at the way you're using natural resources, not really banking on the natural capital, that will be an issue, looking ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Liu. We'll go to Dr. Ivan Oliveira, and if I understand correctly, ultimately in terms of, and we're looking at a country like Brazil, I mean, we've seen a number of countries that have managed to use their resource bases to rapidly industrialize. The countries in the Far East, such as Malaysia and Indonesia and Thailand, come to mind in terms of using their natural resources to industrialize and diversify their economies. But if I believe correctly, I mean, what we've seen in Brazil is relatively rich in minerals, and we've got a big mineral company, Vale. Oil and gas, obviously, Petrobras is well known internationally. But ultimately, we saw Brazil excel in a number of areas, in agriculture for sure, and possibly also in the aerospace with Embraer, and really that was thought out strategy by the government to say, okay, look, we're going to train a number of people in these key strategic sectors, and see how we can then diversify economy and become global players. So and become less reliant on some of our other resources. Obviously, agriculture, to some extent, it is natural resources. But maybe can you tell us the examples of Brazil and what we can learn from the shift towards agriculture and in terms of economic diversification, so you're not reliant on one single resource?
Thanks, Omar. Well, yes, well, you got it right. And in fact, what we've seen throughout the last 50 to 60 years in Brazil was the buildup of an economy that was based on industrial production, but very strongly, especially after the 90s, in agriculture. We had the revolution of agriculture in Brazil during the 90s. And in that sense, many issues were important, but I'd like to stress something that has to do with Embrapa and the role of research and somehow orienting the public policy towards somewhere. So that revolution was very important, and obviously right now Brazil is one of the key players in the agricultural global market. That has obviously generated a lot of incomes, and I'd say a whole new country has emerged from that. If you take what Brazil was in the 90s, what it is right now, even in Brasilia, where I stay, we can see all the soya beans production, the cattle production, everything that came with it, with a good perspective that brought lots of income and somehow made the country richer. Obviously, we also became a very important player in some key international arenas on agriculture, for example, because of that role that we started to play, especially after the 90s. So we still continue to have a very diversified economy, but what we do see in the last couple of years, that's something that is critical, I'd say, especially with the force that China, or the whole world, especially in the commodity world, has played a very strong primarization of our exports. And right now, especially in the last 2 or 3 years with the pandemic crisis, very few products do count for an important part of our exports. That somehow starts we start to see the yellow lights on how we could manage to really bring our economy to a next level, especially integrating the old industry that we still have. So that's a problem that we have in Brazil. Somehow we got a very, let's say, modernized and top-end agriculture, especially the ones that are export-led. But we still continue to have, in general, but an industry that is old and not very competitive. And due to, again, bringing back the role of public policy, due to many public policies that are put in place that somehow protect too much the country, that do protect some oligopoles that are essentially very few countries taking most of the market in many different markets in the country. So we need in Brazil to reflect on how to get that industrial basis that we do have to a new level in order to bring services into it, in order to make it more competitive. And I'm sure, and that's somehow what is being done right now, that opening up to the economy is critical. So having more trade agreements and having the good impacts of that contact with the world are critical for modernizing our industrial bases so that it can really go to the 21st century and we can really reap the benefits of being in a globalized world. And taking good care of the risks of focusing too much on too little sectors or to just a few products. That's what we've been seeing, for example, in our foreign trade, due to the systemic and global forces that are there in the world market. And in taking into account the agriculture sector itself, it is very important and critical to see the role of transnational economies. So on the one hand, I'd like to stress the role of the state in the sense that we do need public policy and the state saying, well, here's where we want to go. Those are the incentives. The economic agents will go there and do what they have to do to reap the benefits and make profits and create development. That's critical. On the other hand, the transnational companies are very important for Brazil, since being the industrial sector, being the agricultural sector. But in some sectors, again, they do control it and they do whatever they want to. Just take the soybean production, for example. The trading companies that are in Brazil, they are everywhere. And they are the ones who really have a say something. And they really have the power to do whatever they want. Take, for example, the trade companies that are in Brazil, they are in Argentina. And from Brazil, they export soya beans. And from Argentina, they export oil and for example. So, and they come to the government to say, well, you need to tackle the Chinese tariff escalation because it is very critical. But those are the same ones that are exporting with the same tariff escalation from Argentina. So say, obviously they maximize the profits in the whole world, but there is a tension there, that's my point here, between the profits for transnational economies and the role of the state. And in some sectors, it is very clear, as it is in the case of soybeans. It is excellent for the country. Again, lots of income, very important in some critical junctures where we had a slowdown of the economy, and the agricultural sector was the power to create income and jobs. But this tension needs to be tackled, I'd say, in a better way so that we can really push our industry to a new level, but also generate the income that we need in the jobs to develop our economy in a new perspective with less concentration on few products and somehow taking out a little bit of the power, especially in those very concentrated markets where, again, the state must play a role. And one part of that role must be opening up the economy. So bringing the benefits of an open economy that is exactly the idea of a new companies would jump into the market and somehow help it develop and lower the prices and somehow tackle this concentrated market and all the bad, let's say, aspects and effects that we have from that.
Thank you, Dr. Oliveira. So if I understand correctly, what you're saying is during the 90s, we saw the rise of the agricultural sector in Brazil, and today ultimately there still needs to be a rethink because we've got oligopolies to some extent that ultimately need to be shaken a little bit because we've plateaued in terms of efficiency. But I want to go back to the 90s, therefore. So what happened in the 90s? And we mentioned Embrapa, which is the sort of scientific arm of the agricultural sector in Brazil, which is an interesting example. I mean, we spoke about technology transfer earlier on, and so obviously this was a key actor, let's say, in Brazil's agricultural transformation. So, but that was obviously and I'm going to get to the role of the state, Dr. Cardoso, in a second. But Dr. Oliveira, so maybe you can tell us a little, very quickly, about in the 90s, what happened? What was that transformational moment that led to that economic diversification away from other economies or other industries towards agriculture and the growth of the agricultural sector?
Thanks so much. Yes, well, Embrapa is key there. Essentially, when we started to do the revolution in our Cerrado, as we call the part of the country where we could explore new lands, Embrapa is critical, and it continues to be somehow. So Brazil is one of the key players in the world when it comes to technology applied to agriculture, and obviously it is somehow one of the key aspects of our cooperation with Africa. But apart from that, one aspect that sometimes analysts tend to avoid talking about, but I do see it as a very important step, and especially for the agricultural sector in the 90s, that is the creation of Mercosur. And so if we think in the mid-90s, it was exactly when we started to see a very huge impact in the productivity of our agriculture in Brazil. That's exactly when we start to see the country starting to open up a little bit, and we had the Mercosur agreement. That at the very beginning of this process, when we're starting to apply new techniques and exploring new land and bringing productivity up in the agricultural sector, getting the inputs from Argentina that had better inputs for agriculture than Brazil, with a lower price, that was part of the agenda that we had in Mercosur, for example, was a very important movement at the very beginning of this, let's say, takeoff of our agricultural sector in Brazil in the mid-90s. So again, we're putting together a set of policy elements and that helped to push agriculture to a new level. And again, part of it was exactly going to the globe, especially in that case, pushing regional integration to a new level and opening up the market with Argentina. That at the very early stage was critical for getting inputs that were important in this takeoff. So again, the state is critical, but the private sector is obviously the one who will create and generate the income and the jobs. But having the right set of public policies and somehow, and here we see technology, trade, investment, so together as a portfolio of actions that the state might have in order to develop a sector is critical. And that's somehow what we could see in Brazil in the 90s. I would stress that idea of how opening up to Mercosur, a very small part of the globe, was critical for the takeoff, especially in the mid-90s, as we are starting to see that growth in productivity in the agriculture sector in Brazil.
Thank you very much. So technology ultimately and markets. And it's interesting because we've just come on the back of the Intra-Africa Trade Fair around the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So ultimately that is about creating a big market and hopefully creating synergies within those markets. Look, I'm going to go back to you, Dr. Cardoso. Obviously the role of the state is key. From your two opening statements, I mean, you seem to be very, very critical on the leadership. But obviously we can't just sort of erase everything and start from scratch. We're starting from where we are today. So you feel that the model is actually broken. And even in terms of managing our transition, in terms of decarbonization, in terms of managing our resources, we need to think differently about things, including how international partners, such as the UN, such as the development agencies, such as the development banks, they also need to rethink their interactions with government, with the states, so that we manage our resources better and we can manage this transition, both in terms of the energy transition and in terms of economic diversification. So we know the model is broken, but what are you suggesting in terms of repairing it and how do we need to rethink it?
Thank you, Ben. Let me say the following. I'm not implying that every politician is corrupt, number one. what I'm implying is that we are in the process of consolidating states all over Africa and in fragile situations. And this is being taken care by very much organized mafias that are buying a lot of people all over Africa just to extract timber. The tropical forests of Africa are being depleted not by governmental plans, but by mafias linked to local people that export all those things abroad. But let me say this, which is probably, I wouldn't say politically incorrect, but I believe that even these governments that exist there would agree with this. The question for Africa is technology, is not renewable energies, is not fossil fuels, because fossil fuels are hydrocarbons. Hydrocarbons is H, hydrogen, and C, carbon. Hydrogen and carbon are the more important elements for producing energy and for industry. So the major point is not to burn fossil fuels. If we stop burning oil, gas, and coal, so CO2 does not exist. And I will add the following. There are technologies for doing this. There are big agreements between Japan and Australia just to extract from the coal of Australia the hydrogen without burning the coal. And there is a very big business agreement with Saudi Arabia to extract hydrogen from oil without burning oil. So we are in the verge to see happening new technologies. And renewable energies are important, but they are not clean energies. Let's not fool ourselves. And if we speak about batteries from the sun, we are speaking about a huge quantity of area that is needed to provide energy. And I would add the following: the production, even if we burn the fossil fuels, the emission of CO2 by all the African countries in the mixed equation of production and consumption of energy is completely inexistent. It's 1% of the total. It will be during this decade and the next decade. So the problem for us in Africa is that this is happening in other countries. So the problem is that we should be very much attentive to new technologies, just not to receive again the past technologies from renewable energies or whatever, but to be on the edge and just to make business what is being now invented. So my point is that even with the elites and with the government elites that exist in Africa, maybe they could be interested in doing this. So let's not buy the thing that fossil fuels are bad, renewable energies are good. No, the bad thing is to burn fossil fuels. And there are technologies that are being developed to stop this. And we have to be very attentive in Africa about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cardoso. If I can go to you, Dr. Liu, I think there are 2 points that I picked up there. The first is there seems to be a lot of illicit trade, for example, illicit trade in terms of timber, and this illicit market of goods ultimately is leading to weak governance structures. That's number one. And I wanted to hear UNEP's perspective there in terms of, especially around deforestation and the illicit trade of timber, and whether things are getting better or not. I mean, we've seen a lot of activity, I know, in Cameroon and Gabon, whereby they're trying to protect their forests and DRC. The other one is around technology, and whether technology will save us to some extent in terms of our future energy use, or do we need to be a bit more realistic and start acting now and start thinking differently about things? Dr. Liu, I think you may be on mute.
Wow, sorry. Thank you very much. I would say there are trends. I mean, we've been working on this, trying to support countries in their effort to use to use their natural resources more sustainably. But as you said, I mean, the illegal trade is an issue that is beyond just the environmental, area. I mean, that is now affecting, we're talking about nature, like biodiversity, and it goes beyond biodiversity, and it is a big issue that need to be addressed. But of course, we need to have this common approach that will make it more that will carry the message and make it more forceful. What we are saying is every year, now and then, and every year in and year out, we meet, we make decisions, but the problem is how are those decisions implemented, even from those who have, really pushed those decisions to be made. So whereas we have poverty, so if we don't address poverty, it will be, and we don't address the critical issues, we don't make the development. You talked about Cote d'Ivoire. We look at Cote d'Ivoire, this is a country where we've had, like since 2012, we've had, a really robust growth, economic growth. But of course, we're not talking about the impact of the COVID. But what is happening, it has been there, but it's not inclusive. So in as long as rural people in the rural areas are still facing poverty, it's increasing instead of decreasing, you will always have, there will always be like the background or some sort of support to these illegal trades. I mean, I want to even add issues of the security. As you know, now we are in a region where in the Sahel, you have all the terrorism and everything. But, it builds on those, poverty and those to flourish. Now on the technology, definitely technologies are important, and we cannot really move unless, and I was very happy to hear Professor Cardoso saying that there is this possibility of having, like extracting using the fuel without burning it, using the fossil fuel without burning it, which is a solution I'm sure we would be happy to see how we can, come together as the UN, because yes, it's not just UNEP, it's a UN. But as we wait for that, what is important is like, when you look at the countries in this part of Africa, and like the rest of Africa, they all identify, sustainable natural resources as a key priority to ensure that they develop. But the thing is, when you look at the budget, the economy ministers will, let's say, natural resources don't really get that important budget to be able to be protected. And we need to look at, if we are going to develop or to transition toward a low carbon type of development, how are we going to do it without making sure that we look at the natural capital? How? That is not possible. So what we are saying is there are a number of key or important opportunities that can be used, but it all starts with accounting, for our natural capital. What is it that we have and how can we use it wisely? Then we will have other opportunities that will be the basis for this, green, we would say green economy. And then we will look at the, how we work to ensure that we can bank on the value chains, then we bring in the circular economy. There are a number of things. We also look at the food, because food is an important sector also. So in addition to natural capital accounting, what are the benefits for the government and what are the benefits for the private sector? Because we are saying, if you want to bring the private sector to be able to come in the business of climate change and help the countries, governments, really promote low carbon emission, the type of development, we need to create conditions that will bring them on board. And we're also looking at the whole, we're talking about women, we're talking about communities. The civil, professor talked about civil society at the beginning, I think during his first intervention. And these are keys to be able, to bring countries and to bring government to understand where we want to go. So like we said, public and private finance and investment are important, especially we're looking at those that are mobilized to respond to the COVID-19 induced crisis. How can they accelerate, like a just transition to a green and a just inclusive social economy. This is a good opportunity. It is a problem, but it is at the same time an opportunity for our country to restart afresh. So there are a number of things that we can say like that. I mean, there are definitely a number of avenues that we would be able to follow. And in fact, the UN has already, and a few partners have already started working, in developing tools, frameworks, and to assist countries in this travel journey. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Liu. I'm going to go to Caroline very quickly. We've got a couple of questions, I believe, for Dr. Fernando Cardoso and Dr. Ivan Oliveira. What I'd like to say is what we have seen. I mean, we have seen economic diversification, and ultimately, Dr. Ivan mentioned cooperation thanks to Mercosur. Hopefully, with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and the free trade area, we may see this. I mean, someone from Morocco last week was saying that they're looking to export 1 million cars a year, but most of their inputs are being imported from outside of Africa. Whilst ultimately, you've got the bauxite in Guinea to turn into aluminium, you've got the copper in Zambia. So ultimately, once we start thinking about those value chains, hopefully we can look at greater beneficiation on the continent, and ultimately also that will ultimately reduce carbon emissions, because taking something all the way to China and back is obviously generates carbon emissions in terms of freight and transport. Caroline, I know you've got a couple of questions from our audience, so maybe you can put them to our eminent panelists.
Yeah, sure, Omar. So our team is collecting a few questions sent from the audience via the YouTube chat and also social media. So we have one so far for Dr. Ivan Oliveira. What should Brazil do to boost its regional integration to better connect agriculture and industries to international markets? Dr. Ivan, please.
Thanks, Carolina, and our colleague who made the question. That's a very important point, and there are a couple of projects on the way. So that's the good point here. For example, if we take agriculture, obviously the central part of Brazil now is key to the production of food in the country, especially to export. And one of the projects that I'd like to mention here is the Bioceanic Corridor that's going to link Mato Grosso do Sul to the ports in the north of Chile, passing through Argentina and Paraguay. And it is one of those projects of infrastructure integration in the region that are taking place. And IPEA, my institution, is one of the institutions that are following these projects for some time now. We made a couple of impact analysis on Brazil and on the other countries of the corridor. So there is very good hope that with some bridges, it's going to be a road corridor. So it's going to link the central part of Brazil to the north of Chile, but there is room to increase, let's say, production connections among the countries of the region, and especially regarding agriculture due to the role that it plays in the central part of Brazil. So there are a couple of projects on the way, and essentially infrastructure is critical in that sense. Obviously, in South America, we have a free trade area right now, so tariffs are not important. But infrastructure is critical, and non-tariff barriers are critical. Another issue that we've been tackling here at IPEA, we try to assess how non-tariff barriers sometimes do not allow our companies to trade. And in the agricultural sector, that's also very, very important. So tackling non-tariff barriers and investing a lot more in infrastructure are the two, let's say, key channels in order to develop our integration with the countries of South America. And I'd say that it should be seen as a very important step in order to make Brazil, let's say, closer to the global economy itself. So building up those regional value chains where we can build them is very important. And definitely building up on agriculture. So all the chains related to agricultural products is something that we can do. And we do hope that projects like this Bi-Oceanic Corridor may help us to develop those sectors furthermore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe there was another question, Caroline, for Dr. Cardoso, is that right?
Yes, sure, Omar. So we have selected also one for Dr. Angel, but I will start with Dr. Fernando. How have international players like the US, Europe, and China adapted to this new scenario right now?
Well, I don't know what a new scenario means, but let's say that the entrance of China in the equation produced a huge growth on demand of commodities in the beginning of the century, and also a huge availability of funds for infrastructures and also for industry investment, although the industry investment was not very much used because we do not have developed private sectors in Africa. Just to be able to do that. In some countries there are more, in other countries there are less. But my point is that China was an element, a very important element in the equation on this century. And the United States of America is Africa is completely marginal for United States of America, but in some regions. And we know what these regions are. It is the regions close to the Red Sea, and in some Sahelian regions because of terrorism, and because terrorism is considered by the Americans as a global threat. And in some points also the drug traffic, but mostly on the western coast, because in distant coast they do not care, because heroin, cocaine, and methamphetamines, they do not go to the United States of America. They go to Europe, they go to Australia, they go to New Zealand, they go to South Africa, and they go to the countries in the region. So the point is that China, yes, US doesn't bother about what's going on in most of African countries. Europe has this fixed, let's say, mythology of regional economic integration. Regional economic integration is a myth, but it's more than a myth, it's an harmful objective, because you cannot have regional economic integration without having tradable goods. And you do not have tradable goods if you do not have industrialized countries and infrastructures. So the point is, for most, or not to say all, the African countries, is to develop national economies, is to develop regional infrastructures, no doubt, but national industries. And with that, regional economic integration is possible. To put the things the other side, beginning by regional economic integration and then going to infrastructures and going to investment, it is completely wrong. My point is, most of African leadership, since the beginning, since the formation of the African Union, the Organization of African Union, regional economic integration is in the minds, let's say, of African leaderships. Let's unite Africa. Unite Africa. Africa is not a country. Africa are 54 countries with 54 different situations. And inside each African country, there are different cultures, different languages, different economic situations, different kinds of... So the point is that we are living, historically speaking, in the process of consolidating states. And that is something that the entrance of China, I'm not implying that China saw that, because they act by their own interests, okay? But their interests, let's say, were in line with the African states, and the sense that this is what we really needed. And that happened. Unfortunately, China has a lot of troubles now. They cease to have accidents, so they do not have money to let's say, to continue to spread money all over the world in this moment. And then growth in Africa is suffering from that. European Union is not interested in investing in infrastructures. Is interesting on supporting this idea of Africa of regional economic integration and things like that. Why? Because this does not cost money. That's the point. And for the leaderships, it is this myth. This myth we have to develop what has to be developed to produce the conditions for regional economic integration to succeed. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. So, look, I think the leaders of the different countries will tell you that industrialization is key, and they understand the importance of infrastructure and of an industrial policy, and they're working on it to try and accelerate it. And we've seen some successful stories on the continent. We've seen Ethiopia's leather industry. We've seen South Africa and Egypt making some strides in textiles and in other sectors. We're seeing some development, even in terms of mining, in terms of agriculture in Kenya, the horticulture industry. So industrialization is definitely a key premise of any national development plan today. So I believe
if you say so, I'm happy.
Well, it's part of
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Everything comes down to it. You know, we're talking about, at the end, it's about human well-being.
Yeah. But leadership is critical, both in terms of making sure that you do not apply a rent-seeking mentality to natural resources. I was hearing today that the DRC, possibly one of the richest countries in terms of its what's underneath its earth, with trillions of dollars worth of lithium and cobalt and all those other minerals you mentioned, Professor. But ultimately, it's how do we use it to then develop other sectors and other industries,
yes,
and for the well-being of our people. And that only comes back down to one thing: is good leadership. We've seen bad leadership not only in Africa but across the world. I'm seeing it in different countries today. And when we see good leadership can be transformational. Bad leadership, obviously, will
including in London, yes.
We'll take you back a few years. So I think our time is up. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you to our panelists, Dr. Fernando Jorge Cardozo, and Dr. Angel Liu in Abidjan, and Dr. Ivan Oliveira. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. It's always a pleasure to be engaged with you. It was a pleasure for me to learn with all our distinguished speakers. Thank you very much for being here with us today. So as I said to Omar, the panelists, we are collecting questions. So if you are watching us right now, you can send your questions via our chat at the YouTube channel of the Brazil Africa Institute. And just remember that we are live streaming in Portuguese, English, and French. So you just need to choose the language to follow our event live. We are receiving lots of good comments here right now. Let me just acknowledge here, for example, this one I'm going to do it in Portuguese. So, Paulo Speller, da Unilab, está acompanhando aqui direto de Redenção,
Paulo Speller from Unilab in Redenção and São Francisco do Conde. Thank you very much.
Merci bien pour les très bonnes présentations. Merci to l'ambassade de Burkina Faso.
The Burkina Faso Embassy in Brazil is also following along.
C'est une bonne manière de présenter l'Afrique. Oui, je suis d'accord, Monsieur
Mr. Luciano Bezerra, this is a good way to introduce Africa. So we have good morning from Kenya and thanking us for the organization of this event. Thank you for following along. Shadrach Samuel, a different name, who is participating in Mozambique, said it's been a phenomenal start to this event. So thank you to our fellow Portuguese speakers who are following along in the Portuguese-speaking countries. And just to remind you, you can follow along in the chat, send us your comments or your questions using the hashtags. You can watch send it in the chat on YouTube, also in social media using the event's official hashtags, Brazil Africa Forum and BRAF 2021.
Our next panel. It is a theme that is really close to my heart because I have personal interest in always been learning more on this. We are just ready to start the panel, Sustainable Agriculture and Food Production, Ensuring Climate-Smart Food Systems. So we cannot speak about economic development without speaking also about a society that addresses food security, that combats hunger and also malnutrition. So it is my pleasure to welcome now, to moderate this amazing panel, the head of communications of the UN Committee on Road Food Security. Hello, Weganjo. Good morning.
Hello, Caroline. It's good morning and good afternoon from Nairobi. Really good to see you again.
Yes.
I hope you can hear me all right.
It's very good to be with you again. Thank you very much, you and all the speakers, for joining us today. Weganjo, so you are free to go. Please introduce the panelists, and the floor is yours.
Many thanks, Caroline, and congratulations to you and all the colleagues who have spent sleepless nights putting this together. It's such a timely event, which is coming together very well, and on topics that are critical, I believe, not only to Africa and Brazil, but to the rest of the world as well. As Caroline has said, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Weganjo Njoroge, and I'm sending you very warm greetings from Nairobi in Kenya. I head communications of the Rome-based Committee on World Food Security, popularly called ourselves CFS, and I'm really pleased to be anchoring this conversation today that, as Caroline has said, is close to most of our hearts, on sustainable agriculture and food production. How do we ensure climate-smart food systems? And these are critical issues, not only to us, but even at the Committee on World Food Security. And this is a committee that deals with bringing all sorts of stakeholders together to discuss critical issues impacting hunger and malnutrition globally. And hence why, as a man who drives our communications work, I'm excited to be joining this conversation and moderating it. And the topic is also personal, like what Caroline said, it's close to her heart, it's also personal to me. My country, like most other countries in Africa and across the developing world, are suffering disproportionately the impacts of climate change, which has eroded most of the food security and nutrition gains that we have made over the years. As such, the imperative to act has never been greater, and the urgency as well. And I believe all of us joining today have a moral duty to address the twin challenge of environmental degradation, which comes with its cousin, the bully, climate change, and eliminating hunger and malnutrition. And our panel today, and I'm really pleased to have such a rich, diverse group of panelists, will be addressing how do we find solutions to address these challenges. And our panelists are, and this is in no particular order, we have Dr. Maria Helena Semedo, who is the Deputy Director General at FAO. Warm welcome to you, Dr. Semedo. We have Dr. Yemi Akinbamijo, who is the Executive Director of Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, FARA. Dr. Akinbamijo, it's good to see you again, and welcome to the panel. We also have Mr. Faisal Benamua, who is the Senior Vice President for East Africa at OCP Group. Warm welcome to you, Mr. Benamua. And finally, we have Mr. Klaus Renaud, who is IFAD Country Director in Brazil. IFAD is the International Fund for Agricultural Development, also based out of Rome. Warm welcome to you, Mr. Renaud. And I'll kick off this conversation in a short while to hear from our panelists, especially around the question of how can we structure climate-smart food systems to cope with today's challenges without exhausting natural resources or harming future generations. We can't be selfish, but we live the world in a way that our children and their children will not have an inhabitable planet. And I'll start with you, Dr. Semedo. The recent edition of the State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World Report, SOFI 2021, which you produced with a number of other UN agencies, has given us a really sobering outlook of the global food security and nutrition challenge. You say close to 811 million people were hungry in 2020. About 3 billion people lack access to healthy diet. How do we address these without harming the environment? Is it even possible, Dr. Semedo? Over to you.
Thank you, Ganjo. Good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, bom dia, boa tarde, bom dia, Carolina. Good afternoon to all. First of all, let me thank the Brazil African Forum for inviting FAO to join this panel. Let me greet my fellow panelists. Let me start for something you and Caroline said. We cannot achieve sustainable development without address food security. We cannot thrive as a society with people being in extreme poverty, hunger, malnutrition. But we cannot achieve food production and with not taking care of our environment. This to say that environment should go hand in hand with development, and food security or food system needs to go hand in hand with sustainable environment. And this to say that, as you rightly said, today we have 811 million people facing hunger and 1/3 in Africa. What are the drivers of that? We refer to climate variability and extremes, conflict, economic slowdowns and downturns. And now, if you see, it has been exacerbated by COVID-19 pandemic. And COVID-19 increased for more than 100 million, 130 million people suffering for food insecurity. And if we continue with this path, we cannot achieve our sustainable development agenda. And we continue in a world where we have food security, malnutrition, poverty, and we don't reach the goals our leaders, they commit in 2015. Then what we need to do? First, we need to have a holistic system-based approach. And I think the Food System Summit shows us that we cannot look only at production. We need to look to production, to transformation, to consumption. And this is where we have to have a systemic approach where we can produce, but we can bring the maximum benefits to our natural resources, or the minimum impact on our natural resources. What we need? We need a more efficient, inclusive, and resilient agri-food systems. How to do it? To produce sustainably, where we have a lot, agroecology is one solution, how we can use less input, but produce the same with less, how we can bring more efficient to water, to land, but also we need to put biodiversity at the center of agro-food system. We need to sustainably use what we have in terms of ecosystems, species, and genetic resources. And biodiversity will also provide us the diversification of our food. We are not putting pressure on 5 varieties we are doing. And we have examples. I don't know if you can enter now in examples, but just to tell you that it's possible to produce more food, to reduce the food insecure number of people. At the same time, we protect our environment. I will talk later about what we have in FAO, what you have done with IFAD, with FARA, with other partners, but I think you have a panoply of solutions with climate smart approach, which can give us the solution to what we are talking today. And I think the nature-based solution, the circular economy principles, where we reduce the waste, we can use the organic waste, we can improve the access to renewable energy. They are all examples and evidence that it's possible and we can do it. We need policies, we need investment, but more than that, we need leadership. Let me stop with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Semedo. And I like that you have started itemizing some practical examples of things that we need to do to address this false dichotomy between development and environmental sustainability. And development, you're looking at feeding our people by doing it sustainably. I'll come to you, Dr. Kimba-Mejo, and I want us to bring it slightly closer home to Africa. And this year we have seen two landmark global moments. We have had the UN Food Systems Summit, and we just a couple of weeks back, we had the Climate Change Conference of Parties 26 that happened in Glasgow. And there's many more to come, including the Nutrition for Growth Summit. How do we tap the momentum of these events to climate-proof African food systems? To, as you say, we are affected badly by climate change. Are we seeing anything practical that we can utilize out of these moments?
Oh, thank you very much, Waiganjo. I think that's a wonderful question from your end. Let me first of all send greetings to the panelists and the listeners. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you may be listening or watching this event from. And also to give my warm compliments to my dear friend and brother, Jean Bosco Monte. Now, you have raised a very good point, Waiganjo, given all of these events that are happening, especially in the course of this year, 2020, we shouldn't be facing these, what I call the paradox of poverty and hunger, and a lot of the fallout from this, given that this is a year in which we just closing from the COP, we just had the UN Food System Summit, all of them bringing to the fore how to address the key concern of SDG number 2 in particular. But then the key question which you have raised, my dear brother, is how can we climate-proof the production system? Now, doing this, climate-proofing the food system, is a multifaceted challenge, and the solution must also be multifaceted. It must be multidimensional. I mean, Madam Semedo alluded to some of the issues a short while ago. It must be addressed from a biological point of view.
We seem to have lost Dr. Kimba-Mejo for a moment there. He was having trouble with connection. He's at the moment in Johannesburg in South Africa. So as we wait for Dr. Kimba-Mejo to connect, I'll come to you. Are you back, Dr. Kimba-Mejo? We unfortunately
I think
hear.
I'll just switch off my...
Yeah, that's probably better.
That's a shame. I'm sorry about this. Do you hear me now?
We hear you loud and clear. Thank you. Carry on.
Thank you. Apologies for that. I cannot control this, but this is how it is. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that in order to climate-proof the production system, which is a necessity for us in Africa, we need to look at three aspects. The three aspects are: one, we need to look at the biology of the production system. Secondly, we need to look at the social infrastructure, the social aspect of the production system, which includes infrastructure, marketing, and most importantly, what technologies. Now, when I mean technology, I'm not talking about biotechnologies, but I'm looking at technologies that can allow us to extend shelf life, to reduce post-harvest losses. So in other words, what is clear to us is that we need to produce more with less. We are confronted with a scenario where the natural resources that produce our food is not unlimited. And it seems in a way that we are exceeding the carrying capacity of the planet. So it means that if we're not careful, we will be burning the candle at both ends, or we will be digging a hole to fill a hole. Therefore, to avoid this double whammy, intensification will become crucial. And Waiganjo, let it be clear, only 10% of our production, of our food production system, will emanate from expansion of land areas. The remaining 90% will come from intensification. And so the better we prepare for this, the better we can climate proof, or rather, the better we climate proof our systems, the better we can prepare ourselves for sustainable intensification. But let me stop there for now, and I'm sorry for the unstable internet issues that we're having.
Not a problem at all, Dr. Kingbemidja. We totally understand it happens to all of us. And you have started speaking to a few very interesting items that will come to, including how to start incentivizing good behavior in a sense. And I can't wait to hear from you and the rest of the panelists about that. But before we get to that, Mr. Reno, you sit in a very interesting place at IFAD in Brazil. You must have seen quite a few examples of addressing these issues without, as Dr. Kingbemidja has said, lighting the candle on both ends. Are there examples of initiatives you're seeing in Brazil that Africa could learn from, and vice versa, that in Africa that Brazil could learn from?
Thanks so much, Waiganjo, and also my hearty thank you to the Brazil Africa Institute for organizing this panel and the forum, and a greeting also to my fellow panelists. I think these questions are really important, and I like the way in which both Maria Elena and Yemi have been addressing this so far. I think obviously we have a huge twin challenge here. We have a food security challenge and we have a climate challenge. And I think we even have a third one, which is a biodiversity challenge. And those three need to be somehow looked at together. And yes, we do have examples. We have examples of how not to do it in Brazil. And we have examples of how it can be done much better, much smarter. And in respect of how not to do it, I think the dual agricultural system that we have in Brazil, with a very intensive industrial agriculture on the one hand, and a very low intensity, low output smallholder agriculture on the other hand, with millions of small farms just in Brazil, that gives us basically the whole spectrum of it. If I look at the industrial agriculture, just to say a little bit on how not to do it in a climate smart way, I think the intensification that Yemi was mentioning, which is badly needed in order to feed the world, that should not go the way of very large fields with single species, which create a kind of green desert, using lots of herbicides and pesticides to poison the environment. And also the deforestation that often goes with it is definitely of grave concern. So there we have the climate aspects also right in it. I think if we look at local solutions to these global problems, then we need to look at ways in which people can actually live with nature and produce both an income and produce food, and thereby also look at the distribution effects of it, because it doesn't really help our food security if we have production of enough food, but then a very large part of the world population cannot afford to get that food. So we need to have the distribution also in there, and that's where the smallholder farmers come in. And they have lots of solutions where they are actually working with the great biodiversity on their farms. In Brazil, IFAD is promoting agroforestry systems, for example, in the very hostile semi-arid region where people are struggling with a long dry spell. And by having a very good mix of crops, including annual crops and also tree crops, and the tree crops very often providing also fodder for small stock, including also Opuntia cactus, which is really hardy and which can survive the long dry spell. We have a lot of solutions there which are creating soil cover to prevent erosion, which are keeping the soil cool, which are increasing the the organic content in the soil, and thereby really create a sustainable system that is also climate smart, because it does accumulate carbon in the soil. So we have mitigation effects right there. And we also have lots of adaptation effects, because the hardy species can adapt to different environments. We have the diversity, we have the crop cover, and we have the soil health, which comes with it, and all the different organisms that live there, and the different mechanisms that can basically control the system getting out of control this or that way. With pests which may multiply, you then have other pests that can control them. So a diverse system like this is much more healthy and can provide the income and also the food for the people. So we need to have these kind of solutions in order to get away from a situation where smallholder farmers cannot produce enough food, don't have enough land in order to feed themselves. And it is one of the big absurdities that the people who produce food, the farmers in many countries, are actually the ones going hungry.
Thank you, Reno, for sharing that. And I think that point you closed at is critical. The people who produce food are, often cases they're the most hungry, and this is a tragedy, or if not an indictment on all of us. Mr. Benamou, yours is an interesting place where you sit in terms of you represent a constituency that is significantly different from the other panelists. From OCP, where you're constantly innovating and finding new ways of increasing productivity, what are some of the approaches that you're pushing that can help us feed the increasing population while sustaining the integrity of our environment?
Thank you, my brother Ganjo. I think we are all here, let's say, worried about the same dilemma, how to produce more to face the food insecurity and the hunger that is increasing, especially during this COVID time, and especially in Africa. And but in the same time, how to do it in a sustainable manner without aggravating the situation of climate change and the increase of the global heat temperature. I think Africa may not be the main trigger or the biggest contributor to climate change, but looking at the numbers and the exposition of some African countries to natural disaster, it's the first to be impacted by climate change. And agricultural productivity will come under pressure from climate change, with large part of Africa expected to experience downward yield pressure of above 15%, I think. And it's estimated that across Africa, maize yield will drop by 5%, and the wheat yield will drop by 17% by 2050 if we remain with the same situation. So let's ask ourselves the key question: how can African countries, along with international partners, join a hand to contribute together to mitigate this issue? And for us, there is two key words as the answer to this dilemma. It's carbon sequestration. You know that this specific topic today is more important than ever and strategic for African continent, as the potential for Africa is to capture the last academic research provide an estimation of 530 million tons of CO2 captured per year, almost 3 times the global potential of European continent. And if we look at the Brazilian experience in this field, with what have been done in Cerrado region along since the start of CO2 sequestration project, what started as an environmental project is becoming now a structural and well-organized ecosystem, controlled, managed by Sol institution and Brazilian Research Institute. And for us, this carbon sequestration methodology have two, let's say, two big arms. The first one is the smart and balanced fertilization to restore soil health and its biomass and its ability to secure better yield and therefore the needed food to feed our population. And the second one is appropriate farming practices like the non-tillage, called also conservation agriculture, the ground cover, the crop rotation and biodiversity. We at OCP, we are focused on the first part of this approach of carbon sequestration, addressing the smart and balanced fertilization. We have invested heavily in different African countries to put in place this balanced and smart fertilization. First, by developing with the African partners soil fertility map in order to make sure that we are assessing the nutrient availability in African soils, and then secondly to translate those soil fertility map we are developing in those African countries to customized fertilizers. So investing in R&D to develop those customized fertilizers, and then investing heavily in production asset to make those customized formula available for the different smallholder farmer across the continent.
Thank you, Mr. Benhamou, and I like the direction you have taken, as you have not only itemized a few things that need to be done to get us to a place where we achieve sustainable agriculture, but started speaking about some ways of incentivizing that, making it happen, including production of soil maps, etc. And I still stay with you. What other approaches? How do you get governments, farmers, the partners you mentioned to start taking up sustainable agriculture? And is it even possible? Is it possible to get sustainable agriculture from where you sit? And if yes, how do we achieve it?
I will give it as an example what the success story we had in Ethiopia. We started a few years back by as I said, developing the soil fertility map. We did it with the ATA at the time, the Ethiopian Agricultural Transformation Agency, and the Ethiopian Ministry of Agriculture. It took for us 3 years to develop a comprehensive soil fertility map of the country. We turned it to customized formula for each region in Ethiopia, for Amhara, for Oromia, Southern Province, Tigray, all the region. And by developing those customized formula, it turned to be less expensive to procure for smallholder farmer. And it secured for them plus 40% on their agricultural yield. So imagine a smallholder farmer with the same annual effort he is spending in his plot plant, getting plus 40% in the yield and spending less on supplying fertilizer. And the result at national level, and we are not talking about field demonstration or sample, we are talking about result at a very large country. It provides to Ethiopia plus 20% on for its global food production. And in the last 2 years, Ethiopia that have been suffering from severe famine crisis for decades. The last 2 years, Ethiopia is exporting food crops, is exporting maize to Kenya. And all these schemes have been developed without subsidy. It has been developed thanks to the governance and the commitment of the Ethiopian government, and in the same times to the R&D effort and the trust in this vision developed by OCP Group and its different subsidiaries.
Thank you very much, and it's good to hear about that really practical example. And I'll turn to Dr. Semedo. At the very beginning, I started giving us a couple of examples, and FAO probably is the most influential of institutions on global agriculture. What are some approaches that you have seen work with all stakeholders, from farmers to governments, in this effort to drive sustainability in the agricultural sector, Dr. Semedo?
Okay, thank you. Let me just comment for some of what my fellow panelists said. The first is we need to put farmers at the center, and we need to give them the appropriate incentive and also the financial support. We need to bring innovation, and I would like to agree with Yemi that innovation is not only technology. Innovation are the knowledge. It can come from the farmers, it can come from the indigenous people, are solutions which has shown that they can be multiplied. And we need to have what we call a package of innovative solutions to be shared across regions and across continents, if I can use this word. And the solution is there. I think we mentioned some coming from Brazil. We have the experience from Cerrado. I also would like to share with you an experience from Brazil, what they call the low carbon agriculture plan. The Brazil has this plan, and they provide low interest to the farmers who wants to implement the sustainable agriculture practices. And really it shows that it can change the use of agriculture approaches if we have the appropriate incentives. But the incentives goes to seeds, it goes to the new technologies, it goes to the climate services. We didn't talk much about what climate service we can provide in weather forecast, in early warning system. They are very also important. But we refer on diversification of cropping system, the conservation agriculture, deficiency on water management. We have a platform where we call VAPOR. It gives you the water you need in different regions and with different crops. And I can tell you that we show yesterday a map in a region where we can see dark in terms of desert, and where we use the appropriate water, you can see some greening coming. This is what I call, we need some technology to give us to improve productivity and to improve efficiency. And what we also call the circular economy, where we reduce the waste, and we can always use the waste on organic compost, on energy, and also reduce the food waste. We didn't talk much, but when we waste food, we are wasting the inputs. We are contributing to increase the carbon in the atmosphere. And this is really an important issue. But another example that it has been very much discussed, we discussed in the COP26, we had what we call a methane pledge. And if you see that 40% of the methane is coming from livestock and it's coming from rice production, Brazil have the solutions, how we can use to reduce the methane and to continue to have our livestock production. It could be through different feed, it could be to different breeding, it could to have more integrated production like agroforestry. But just to tell you an example, several examples, and you ask how to bring the governments. And I think we need to bring the governments with the appropriate policies and appropriate incentives. And another issue raised is the partnership and how to bring the private sector on the solution and to the debate. This is really important. It's not a problem of the government, it's a problem of the full spectrum of stakeholders in the food system or agri-food system approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Semedo. Dr. Kinbumejo, are you seeing, from where you sit, with an overview of operations on the continent in Africa, what are some great examples you're seeing following up on what both Dr. Semedo and Mr. Banimura have said that we have the right type of incentives. Governments are taking these up. All the stakeholders that Dr. Semedo has said, it's not an issue for governments, only it's for all of us. What are some of the examples you see?
Okay, first of all, I think I will switch off my camera so that I can be able to speak with less interference. Well, notice, Waiganjo, I started off my intervention by saying that we have a paradox of poverty and hunger. And I think that where we are today, are you hearing me?
Yeah, carry on, we hear you all right.
Oh, okay. All right, sorry. So where we are today, it is very well known that Africa is very well resourced, but it must take the right type of policies, the right type of technologies to unlock the potentials that we have always been talking about. Now, just to be brief, we know that Africa can actually overcome the food challenge and become a kind of a world food basket, but the resources are largely untapped because, leave alone the COVID, the climate change impact on the continent is already overwhelming. So it will necessarily take a lot of science and biotechnology to unlock the latent values of these potentials. Now, biotechnology is not everything, but we need to have the right policies. We need to have the political will, the right type of leadership. And we understand that these biological attributes that will better characterize, need to be better characterized, conserved, and utilized, and be conserved for future generation. I was very happy to hear from my brother from the OCP, Mr. Benamor, that with the work that we're doing, also guiding and mapping and helping us to use resources in a very optimal way. I think we need to bring all science together, bring all the policies together, and to putting all of these into use, we will be able to meet our goals. Over to you, Waiganjo.
Thank you very much. We heard you very, very well, Dr. Kimbamiji. I think the solution you have improvised is working. Mr. Reina, from you mentioned a couple of examples of work that IFAD is driving in Brazil. Are you seeing an uptake of this? You talked about agroforestry and a couple of other examples. And how are you doing to drive that uptake?
Sorry, Waiganjo, could you just repeat that? Am I seeing?
What are you doing to drive the uptake of some of those great examples you gave us of some work you're driving in Brazil?
Right, many thanks. Important question because as I was mentioning, the millions of smallholder farmers we have here, uptake is really a big issue, and it's a big challenge for us to reach as many farmers as really need these kind of technologies. So we have a whole repertoire of semi-arid technologies which have been tested in our projects as being sustainable and responsive and creating income, but to roll them out to the 2 million smallholder farmers which are working in the semi-arid of Brazil, and let alone the millions of farmers in Africa that could also very well use them. That is a real challenge. And we've obviously seen difficulties during the pandemic. The extension services cannot go out and reach farmers, but that's also led us to a number of solutions. So in a way, turning this to an opportunity has been possible. Working in a remote way, trying to complement the traditional extension services with digital and remote extension, people being called on their cell phones to be able to ask questions, to be able to reach them with suggestions. And we see that there is a lot still to do in terms of digital technical assistance with which farmers can be reached in order to learn about new options and also the challenges that they are facing. And I think the carbon sequestration issue is one which very many farmers haven't seen yet. So I'm very grateful to Faisal Ben Amer for mentioning that. And at the same time, I think that the sustainable issues really require a lot of collaboration with research institutions, like we are working with Embrapa, for example, on developing technologies for carbon-free or low-carbon livestock production for smallholders and for small stock, like Embrapa has already developed it for large-scale producers. And so these things are really important. And at the same time, many sustainable or sustainability questions need to be understood better and need to be taken into account. Like, for example, the phosphate fertilizer that Ben Amer was mentioning. I think that the phosphate crisis, which is looming above us, with the possibility of the phosphate that we're using being exhausted by 2040, that is a real challenge. So is it sustainable to apply larger amounts of fertilizer? Probably not. And we also have phosphate pollution issues. I think these things need to be taken into account in order to really reach sustainable production systems which create income and which also produce the sufficient amounts and qualities of food that we need for the world population.
Excellent. Really good examples there, Reno, and great work that you and colleagues undertaking. Wish you the very, very best. We are approaching the end of our panel discussion. We just have about 5 or so minutes to go. And I know we have all touched on different examples of solutions, practices that should be transferred between countries and regions, especially in the developing world. I'll give you an impossible task of distilling those into 1 or 2. If your life depended on it, what are those 2 or so practices or solutions that you would say, let's take them from one region to the other? And I'll start with you, Dr. Akinbamijo. This will be your parting shot. We want this to be what people remember as part of this cross-pollination exercise.
Okay, thank you very much, Raganjo. Once again, I'll switch off my camera. And I just want to say that what lessons have we learned from the inter-regional cooperations that can become one of the take-home messages from this event? We at FARA, we are currently running a program with the government of Brazil, which is a hand-holding program that we call pedagogical retooling. In other words, we are trying to remodel the way we train and build capacities for agriculture. And right now we have 120 students who just left for Brazil some 3 weeks ago. Now the reason is very simple, Waganjo. On the African continent, we are graduating about 40,000 agriculture graduates every year, but the food bill is on the increase. Now, this doesn't add up. And we are asking ourselves, how did Brazil manage to transition from a food net importer to net exporter over a period? That is what we are now trying to unravel and to do a kind of a technology transfer.
We're losing you, Dr. Akinbamijo. I'm afraid it looks like the network is struggling to hold. Can you try it again? Just try come through, we see. Now it looks like we have lost Dr. Akinbamijo, so I'll come to you, Dr. Semedo. And as I said,
you didn't hear me.
No, we lost you for a moment.
Yes, I think we are having some troubles listening to Dr. Kimbamisho Agenjo. Maybe you can move to other speaker right now.
Totally agree with you, Caroline. So, Dr. Semedo, I'm now saying it's an impossible task for you to summarize it to one or two things.
Let me maybe give you an example. Something we didn't refer is land restoration. You know that in Africa, we have 393 million of dry land, degraded dry land. And FAO is not only FAO. FAO is working with a multitude of UN and other partners to convert those lands in countries such as Burkina Faso, Nigeria, Niger, Senegal, to restore them and come in an area where we can produce nutritious food, we can produce feed, energy, and shelter. And this will bring increased production, increased income, increased food and livelihoods, and bring resilience to climate change. This is something we started in Africa. We are going to Latin America and we are going to Asia to reproduce what we are doing. This is an example which can scale up and go beyond a region.
Thank you very much, Dr. Semedo. Mr. Benamua, anything from your end?
I will conclude by, if I have to pick one topic, it would be the 4R nutrient stewardship framework, which means the right balanced nutrient, the right rate, the right time, at the right place. And to do so, we have to invest in R&D. We have to invest in providing the appropriate training to the farmer, and to invest in the industrial asset that turn the outcome of the R&D to the right input provided to the trained farmer.
Thank you very much. Mr. Reina, over to you.
Thanks so much. And after these really valuable contributions by my colleagues, I'd like to concentrate on water, because I see that as a huge challenge, especially in the context of climate change. And one solution that I really like are underground dams, which IFAD supported projects are financing in Brazil. These underground dams are simple plastic sheets which are dug vertically into the soil in a gently sloping valley, and that prevents a lot of water runoff and accumulates rainwater in the ground, and that rainwater would otherwise erode the slope, and now it keeps the soil moist, and actually it needs no extra space as dams do. So these underground dams, they can hold hundreds of cubic meters of water, they can feed shallow wells from which fields can be irrigated, they allow the land to be cultivated with diverse crops, including fruit trees, and it's a system that can help with adaptation to rising temperatures and also dwindling rainfall. So it really promotes biodiversity, carbon accumulation, soil fertility, and a lot of diversified food production. So I think it's a very good solution for smallholder farmers, which we would also very much like to promote in many places in Africa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reino. I'll come to Dr. Kimbamijo to see whether he's able to complete his thought. Dr. Kimbamijo, over to you.
I can only say that we need to see how we can exchange capacities, strengthen capacities to be able to mitigate these challenges. One current example that I mentioned earlier on is the contribution of the government of Brazil to the training of
I'm afraid we have lost you again, Dr. Kimbamijo.
To graduate itself from being, are you hearing me?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Okay, my goodness, I'm very sorry about this. In any case, the last word is that we just need to see, an example of a best practice is what we are doing with the government of Brazil now for agriculture and the value chain development. I think I'll leave it as that. I'm sorry about these connection issues.
Not a problem whatsoever. Everyone, that has been an incredibly enlightening conversation. And many, many thanks to our panelists for sharing with us their own experiences, the experiences of their own institutions. We cannot thank you enough. My takeaway from this is the challenge may appear complex, the solutions don't sound complex. I think it's possible, it's doable. We need to get down to work. I thank you all for your time and looking forward to continuing this conversation. And I hand it back to Caroline, and thank you, Caroline, and your team for putting this together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eganjo, and all the speakers. I cannot say how pleased I am for being here today learning with you. It was an amazing panel, and for sure, after the event, I'm going to have to rewatch this to catch a little bit of your thoughts today. Thank you very much for joining us today. So, to follow up with our program right now, I'm going to invite Professor João Bosco Monte to join me here at this stage, because we have to make an update, Professor.
Yep.
We just received a comment from Mr. Francis saying, I can't wait to have the Brazil-Africa Institute in Ghana. But the Brazil-Africa Institute is already in Ghana, right?
Yes, actually we are there, but we are not there anymore because of COVID. So we stopped our initiatives there since last year, but I'm sure that next year, 2022, we will be back to Ghana, but not only in Ghana. We will have some surprises at the end of the event. I will announce tomorrow, but yes, we're going to be back to Ghana soon.
And so far, so good, the event?
Yeah, actually, the first session we had and the second session were very good. We got some good statements, some ideas, but again, we need to transform all the ideas that we received today, Caroline, into actions. And I understand the voices of the previous speakers with the speakers that we will have during the day today and tomorrow will be an important moment for us to, again, put our hands together.
And talking about this specific panel we just had, Professor, we cannot talk about anymore about economic development, sustainable development, without addressing the points, the key issues towards food security.
We have a very dramatic moment that the world is facing. Food security or insecurity is one important aspect of human behavior. We need to bring solutions for people not only in Africa, not only in Brazil, not only in Latin America, in Asia. So countries like Brazil should be connected with countries in Africa to produce more food, but not only food, but good food. We need to work together. We are emphasizing. I remember last year when we had, 2 years ago actually, in São Paulo, we had the edition of the Brazil-Africa Forum in São Paulo, and the main theme, I know you remember, was food security.
Yes.
So food security is in our agenda. We have at the Brazil-Africa Institute one important program, which is the YTTP, which means Youth Technical Training Program. And one of the main aspects when we bring young Africans to receive technical training in Brazil is to produce more food, to develop in the way that we produce more and efficient food in Africa using the Brazilian technology, the Brazilian way, Brazilian know-how.
Sure, Professor. So we have heard also a lot about regional integration. So we know that Brazil has this context of being in the South America, but we also have to seek integration with the African countries again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Africa is very big, and it's important to clarify.
Has Dr. Fernando has pointed in our first panel, we used to talk about Africa has just one big country, but it's far from this.
Yeah, one of the mandate of the Brazil-Africa Institute is to open people's mind, open people's vision about what Africa is. Most of the time, people see Africa as one single, as my friend Fernando mentioned, one single place, one single national state. Africa is more than that. Africa has 54 countries with very different aspects. They are individuals. Of course, we have some similarities. If you look to Southern Africa, if you look to North of Africa, they are not the same. If you compare, just say one simple example, Nigeria is not the same as Cape Verde. They are countries in Africa, but they are different. And one of the directions that we are following very precisely at the Institute is to give to our friends in Brazil, but also outside Brazil, the possibility of looking to Africa as a continent, but respecting, I can say, the individuality of each country, which is important. Brazil, on the other hand, representing South America, it's a door to be open for Africa to understand how South America, Latin America in general, can be a partner of Africa. And you mentioned regional integration. It's very important. And if you look to blocks, you have now Mercosur, you have what I mentioned before, the free trade area of Africa. And we are defending this agenda of collaboration to have, again, social and economic development.
Sure, Professor. And look into some of the countries in Africa right now. You have mentioned that we can find lots of similarities between Brazil and the countries in the African continent. So how can Brazil take advantage of these similarities to boost this relationship again?
I can say this very easily. Many times when I speak with Africans and I say, listen, we need to work, we need to bring some Brazilian experiences, and they say, why not? Because what works in Brazil can work very, very easily in Africa. If you look back to Brazil, let's say 40 years ago, look into the agriculture again. Brazil is the same thing as we see in some parts of Africa. And when I come to the savannah, in Africa, we see the same climate conditions as we see in the Cerrado of Brazil. If we did well in Brazil, if we transform Brazil from a place where we used to import food, now we are exporting. And Africa can do the same. Africa can reinvent itself, look into the Brazilian experience. But we need to respect that we are not bringing from Brazil and implementing directly in Africa without respecting, again, the individuality. We need to adapt. Sometimes we need to customize according to the need of the African countries. But yes, we can take advantage of the experience of Brazil and apply it directly in Africa.
So, Professor, now I'm going to invite you to sit there because I know that now you are going to have a special talk. You are going to be one of the guests of our next panel. We are going to start right now the panel Fostering Cooperation Between Brazil and Africa, Sharing Solutions Across Crops and Value Chains. And I'm very pleased to welcome now Dr. Fadel Ndiame, which is the Deputy President of AGRA. Can I have Dr. Fadel here with us?
Good afternoon.
Hello, Dr.
Caroline.
Fadel. It's so nice to see you again. How are you?
Same here, doing well, and congrats for a very good start of this year's edition.
Thank you very much for joining us today. So Professor João Bosco Monte is already ready to engage with you in this panel. I will leave you now. Professor, I know you are in good hands right now. Thank you, Dr. Fadel. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm really pleased to be here today and along with my leaders, the African leaders, to support Africa-Brazil Forum 2021. And I want to thank you, Caroline and Prof. Monte Bosco, for inviting us. As you mentioned, Caroline, my name is Fadel Ndiame. I'm Deputy President of AGRA, and I have the privilege and the honor of moderating this current and important session. Now, let's start just with few facts. And it's good to see my brother, the Professor Monte, joining us. Brazil and African countries have unquestionable similarities in their natural resource endowment, and that was highlighted in the concluding remark of Professor Monte. And this in turn has led to really quite comparable path in terms of agriculture with good practices, innovation and technologies. And I think the purpose of this discussion this afternoon, we explore how we can bring the two countries even closer so that we can embark together on the path of a more sustainable food system. Now, to do this, I'm pleased to have two very prominent panelists. I want to start with you, Professor. I don't need to introduce you in your own platform, but I just want to highlight that not only you are a professor, but you are a very innovative leaders who actually launched this platform, really trying to build a bridge between Africa and the continent. Really very happy to have you with us this afternoon, Prof. And my second guest is an uncommon leader, an African leader, His Excellence Haile Mariam Desalegn. Your Excellence, if you manage to connect, please have your video on as I do your introduction. Firstly, I want to say
Fadel,
that
I think I can only speak through the microphone because video failed to show up. But anyway, okay. I will continue on with the microphone.
Thank you very much, sir. I think we will make it work. Thank you. So I was just saying that you are the second executive prime minister of Ethiopia, and you serve in this leadership capacity from August 2012 to April 2018. But prior to that, you also served as deputy prime minister and minister of foreign affairs, social affairs minister, and government chief minister under the Prime Minister Meles. And you also serve as a governor of the Southern Region State for 6 years. So we're really pleased to have you here, sir, in your double capacity as a leader, a statesman, but also as the leader of AGRA and the leaders of partners, the AGRF Partners Group. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
So to get us started, I would like to start with you, Prof. Basically, and just to give you some of the ground rule of this session, that we want pretty much to make very conversational. I expect to have 3 rounds of engagement with each of you, asking you initially to make your, framing remark. Prof. Monte, in your case, just tell us a bit more about IBRAF, your vision of the South-South Triangular Cooperation, and the experience of your institution in facilitating relationship between the continent and Brazil. So let me start with you for your opening remark, Prof. Monte. The floor is yours.
I think, can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you.
Very
now
good.
I can hear you.
Very good. So I was saying that it's a pleasure, my dear brother Fadel. Every time when I speak with Fadel, it looks like we are close. We know each other for a long time. Yes, we know each other for a quite time, but Fadel is so impressed and so enthusiastic about doing things with Brazil that gives me the idea that we need to do more, and that's why the Brazil Africa Institute is engaged now with AGRA. I remember last year when I visited the headquarters of AGRA, my dear brother Fadel, in Nairobi, and we met and discussed possibilities of integration and interaction. I had the idea that we should bring AGRA to this edition of the Brazil Africa Forum, and that's why I'm very happy that you accepted immediately when I approached to you, say, why don't you come to the Brazil Africa Forum, not individually, but bringing the logo of AGRA with us. And I'm being very positive about what we can do, bringing the Brazilian experience to the African continent. But let me give to you and the audience an idea about what IBRAF is. When I founded the Institute 10 years ago, the idea very pragmatically was to put together Brazilians and Africans in a way that we should know each other. Sometimes we think that we know our neighbor, we think that we know who are in front of us, but we need to go beyond, we need to go deep. That's why the Brazil Africa Institute has its mandate to promote this integration. And one of the agenda that we understand, which is more and very important, is the South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation. And having this conversation with you today, and my dear friend, Prime Minister Hailemariam, is the moment that we create to again try to bring not only the two organizations, IBRAF and AGRA, but others involved. During this event, during the Brazil-Africa Forum this year, we are receiving many participation. And I understand the ideas that we are provoking now can be transformed into actions. The mandate of the Institute is to catalyze the atmosphere that we have in terms of good experiences from Brazil to Africa, but also bringing African experiences to Brazil. I understand we can learn from each other very easily. Sometimes people say that Africa will learn from Brazil. Yes, I understand that, but we can do in the way around. And I'm learning too much. Every time when I go to places in Kenya, where you are now, and I go to Senegal, remember we had a very good discussion in Senegal last year. I understand we can bring these experiences from Africa to Brazil, from Ethiopia. My dear friend, Prime Minister, your country is a place where Brazil can take too much of knowledge. And I understand this moment now, facilitated by AGRA with us, is a landmark that we can use to emphasize the importance of South-South cooperation, which is a very and strong operational way for us to bring development for Africa, for Brazil, and for our friends. So, thanks again, my dear brother Fadel.
Thank you, Brother Monte. I think again, we share the same energy, the same passion for reconnecting two continents that have a lot in common, not only history, geography, but also the future. Now, with that, I will make a transition to His Excellency Hailemariam Desalegn. Your Excellency, as I alluded to in my introduction, you wear several hats, but I want to speak now to the head of state, to the leader of AGRA, but also the leader of the AGRF Partners Group. And the question I have to you, sir, for your introductory remark is the following. Now, considering some of the major events, COVID-19, UN Food Systems Summit, COP26, and the engagement you also had with your peer, head of state, please paint for us the status of African agriculture. What are the challenges and what do you see as opportunities as we speak now? So over to you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fadel. And first of all, I would like to thank Professor Monte for founding this very important institution between the two tropical regions, continents, let me say. I consider Brazil as one of the continents because of its size and population. And of course, it also represents Latin American continent. Having said this, I'm very much pleased to be here today to take part in this Brazil-Africa Forum, which I was also part last year. And I'm very happy to again be with you today. I think the IBRAF has expertise as a facilitator of good practices. And as the Professor Monte said, we can share our experiences. There are some best practices that can be shared from Africa. As he mentioned, Africa is not one country. Africa is a very diverse continent with different practices that we can share with each other. I think this year, as I mentioned, I think 2021 is one of the landmark historical year because there are a number of events that has taken place this year. If you remember, Dr. Fadel, I think we had our AGRF summit, which is leading to our UN Food Systems Summit, and also the COP26, which is also a very important event, which has happened. We are also looking forward to see the Biodiversity Convention, which is going to be convened in China, most probably in 6 months' time, I think. And also the Desertification Convention as well. All this shows us that this is a very good year, that Brazil and Africa started to work together, and AGRA and also the institute, the Brazil African Institute, started to work together to bring about expeditious changes that has to take place, which is matching to the current reality. You know, we have triple challenge of food security and nutrition in Africa and elsewhere. Of course, we can learn from the Zero Hunger program of Brazil. When I was in office, we have been engaging with the former President Lula of Brazil on the Zero Hunger program, which Brazil has successfully conducted. And we have challenge in Africa now with food insecurity and nutrition security as well. You know, Africa is a very young continent, and we have jobs and incomes, which becomes a very big challenge at this moment. Of course, we have to address this very well, and this is also another challenge. We have, you know, the environmental sustainability issue is also a big challenge we have to address. I think the COP26 has come with some of the issues. But beyond that, in Africa, we have also a challenge of conflicts. You know, Africa is marred with lots of conflict, and including my own country. You know, no one has expected that my country, Ethiopia, will end up with this kind of conflict. And you see this kind of incidents happening in many parts of Africa, which derails our gains we have made for ourselves. So I think this is also one of the major challenges we have to address. And COVID-19 is, all of you know, I think it has become also a big challenge. So we have to address all these challenges. Now, between 2000 and 2016, several African countries were able to dramatically reduce the prevalence of stunting and wasting. But since then, however, due to climate change and protracted conflicts, which I mentioned, progress on addressing malnutrition has stalled. And in some cases, it's reversed. And the COVID-19 pandemic has further hampered efforts to deliver on healthy diets containing sufficient, diverse, and safe food for all. So I think this includes also not only adults, but also mothers and infants. And we need to address all these challenges to ourselves. So Fadel, knowing this, we have tried this year AGRF Summit to understand, perhaps for the first time in our history, for many of us, what food systems are. And we used to have a fragmented, broken system, only focusing on production. But this time, we came to understand that COVID-19 has exposed the weaknesses of our system, where we, including the UN Food System Summit, has come up with a comprehensive, interconnected, systemic approach to resolve all these problems and the challenges we are facing today. So this is amplified, of course, and our understanding and put pressure on the way we produce and consume food. So I think at the AGRF and during my travel around Africa before the summit, we heard a loud call for us to develop a more integrated approach to our food systems. And so then comes the climate change issue, which is a big challenge. COP26, even though it's not as optimistically seen, we have a cautious optimism on the results of the COP26, but nonetheless, it has put some strides that we can work together and look forward without losing hope to address this challenge of climate change and its impacts. And so therefore, we need food systems that are built on biodiversity, net zero carbon goals, and healthy people. None of this will happen without innovation, finance, and trade. So in summing up, we need innovation, finance, and trade work best when we collaborate and share knowledge and best practices. So that's the need for this cooperation between AGRA and the Brazil Africa Institute and the continent of Africa, and as well as the continent of Latin America, and specifically Brazil as a big nation that can share its experiences.
Thank you so much, Excellence. I think you painted a very comprehensive picture of the continent, the opportunity, the broader context, some of the rallying causes that are emerging out of all of this. But you also showed us that across the continent, priorities are emerging on what needs to be done and how we can take advantage of some of the opportunities like the Brazil-Africa cooperation. So with that, let me go back to you, Prof. Monte, and just ask you a simple question. You heard what the chair said around the challenges and the opportunities, but also making specific references to the UN Food System Summit. So my question to you is, what lessons for South-South cooperation was drawn from the UN Food System Summit? What role do you see this platform playing in addressing some of the key challenges and gaps that were highlighted by His Excellency?
Yeah, thank you.
You can give example from Brazil if you want. Over to you, my brother.
Thank you, my dear brother, Dr. Fadel. But first, let me congratulate the Prime Minister. I remember when he was in power in the cabinet, the agenda of Brazil with Africa and also specific with Ethiopia was very good. And I remember the Zero Hunger program in Brazil was a very important and successful agenda of the government of Brazil that time. And I understand this could be emphasized into the Africa context. And I know the voice of the Prime Minister. It's very important to address this issue even now. And we need to bring some good experiences, not only specifically from Brazil. We can bring this from other places to be implemented in the Africa context. But coming to your point, my dear brother, the UN Food System Summit was an important moment. We are still facing this at this moment. I mean, the Food System Summit is not over. I remember last year when we engaged at the first conversation with many stakeholders from representing the private sector, government, also the civil society, with the voice and the leadership of our friend Dr. Agnes Kalibata as the special envoy of the Secretary General of the United Nations. And she was very precise and direct when she said, we need to work together to change the behavior of the world, but also bringing solutions. And we started this conversation last year, and the pandemic was something that gave us an important and difficult challenge because we could not travel. We should be isolated to bring in some ideas. And we had so many conversations. And I remember the pre-summit in Rome was an important moment or momentum that we had when leaders, and that was the first big event during the COVID or after COVID. People were a little bit, let's say, skeptical about traveling, but it was very good being in Rome for the preparation for the summit in New York last September. But the agenda that we brought from this Food System Summit was important to emphasize the need of South-South cooperation. I understand countries from the South, like Brazil and the African countries, we should work together. It's the moment now for us to speak with the North, but we need to put our power together, my brother. It's now you are in Kenya. The Prime Minister, I assume he is in Ethiopia right now. I'm here in Brazil, and we had people so far participate in this event located in many parts of the world. This is a very good and tangible case that we can work together. And the South-South cooperation for the food system, I understand, is fundamental, it's crucial, because the moment that we have now is the moment for solidarity. I emphasize this many times. Without solidarity, we cannot go beyond the ideas. And again, we need to transform all the ideas that we have into actions. Because at the end of the day, what we need to change people's life and give people the idea to live better. And the South-South cooperation is a avenue, is the path to achieve the goals of the Food System Summit. The Food System Summit is not over. We have a very big journey still, but we need to be there. And I'm very glad that AGRA and the Brazil-Africa Institute are now working in this direction to change the way that we produce food, but not food in quantity, but also in quality, right? The Prime Minister just mentioned, right? And food nutrition. We need to emphasize this. And I'm very, very pleased, my dear brother, that we have the opportunity to amplify, and we need to invite others to be with us. AGRA and IBRAF cannot be alone. We should use this opportunity to engage more and more with your voice and the voice of the Prime Minister and other people that we will bring on board.
Thank you so much, my brother. I mean, it's a very exciting, and just to make reference to the UN Food System Summit, we are all very proud that the face of such an important global conversation on food, nutrition, health, and sustainability was no other than our leader, our sister, Dr. Agnes Kalibata. I think that speaks exactly to the point that Africa can lead the way in really rethinking and resetting what the Global Food System Summit should, what the global food system should look like. But now we need to walk the talk. And I want to, coming back to you, my brother Monte, can you give a specific example in terms of value chain or sustainable practices where you feel like Brazil have made some tremendous progress that could inform the direction that the African countries will take? Then I will go back to the Prime Minister to get his own view on the same.
I see Brazil as a possibility to bring some experiences to Africa. I've been visiting Africa for a long time, and every time when I go to places like, again, Kenya or Nigeria or Senegal, I see so many similarities. And I was mentioned before that sometimes it looks just like a mirror. We see in Africa what we have in Brazil. And if Brazil change its narrative as an importer of crops, products, we can do this in Africa as well. Brazil changed its position as importer to a big producer for Brazil itself, but also to export to other countries. But we need to change this environment within Africa, and Brazil can contribute very much. The Brazil-Africa Institute, since 2017, started a very important program of transfer of technology, using the capacity of the universities, companies, some international organizations based in Brazil, to deploy in Africa to technical training, the possibility to do in Africa what we did in Brazil in terms of production. But it's not the way that unplug here in Brazil and plug in Senegal, for instance. We need to adjust, we need to customize, and we need to respect the individuality of each country. And I understand the agriculture sector, the agribusiness, is a very important possibility of interaction. And there is something else. I mentioned before the word solidarity. And I heard from both President Lula and President Kufu the same word. Solidarity is absolutely important, but we can go beyond the solidarity aspect. We can do business, and we should emphasize the importance of bringing Brazilian business people, Brazilian business community to do business within Africa, with local Africans. We are talking about this for a long time, and I understand AGRA can play a very important role of open African people's mind in terms of, in operational way, speak with Brazilian business people as well. And this could be a piece of the big puzzle, my dear brother, for us to transform not only the solidarity in a way that we can do business and be even profitable. I see some Brazilian companies very interested to come to Africa. And this moment that we have now is a unique opportunity to emphasize the need that we have and the opportunity that we have in front of us to do in Africa what we do still in Brazil.
Very much, brother, very clear. I like your focus on solidarity and while we're doing business. And I think that also echoed very well the call that the UN Food Systems Summit to the Global South to have deep internal cooperation, international cooperation through SDTC, address to global challenges in the Global South, reduce poverty and inequality while achieving sustainable development goals. Now, with that, I'd like to go back to His Excellence, Mr. Dessalines, just to get your take on where do you see the greatest opportunities in terms of value chain and sustainable practices, where Africa can borrow intelligently, adapt and customize experience from Brazil and vice versa. And I know Your Excellency that you, despite being a statesman, you have a very deep knowledge of technical issue by training and by practice. So I would like to get your insight on those value chain and those practices that we can all leverage on and build back better. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fadel. I think, first of all, I will base my comments on the experience I had when I was in office with Brazil. You know, the Southern Triangular Cooperation, as you mentioned, and also Professor alluded just now, aims to strengthen knowledge sharing and capacity building and technical assistance between our countries within the Global South. I think we try to document and codify and share innovative and good practices and models, of course, approaches and tools for South-South cooperation from Brazil. And it's an active member of this South-South and Triangular Cooperation. So we value very much our cooperation with Brazil. And that's why I myself visited Embrapa in Brazil to coordinate our research and development in many crops and value chains in Africa, specifically in my own country. So that experience is very much important. I think Brazil, ranking 22nd among the 131 economies in Global Innovation Index, it means that we have, of course, similarity in our agroecology, and we need to get that innovation without reinventing the wheel. So it expedites the implementation of those technologies adapting to our own situation in Africa. So I think this is very, very essential. For example, the soya bean value chain and its allied industries, especially also poultry, would be a potential area for collaboration. We have tried this in our country, especially in Ethiopia. As for technology transfer, there were efforts to develop partnership with Embrapa, as I said, the Brazilian Agriculture Research Corporation, and African Agriculture Research Institutions. Although it hasn't taken off yet, I think we have an opportunity to go further in this regard. Brazil is also a top producer of many other grains, pulses, fruits, etc. Top 10 producers of rice, maize, sorghum, and wheat. We can mention many in the value chain there is a great potential there. They are a world-class player in many value chains and have a lot to share with us. This I tested myself. And I need to be clear in which, the global South have interest with respect to supporting Africa while working together with Brazil Africa Institute. We have to clarify this further and how to do together and collaborate in this regard. So there is immense opportunity and there is, interest from both sides. And we need to capitalize at this time in history of our two continents to go for this cooperation to be deepened. As a chair of AGRA and as a person who has been leading a country which has shown a double-digit growth for a decade and a half, I think we have examples that can be shared. So, Dr. Fadel, I think sky is the limit for our cooperation.
Thank you so much, sir. I really want to echo the sky is the limit. You oversaw a double-digit growth over a decade and a half. This happened on the continent. I think we really have a case for a mutually beneficial partnership. Now, we want to leave a few minutes for eventual question from the audience. But before that, I would like to go back to you, Chair, and give you opportunity to basically launch and formally endorse the strategic partnership between AGRA and IBRA in order to tap and facilitate this relationship between Africa and Brazil, and through Brazil, the whole Latin America and Caribbean continent. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Fadel. I think the cooperation between AGRA and the Brazil Africa Institute is so important, as I mentioned. This collaboration shows the potential for a South-South cooperation framework that brings opportunities and needs together, our interests together. This collaboration will bring together government, the private sector, civil society groups, and researchers to drive policy innovation in agriculture to meet the needs of our people, our planet, also our prosperity. So I am therefore pleased to officially launch the collaboration in the agriculture space between Brazil and Africa and between AGRA and the Brazil Africa Institute. I thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. I mean, Prof, my brother Monte, I think this is a great day. I mean, this is a great time in history where we are formally really rebaptizing and endorsing what we thought was the right thing to do, and for which now we know we have political support. There is a momentum. The ball is on our court. Maybe let's go to Carol and see whether we have any question from the audience that you would want either the Prime Minister or yourself to answer before we end this session with your concluding remark.
My dear brother, let me approach you. I could not lose the opportunity to emphasize that the idea of transforming ideas into action, it's happening. It's happening. So when we have the Prime Minister officially launching this collaboration, means that we are doing things for the future, but we are not only putting on the table ideas. We are bringing possibilities to go on the ground, to put our hands together and bringing results. So I'm very pleased that in this moment, after almost 2 hours of event, we have already one action taking place. So next year, 2022, will be the year that Brazil will come back to Africa, and Africa will be again connected with Brazil, and we are working very pragmatically in this direction, and AGRA is one important, my dear friend, Prime Minister Hailemariam, AGRA is an important partner of not only Brazil, not only the Brazil Africa Institute, but South America. So I'm very pleased that we are launching this initiative together, AGRA and IBRAF.
Thank you very much. I think I fully agree. I mean, this is a great opportunity. Just to say that from February next year, we will start a systematic process of mapping out needs and offering on both sides and trying to match and connect, as the Prime Minister said, government, private sector, producers, civil society on area of mutual interest with the view of co-creating solution, investment, as we all strive to build back better. So this was a great opportunity. I don't know whether, and I want to check with our host whether we have any burning question that you would, Caroline?
Mr.
I don't know
Fadel.
whether we have any question.
Yes,
If
Mr.
not, I'll
Fadel.
just
I would appreciate a lot to try to address a few questions to you, of course, His Excellency Haile Mariam and also Professor Monte. But unfortunately, we have a schedule to follow and we have run our time for now. So I just would like to thank you for being here with us today. I don't know if Professor would like to also to wrap up this panel.
Well, I wish we could stay here longer, having more than 5 hours to this conversation. And I'm very pleased that we launched this program with AGRA. And I understand, once again, that the work that AGRA is doing with the leadership of our sister, Dr. Agnes Kalibata, and also with you, Dr. Fadel, but also with the chair, Prime Minister Haile Mariam, I'm very enthusiastic now. I'm very sure that what we are putting on the ground now will be collected, will be harvested in the future for Brazil and for Africa, bringing results, positive results for everybody. Once again, thank you very much for the partnership, and I know that AGRA and IBRAF will be together for a long time, bringing good results for Africa and for Brazil as well. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
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 So, Professor, just for us to keep up from here, just one last comment about this new partnership. It's not new because the Brazil-Africa Institute has been working together with AGRA for a while right now, but specifically just for the audience that we know that has just started following us at the YouTube. So just to wrap up this new agreement, this new cooperation that is about to start.
We started to talk about this 2 years ago. When I was in Nairobi at the headquarters of AGRA. And the idea that we brought to the conversation was to bring leaders from Africa, high-level participants, high-level experts, both from the government but also from the private sector, to come to Brazil, to stay here maybe a week or 2 weeks, visiting good experiences in Brazil, and then come back to their countries to deploy the knowledge, but also bringing the possibility of doing business. We want to bring technology of Brazil to Africa, yes, and the Prime Minister mentioned the role of Embrapa. Embrapa is well known all over the world as a Brazilian agriculture company that can transform the lab into the field, right? And we can do this in Africa as well. And what we launched now, we will know more about this during the forum. And I understand what we discussed 2 years ago. Now it's becoming a reality, and I understand this could be good for Brazil and for Africa.
And especially because in the past 2 years, we are almost living all these past 2 years in a very difficult scenario. So this is the time to start again.
I understand, yes. And we mentioned many times food security or insecurity. And producing food in Africa, it's important. I give an example. Ghana itself imports 1.2 billion of tons of rice per year. This is something that should be changed. Africa and many countries within the continent needs to produce for themselves. But not only for Africa itself, but also for the region. And Brazil can be a partner of Africa. And the way that the Green Revolution in Africa is being conducted by AGRA is something that we have to applaud, to put our hands together. But we need to help. We need to support, and that's the way that this program is very timely.
Thank you, Professor. You are you can now leave for a while.
Okay.
That's what I was just about to say. Thank you very much for being here at this moment, because we are just about to start our next panel. It will be the panel Protecting Forests and Combating Desertification, a Stronger Ecosystem for Economic Growth. This is the last panel of our Axis Forests. And to moderate this, I welcome Simon Ellison, Editor-in-Chief at The Continent. Hi, Simon. Hello.
Hi, good afternoon from Johannesburg.
Good to finally meet you. Please, Simon, go ahead with the panel. Thank you very much for joining us today, and of course, all the speakers.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this afternoon session of the 2021 Brazil-Africa Forum. My name is Simon. I am speaking to you from Johannesburg. And before we get started, I just wanted to point out that this panel is about trees, really. That's what we are talking about, and I've got a tree behind me here. And when I look out my window, I can see 4 or 5 beautiful trees outside. And everyone watching, I just want you to take a look out your window and see how many trees you can see, because there are a lot of trees in this world. By the latest study from Nature magazine, says that there are 3.04 trillion trees in the world. Now that sounds like a lot of trees, but the truth is that we need every single one of those trees to stay alive if we are going to keep global warming down to acceptable levels. Luckily, our leaders seem to slowly be realizing that this is actually an important thing. At the recent climate change conference in Glasgow, world leaders agreed to eliminate deforestation by 2030. That is just 8 short years away, which means we have a lot of work to do, and we need to do it quickly. For South America and Africa, this particular issue, I think, is one that unites the 2 continents, because we are home to the largest rainforests in the world, which should be vital carbon stores if they are taken care of properly. But how do we do that? And how do we do so in a way that does not come at the cost of economic development and growth in some of the world's most underdeveloped nations, particularly in and around the Congo rainforest? Now, we've got a fantastic lineup of speakers to address these important issues and to tell us what they are doing to contribute to sustainable solutions. So please allow me to introduce Morgan Doyle, the Inter-American Development Bank's representative in Brazil, Ambassador Jose Carlos da Fonseca Jr., the Executive Director of the Brazilian Tree Industry, an association that represents Brazil's planted tree production chain, Hervé Bourguignon, a senior venture partner at the Moringa Fund, an investment fund which targets agroforestry projects located in Latin America and Sub-Saharan Africa, and Maite Maronias, a senior advisor at ASA, or the Articulation in the Semi-Arid, which brings together a number of community movements and civil society organizations. Let's begin first with Mr. Doyle. And I wanted to ask you, following on from COP26, can international cooperation really set a framework for change that can safeguard ecosystems in every region?
Hi, can you hear me? I seem to have lost video for a second. Can you hear me?
You're coming through loud and clear.
Okay, good. I hope that you can see me as well. So thank you much for the question, and to the Instituto Brasil Africa for inviting the Inter-American Development Bank for this interesting and important conversation. And thanks to Caroline Ribeiro as well. Before directly answering the question, I'd like to greet our audience and my fellow panel members, Ms. Maite Maronias, Ambassador José Carlos da Fonseca Jr., and Mr. Hervé Bourguignon. It's a pleasure to participate in this session with you. Without a doubt, joining efforts across countries and institutions is going to be critical to setting a framework for change, as you eloquently laid out, Mr. Ellison. Here at the IDB, we are absolutely committed to these sorts of alliances, as well as to the broad fight against climate change, which is central to our Vision 2025, the blueprint that we have laid forth to support sustainable recovery here in Latin America and the Caribbean. In accordance with that agenda, during COP26, we announced some important initiatives to foster climate action that include our resources, but also mobilizing funds and commitments of international actors, such as the Green Climate Fund, the governments of Germany and Netherlands, and other multilateral development banks. I hope that you can see me, because for some reason all the video has gone. Can you confirm, Simon? I'm sorry.
We can't see you, but you appear to have frozen.
Frozen. Oh, that's terrible. Anyway, I'll continue and see if I can work out the kinks in a sec. At the core of our call to joint action is a conviction that no single country nor single institution alone will ever be able to safeguard all the forests and the biomes that are relevant here. It's important just to give a sense of the scale of what we're talking about, just to remember the $2.5 trillion annual financing gap to achieve the sustainable development goals, and more specifically, $100 billion of resources that developing nations are seeking to implement climate action. We must work collectively to address those needs, not only because the sums are relevant, but because, and particularly because, the future depends, as you eloquently laid out, on advancing in this agenda of protecting forests, rivers, and natural ecosystems more broadly. Latin America and the Caribbean is one of the most vulnerable regions in the world to climate change impacts. And on the other side of the Atlantic, the World Meteorological Organization forecasts that the last remaining African glaciers will probably unfortunately be disappearing in the next 20 years or so. So clearly the time to act is now. More often than not, as we all know, biomes do not end at borders, but rather remind us that we're talking about internationally shared resources and shared responsibilities. The African savanna, as well as Amazonian forests, all the planet's biomes depend on actions, concerted actions, to allow for creating a unified agenda for preservation of these resources. The good news is that there are practical and efficient ways to contribute to these changes. And international cooperation clearly is key. As a multilateral organization, we've been working to make it happen and invite all those interested in contributing. For example, bioeconomy chains here in the Amazonian biome are incredibly powerful tool to promote forest conservation while creating job opportunities for local communities, and international cooperation can catalyze this model. Last month, we took part in a side event at the World Bioeconomy Forum here in Pará that sought to lay forth the argument for this. This was in the state of Pará. It was clear after the event that global coordination would be required to provide the funding, the knowledge, the standards, and the financial mechanisms to make this a reality. And indeed, a study that we put out just during that forum showed that just in the state of Pará, there's an enormous potential for bioeconomy to generate income sustainably for the communities of Pará, over 240 billion reais over a 20-year period going forward, in a way which is consistent with sustainability. During COP26, the discussions around the value and the need for funding ecosystem services also highlighted the urgency of global cooperation, as international action will be required to forge those mechanisms to sponsor these assets. In the financial markets, investors across the globe can contribute to conservation through ESG committed investments as well. And this has been a key element of our ongoing agenda. IDB has participated in 30% of Latin America's green, social, and sustainable bonds. And we're keen to help unite investors, governments, and companies explore the potential for green finance as an efficient and effective way to fund climate action. The carbon market will also play a major role in forest conservation going forward, and will provide, we understand, we hope, and we aspire an effective mechanism to take part and to allow for a vehicle for environmental preservation, tackling the issue of climate change head on, but also providing increasing value to the forest, the standing forest. There's clearly no silver bullet here, no simple solution to tackle this urgent and need to safeguard our ecosystems, but coordinated action across a diverse series of instruments and with the engagement of the international community is absolutely critical to contribute to a solution. We're very proud of the work that we've done here in conjunction with the Leticia Pact for the Amazonian Cooperation Treaty Organization, the International Fund for Agriculture and Development, and a broad series of other actors, including federal and state governments and civil society in that end. And we stand ready to help structure projects, implement projects that will help enable that conservation. Thanks very much. I'll return and try and work out this bug. Forgive me.
Morgan, before you go, I wanted to follow up quickly with you. You know, it seems from your presentation that, you know, not only do we need to make these investments to save the planet, but there is also money to be made from, you know, sensible mobilization of finance. And my question to you is, how do we keep some of that money in the communities that are going to be most affected by this? You know, in the Congo, in and around the Amazon basin. Historically, they have been marginalized when their resources are extracted in any way whatsoever. How do we change that this time around?
I think it's a really important question, Simon. And I can't speak knowingly about the specific issues that face the Congo, but what we've able to extrapolate from the Latin American experience is that to the extent that bioeconomy chains are marketable and you can create the capacity to extract agroforestry projects in a way which is sustainable, and but be it through cooperatives or through organizations that can ensure that that's done in a way which is both sustainable and provides reasonable return to the communities they're engaged. That with competent certifications as to the fact that they've been extracted in a sustainable way really provides a means to generate income in local communities that can then export those, be it to out of the hinterland, so to speak, and into the capitals, or even abroad. And that, I think, is really promising as a way to ensure that the forest retains its value standing, the living forest. And there's a huge number of products here already that are being commercially developed, but also potential. And so there's an aspect to this that has to do with research and development as well. But I think that's got to be part of the answer. And yes, the second part of your question, there's a huge and growing pool of resources internationally. If you just look at ESG funds broadly, they're expected to increase to $54 trillion in the coming year. This is an enormous amount of money, a pool of money, and the real trick is to ensure that tap into some of those resources, be it through green bonds, sustainability bonds, or whatnot, with adequate supervision and transparency mechanisms, but to ensure that they stay, as you say, at the local level.
Brilliant. Thanks, Morgan. I wanted to bring Maite into this conversation. Now, Maite, your organization brings the voice of, you know, thousands of community organizations and civil society organizations into these discussions. From your perspective, is it going to work? Is this international cooperation to, you know, save the rainforests and protect deforestation? Is it going to work? And are the people who are going to be affected by it going to be part of these discussions?
Well, Simon, thank you for directing this question to me, and thank you for the invitation. I think that it can work, but we have some thoughts about how it must be done to work. in ASA, we work with a concept that we talk in English, living with the semi-arid, because we are in the semi-arid region of Brazil. And what's that? That's the idea that we need to observe the environment where we are in and think how we can live with that characteristics without looking for changing that, because changing that is very expensive. In Brazil, at least, it didn't work very well. So how we do that? And I'm saying that because when we think about international cooperation, it must come here and reinforce that logic, reinforce the logic that we are already in. So it must value the territories and their characteristics and their experiences and the experiences that people and their communities are doing that are working very well. So it must be reinforced, and we need to exchange experiences and learning with each other and with people that are in similar conditions that we are. So the other people and communities that live in other semi-arids in the world, like in Africa or in other regions of Latin America, what are they doing and how we can learn with each other. So we think that international cooperation really can help us to do that exchange. And that's very important that international cooperation don't increase the debt that poor people have. So we need to find a way, and we have some clues and how it can be done, that people that are part of the problem, people that are hungry in Brazil have hungry. Oh, I'm sorry for that. That's my cell phone. Sorry. People that are poor and are part of the problem and that have hunger, because in Brazil we have a lot of hunger. They must be part of the solution. So how that people can produce their own food, and not only produce their own food, but also send that food to the cities and to the citizens in cities. We have that experience in Brazil, working in closed cycles of production and consumption. So like that, we can consume less carbon and consume less energy. And that is the way we believe that it will help us to construct a more sustainable future. That's it, what I would like to say right now. Thank you.
Maite, if I can follow up on that, when we talk about international cooperation, we sort of imagine governments talking to each other, international organizations making decisions. How do we bring in the voices of people who are actually affected by this? And how do, for example, the affected communities in Brazil, how do they talk to affected communities in Africa? And how do we make those connections to sort of speak with a united voice?
Yeah, that's a great question. Because in Brazil, we have, I think about two ways when you ask me that. In Brazil, we have organized society. We work a lot with international funds and with international organizations. So that's one way that it arrives here for us. So that's a possibility. But in Brazil, in the last 20 years, I can say, we have a very good experience with the work with social organization and the government. And social organization composing, how can I say, parts of the government, and the government really listen to the social organization. So about how things must be done and constructing policies, social policies and other policies that says how things must be done. And I think that it's a very good way how things could be done. We listen to each other, and I think that research and other possibilities of exchanging experiences in universities or in other institutes or spaces that we can create for that. I don't think I really answered your question, but I guess that's some points and some clues that how we can do that. Because in fact, we must also think about how it works in every place. You know, it worked in Brazil, and in Brazil we could work with the government like that. But I don't know how it can be in other places. But I know that the governments can't keep doing things without talking and really listen to people what they need and how it must be done. It's not just what, but it's how it must be done. It must be listened.
Absolutely, thank you. And I mean, I think events like the Brazil-Africa Forum are crucial in creating and forging those linkages. Let's move now to Ambassador Jose Carlos. I wanted to ask you, from an industry perspective, is it possible to protect the forest and have economic growth at the same time, or are these mutually exclusive concepts?
Thank you, Simon, for this question. I greet all our fellow members of this panel. Very nice to be here. Appreciate the invitation. I'm glad to reply to this because I currently am the executive director of the Brazilian Tree Industry, which is the association that represents institutionally the whole production chain based on planted forests. Just to give you an idea, we represent over 45 companies of different sizes, plus 10 statewide forest associations. So, and we are, I think, a very clear evidence of bioeconomy at a large scale with very successful results. We are present in over 1,000 municipalities throughout Brazil. We generate, all in all, around 1.5 million jobs directly. If you include indirectly, we are talking of almost 3 million jobs. We have a very positive impact wherever we are in terms of comparison with neighboring communities, be it socially, culturally, education level, and so on and so forth. We plant every day in Brazil 1 million trees. All in all, we have 9 million hectares throughout Brazil in planted forests, while the same companies, the same sector, preserve 6 million hectares in native forests. In a forest management method that is considered benchmark because we mingle native forest with plantation, with a view, of course, to preserving biodiversity and the linkages between those patches of native forests while we plant, harvest and replant wood for our pulp industry, paper, wood panels, all sorts of biomass, and so on and so forth. This is a sector that clearly has had to learn the hard way for the last 40 years how to adapt to a growing requirement in terms of what is now called ESG. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to benefit from very stringent international certifications such as FSC, PEFC, and we would not have turned ourselves into a powerhouse in terms of these products and their outputs to markets all over the world. So in one simple answer, yes, indeed, it is possible to preserve and to develop and to create and share growth and wealth in a country like Brazil. It's interesting that we are talking to you, Simon, all the way in Johannesburg. We have also a very close connection with like-minded associations, such as the one in South Africa, but all over the world, through a platform called the ICFPA, which is the International Council of National Forest and Pulp and Paper Associations. They are very active. We exchange and compare notes, exchange experiences, showcase best practices. And this is an ongoing dialogue that we carry on. Just a few days ago, we returned from Glasgow, where at the COP, we were very glad to see that in spite of the present circumstances of Brazilian politics, which are not very brilliant, we have to say, that the country was able to join the forced deal alongside with over 100 other nations. So there is light at the end of the tunnel, we hope, and we are looking forward to working closer together in Brazil and with other nations in terms of proving that it is possible to make it compatible to develop and to preserve nature in a sustainable way.
You spoke about how it was, the industry has gone through a period of significant adjustment in recent years. How difficult is it to persuade business leaders of the need to make these kinds of changes? Often this is portrayed in lights of, well, you can make quick profits, but those are not sustainable for the environment, or you can, do the long-term investments. Those take a while to pay off. So from the sort of business leader perspective, how do you convince them that this is a good idea?
Our sector in Brazil is acknowledged to be in the leading position, let's say, in terms of actually having adopted this sort of attitude towards sustainability in a pioneer way, long time ago. Back in 1992, when Brazil hosted the UN conference that gave rise to the conventions on climate and on biodiversity, for instance, the business leaders of Brazil back then already played an important role. And this has been true mostly in our own sector with companies that are over 100 years old, like Klabin and Suzano and Duratex and Gerdau, people who know they are not in for the short term, but that they have to connect the past, the present, and the future, generating value and assuring that they can grow through massive and permanent investments in innovation, in science and technology, making good on a promise, on a target to get productivity gains. Just to give a brief example, for instance, if you take eucalyptus, which is a specimen that originated in Australia, where its life cycle takes average of around 18 years from planting to harvesting. In Brazil, through decades of very massive investments on technology, on breeding enhancements, and so on and so forth, this life cycle takes roughly 7 years. So we have been able, through productivity gains, to produce more with less natural resources, using less water, less land, and we have come to a situation where, in our sector at least, we are 100% sure that we can state that there is no need for further expansion at the expense of nature forests in order to continue growth. Right now, there is a portfolio of ongoing and already announced new investments in our sector of over $10 billion until 2024, with new plants, new plantations, but without going beyond the limits that that we follow, which are, it's important to say, limits that are more that are stronger and more stringent than those imposed by the Brazilian legislation. Even though we do not operate in the Amazonia biome, we are following very closely and with huge concern what goes on there. So a few days after the end of the Glasgow conference, we were all very shocked to see the latest numbers in the series following the deforestation patterns in the Amazon. And this is something that our sector, the Brazilian private sector, the Brazilian modern agribusiness, which knows that we cannot become the subject of restrictions and so on and so forth, because most of this deforestation in the Amazon, over 90% of it is the result of illegal criminal activity. And this has to come to an end very soon, much before. Otherwise, we won't be able to beat our target of 2030 or 2028 as in the updated version of our NDC.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Jose Carlos. Let's hear now from Hervé Bourguignon. Now, you know, these ideas we have are all very important, but I wonder if you can make them a bit more practical for us. So, you know, the Moringa Fund is sitting on a pool of money. How do you use that money to make a real impact? I think you're on mute, Mr. Bourguignon. If you could just unmute your microphone for us.
Sorry. Yeah, I said that I was very grateful to be with you, and I'm glad and thank you very much for inviting me. I think that the international cooperation has proved to be rather difficult to build. We've seen the result of the COP26 with ambiguous result. I think that definitely it is hard to have politics converge and politicians agree on themes that are in fact, very difficult for the countries to follow. We at Moringa, we see that the civil society is much more worried and asking for action. Civil society is pushing governments to act and also putting pressure on companies. Consumers have changed dramatically their way of consuming, particularly in Europe and US. And even in Africa, you will see that recent polls show that if a woman has the choice between an organic product and an organic product, she will go for organic because they know, even in Africa, that organic is better for health, it's better for environment, etc. So the consumers are changing. Even today, a company of a certain size do have to announce a plan to reach zero emissions in a certain lapse of time. The private sector initiative do need to seize the opportunity from this change. So Moringa is an initiative that tries to find a way between private investment and philanthropy at a time when there was so many controversies surrounding climate change and a lot of questions that arose about the inclusion of forests. Yet it was quite obvious that the main cause for deforestation was unsustainable agriculture practices to supply growing needs and poverty of farmers. But for Moringa, the solution was to invest in regenerative agriculture and agroforestry. Agroforestry is the center of Moringa's investment. Agroforestry being defined as a combination of trees and crops so as to have ecological synergies and economical synergies. So Moringa was first formed to propose an alternative path between philanthropy and private investment. We are a so-called triple bottom line, looking for, of course, financial return, but also we are looking for environmental benefits and social impact. Moringa had two sponsors, the Edmond de Rothschild Bank and ONFI. ONFI is a subsidiary of the French Forestry Commission. So Moringa had to convince investors 10 years back that they could bring finance, they would bring finance, so development financing institution like the French Proparco, like the Dutch FMO, like the Spanish AECID, or FinFund, the Fins, and also family offices, Edmond de Rothschild, but also multilateral actors like the African Development Bank or the Cooperación Latina de Fomento. They have agreed to bring about all this money so that we invest in agroforestry project. In fact, we invested in 10 projects in Latin America and Africa, all based on 3 pillars. Getting the sourcing from smallholders in order to reduce poverty, that is to say, buying from them fruits or whatever crops they were producing. Also, the second pillar, building a processing plant close to the commodity or the fruit catchment in order to help them to climb the value chain and to help smallholders to have better revenues and sell the products to the international market. And that is the third pillar, selling to international market, taking advantage of the trend for organic, healthy products, and also to the local markets, particularly in Africa, that have shown a very strong growth. I think the general pattern of Moringa is that, and I will leave you ask perhaps further questions.
Thank you very much for that. I believe that Maite has a question for you, actually. Maite, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, thank you. Hervé, thank you for your presentation. That's very interesting. In Brazil, in ASA's, we call ASA experience, agroforestry was very important to grow food and make that idea that I talked before about closed cycles, make it real. Because there are a lot of families and communities that produce with agroforestry that are sending food to the cities and feeding themselves. So that's very important for us. And I would like to ask you, in your experience that's larger than ours in other countries, how do you see that connection about closed cycles of healthy food production, consumption, and agroforestry?
I think it's a very good question. I think you have to make this link between these 3 pillars. First, the farmers, the communities, women association in Africa, farmers association, and you have to help them with state-of-the-art techniques to improve their agronomy, itineraries, to improve the way of producing, getting certification, organic, or fair trade, whatever, so that they can get a premium. That's the first pillar. The second pillar, which is very important, is to climb the value chain. I think it is very difficult to distribute or to make them benefit of all what you bring if you don't create value. So in all our projects, we have set up a plant to process, for example, the cashew nuts, raw cashew nuts, into roasted cashews, into cashew flour, cashew butter, and sell it to markets. That's the second pillar. I think it's very important. We have, for example, we get mango from our farmers in Mali, and we produce it into a mango puree or frozen mango, and then sell it to the market. We have also coffee in Nicaragua that we get from our rehabilitated, refurbished plantations, and then we process it locally and we sell it to the markets. That's the second pillar. And also, I think the marketing is also extremely important. We have, us at Moringa, we focus at 2 ways. One way is to focus in order to have a certain balance in our balance sheet between the foreign currency that we invest and the transformation into local currency, I think it's important to have a certain part of export. So we export to international markets where we can have a premium. And of course, this premium is important for our growers. But also we sell locally. Can you imagine, for example, that very few Africans have the real taste of their own cocoa that they produce? Because cocoa very often is processed in Europe and then re-imported to Africa. So in fact, it's not the real product that they can taste, because you can imagine that in a chocolate bar that they will buy, the cocoa will come from wherever in the world. It may come from Peru or from Indonesia, not necessarily from Ivory Coast, which is the first producer in the world. So I think the fact that you process locally their own product, you giving them the real taste of their product. So it's normal and natural that you sell it on the local markets. And that's what we try to do.
And on that note, it appears that our time is already over. I know Jose Carlos has to get on a flight to Sao Paulo, and the Brazil-Africa Forum needs to continue. So I wanted to thank our panelists very much for a really fascinating conversation on one of the most important issues of our time. There's a lot of very interesting work being done around this that we learned about today. I'm going to hand it back to Caroline now.
Thank you very much, Simon. Unfortunately, we are just sharp on time, so I have to say goodbye to you and to all these distinguished speakers who have joined us today. Thank you very much once again for being here with us, and I hope you can stay in touch and exchange a few ideas and keep this dialogue moving on. Thank you very much once again for joining us today. E a gente continua agora com o Fórum Brasil-África. Eu vou esperar que os nossos painelistas serem liberados. A gente vai continuar agora com a nossa programação, mantendo esse foco em florestas, proteção ambiental e todas as questões que envolvem regulamentação, lei, marcos, uma pauta que está na agenda não só do Brasil, mas na agenda global hoje em dia, não é? Aproveito para lembrar que, se você está nos assistindo agora pela transmissão ao vivo no YouTube, no canal do YouTube do Instituto Brasil-África, pode deixar sua mensagem, seu comentário, sua pergunta, que a gente tenta, sempre que dá tempo, direcionar essas perguntas para os participantes. Claro que nem sempre a gente consegue, mas a gente tenta direcionar essas perguntas para os participantes. Também deixe os seus comentários. E nas redes sociais, usando as hashtags oficiais do evento, Brasil-África Fórum e BAF 2021. Como eu ia dizendo, nós vamos seguir nessa discussão que envolve, que está ligada à legislação, à regulamentação, não é? Para isso, nós vamos ter daqui a pouquinho um convidado especial que vai se juntar aqui ao fórum e vai conversar diretamente com o professor João Bosco Monte, o presidente do Instituto Brasil-África, que volta aqui para o palco, não é, professor? A gente teve agora uma discussão muito rica, não é? Abordando aí essas questões de proteção de florestas, de desertificação. E essa pauta que envolve lei e regulamentação está totalmente relacionada a isso, não é?
O evento como o Fórum Brasil
directly connected to that. Yes, we mentioned many different issues. We talked about the role of governments, of private companies, the private sector, the socials, civil society, and we've been talking about natural resources and sustainable development. So how can it be that, or how can countries with such a rich natural diversity can maintain or manage these resources well? And we know that if we aren't able to preserve our natural assets, they will be depleted, and so now we have the chance to talk to a friend, Kakai, who is a lawyer and who is a great connoisseur of Africa, and knows of the
recursos naturais e
importance
também
of
qual é
discussing
o papel
what
do
are the
Estado, dos
natural
governos para a preservação
the
e
role
manutenção
for the
dos
prevention
seus
and
ativos.
maintenance of our
Cacai,
natural
é um prazer
assets.
recebê-lo aqui
So,
conosco.
Kakai, it's
Sei
a
que
pleasure
você
to have you here
recentemente
with
teve
us.
uma
I know
viagem
that you
longa
were
e
recently,
deu para
you've
nós
just
a
gotten
possibilidade de
back
conversar. Sou muito
from a
grato e
long
certamente
trip, so
os
I'm
nossos
very
amigos aqui no
glad
Brasil e
that
também
you are giving
espalhados
us
por
the
diversos
chance
países
to talk to
africanos
us.
vão
Those of us
aprender
who are here in
pouco aqui
Brazil and
da
around
sua
the African
experiência.
continent, and I'm sure we will learn a lot with your
Participou
experience.
recentemente da reunião da COP.
Brazil
a COP
was
que foi uma
recently
reunião,
a participant
muito
in the
grande, que foi
COP26
preparado durante
event,
muito tempo,
and
e nós tivemos muitos
we
líderes,
had many
muitas
leaders
participações
that
de
were there
representantes de
and
muitos governos que
representing
levaram a voz,
our
ou as
different
vozes
governments
de
and
cada desses
agencies,
países para a
and
COP, no
they
sentido
took
de
their
como
voices
que
to
o
the
meio ambiente, como é que as
COP26
mudanças climáticas estão sendo
and
enfrentadas.
talked
E
about
eu
how
queria
these
a sua
climate changes
contribuição
are being
para
dealt
nos dar
with.
aqui
So
uma
I would
ideia.
like to
Qual é o
hear from
papel, de
you,
fato? Como é que
what
você
is
vê
the role
o momento
of
que nós vivemos dos
our
governos,
governments
o governo
at this
brasileiro,
moment, the
outros
Brazilian
governos
government,
que
other
lidam
governments
com
that are
a
dealing
gestão, mas
with
principalmente
the
com o futuro. Nós
management of
estamos
climate
olhando
changes
agora para o
and
que
then
virá no
also
futuro.
looking to the
A COP trouxe
future.
essa mensagem de que nós
COP
precisamos
was
preservar. E aí a
really
a
focused
sua
on
visão,
that
a sua
about
experiência
preservation. So
pode
I'd
nos dar
like to hear
aqui
from you,
uma
from your
bússola, pode nos dar
experience,
marco
to give
de
us
como
some
nós enfrentamos e qual é a
ideas
melhor
about how we
saída
can deal
para o
with this.
Brasil
What
e
are
para
the
o
best
mundo.
solutions for Brazil and for other countries?
Bom, Bolso, primeiro eu queria agradecer enormemente o
So,
convite.
first of
É uma
all, I
honra
would
para
like
mim, uma
to
alegria enorme estar com
thank
você aqui.
you for
Faz
this
trabalho
invitation.
belíssimo na frente do Fórum Brasil
You've done some great work as the head of the Brazil Africa Institute. And
Quando você falou comigo,
when you
tá me honrando,
invited
esse
me
convite, eu fiz questão de
to
deixar bem
participate
claro
here,
que
I made
eu
it
não sou
very clear
especialista,
that
eu sou advogado criminal,
I'm
pra quem não
not
conhece,
a
eu sou
specialist
advogado
in
no
these
Brasil,
issues.
especialmente
I'm a
nos
criminal lawyer.
exteriores, e há muitos anos
So
trabalho no STJ.
I've been working for many years
me
with
atrevi
the
a vir aqui
superior courts in
aceitando o seu
Brazil.
convite?
But
Eu acho que
I
você me fez
took
uma
the
pergunta
risk. I
e
accepted
fez
your
agora uma
challenge to
exclamação
be here
que é fundamental.
because
Quer dizer, o que nós
you
temos que
mentioned
pensar
something.
Para o futuro,
What you
sendo que, na
said, you
verdade,
asked me,
nós temos
what
que
do we need
enfrentar agora o
to
presente
think
do Brasil.
about for the future and what do we need to do to face the challenges currently in Brazil? And there are many issues between Brazil and Africa, and we've had this history of ups and downs. During the mandate of President Lula, he did very important work in trying to repay the debt we've had, historic debt we have with the African continent due to slavery. And so this was all part of a social consciousness. I remember that I think it was a talk by Celso Amorim, who was our foreign minister for a while. Today we have the Cerrado in Brazil, the Cerrado region, which has become a major exporter. We could even call it, some call it the Brazilian savannah. But we had the support or policies that supported this. And this happens not only in Africa, but around the world. If we hadn't had this work done in the past, we wouldn't have been able to come as far as we had. For example, we have a foundation called Zumbi dos Palmares, which, and unfortunately, the current president of that institution, even though he is black, he is ashamed of that. So, by 2012, we were able to reduce the deforestation of the Amazon, and that's something that's very concerning. And we are talking about Brazil and the Amazon, and there's a great connection with forests around the world. So we, by 2012, we were able to reduce deforestation by 83%. But at the moment, we are facing a disaster in our Amazon forest. We've had only in 2021 we've had 21%, and most of that was illegal deforestation. If we don't have firm policies, we just have empty rhetoric. It's just words. So today we have most of the, or half, at least half of the African countries have embassies in Brazil. So there was an effort to have this cooperation. But if we won't be able to have this cooperation become a reality, for example, we were just in the cooperation, the COP26 in Glasgow, and Brazil's participation was a fiasco from what I saw. All of the promises that were made were only rhetorical. And so even though there was an attempt at adjusting the government's rhetoric to the international rhetoric and requirements, we know that in reality it's a different story. I am highly concerned about not giving the impression that I believe that there is a possibility of change. I prefer to quote the great Mozambique poet, says, I continue with my eyes closed and I don't see anything. In the dark, I can see my dreams. So we are blind, but we still dare to dream and to hope. So I'm sorry, I know this is an international forum and I'm sorry to be saying this, but to me, in my opinion, our current president is only looking at himself. So at the moment, here in Brazil, we need to recover our country to be able to interact better, especially with the African continent. I remember that President Lula talked about the Atlantic Ocean as being a river that separates our two continents. So, and if we don't have an active policy that will recover, I won't even say Brazilian investments, because we have good natural resources and riches, but investment in technology. And when I talk to people who are specialists in this area, for example, we invested in South Africa, for example, but we need to, Africa is so much more than that, so we need to invest in the rest of the African countries. We also need to look at the diversity that we have in Brazil. We need to for example, the northeastern region in Brazil has been forgotten by the current government, but there are many resources that we have there. So I'm, like I said, I'm a criminal lawyer, and I have, for example, I've dealt with issues about where people are killed most, and who are the invisible people in Brazil at the moment, the blacks, the poor. So this goes for everything. This affects our relationships with other countries. We are living through a moment of subservience to this current government, to the former American president, and after the change in government there was a little change, but I think the most important thing for us is that we don't really have a specific proposal for the environment.
Kakai. Eu queria te chamar a atenção aqui.
Something
Você
I'd like to
mencionou
point out,
a fala do presidente Lula.
you
De
talked
fato,
about
o embaixador Alberto da
what
Costa Silva,
President Lula
membro da
mentioned.
Academia Brasileira de Letras, escreveu
Also,
livro
Minister
chamado
Alberto
Ponte
Costa
sobre
da
o
Silva,
Atlântico. Então ele dizia que
his
o
book
Atlântico
was called A Bridge Over the
rio
Atlantic,
que une,
and he
né,
said that
esses dois
the
ambientes,
Atlantic
a África
Ocean was
e o
like a
continente
river that
africano, Brasil
joined
e continente africano.
Brazil
E a
and
gente
the
está aqui
African
caminhando para o
continent.
ponto
And
da
we are
programação. Eu queria pedir aqui que você, de forma
getting to the end of our
messiânica,
time
se é que eu
here.
posso
So
dizer,
I would like you
em
to,
2
in a,
minutos,
almost
desse aqui a receita para
maybe
nós.
ask you
Como é
to
que
kind of
o Brasil
prophesy
pode
about the
entrar no
future.
trilho?
So
Como é que o
how can
Brasil
Brazil
pode olhar
get
para o
back on
futuro
track?
e
How can
olhar
Brazil
para o
look
ativo
to the
nosso de meio
future
ambiente,
and
olhar
look
para o
at
ativo
our
africano e
natural
trazer uma
resource
resposta de
assets
alento
and
e
to
consideração positiva, para que a
the
gente
African
possa,
continent
neste evento,
and
Fora
give us
Brasil
a
África,
word of
transformar
hope
ideias em
of
ações.
how
Eu
we
estou
can
enfatizando isso ao longo de
transform
toda a
ideas
programação.
into
A sua
action, which is
ideia,
something I've been
ela é muito
emphasizing
importante
here
e
during
a gente
our
gostaria de
programming.
ter
And
norte. Como é que
we
essa
would
ideia
like
pode se
to hear
materializar?
from you what you see
A
as
única saída
a
do
way to
Brasil
move
é dar
forward.
passo adiante e tirar
Well,
o
I think the
fascismo do
only
governo.
way we
Enquanto
can
nós
move
tivermos
forward
governo
is
voltado
to do
para
away
ele mesmo
with
e para interesses específicos
the
políticos que
government
fizeram esse
that
governo. Hoje,
we have
infelizmente, levar o
now
Brasil ao
to
quebro,
make a
nós não
change
avançaremos.
so
Eu sei
that
que é
we
ruim
can get back
falar
on track.
especificamente sobre isso, mas nós precisamos voltar a ter um país.
We need
Inclusive,
to
eu
get
estive
back
agora
to having a country. I was with former President Lula recently in Paris, and I think we still have hope in our country. We need to have hope. The main thing is to get back to having a democratic leadership in our country, and you know, we need to have responsibility and respectability. First of all, with our own people, and then we can turn our look outward. And so somehow we need to get back to have a good relationship with other countries, more specifically with the African continent. I wouldn't say that we've lost our dignity, but I would say it's been affected. So I think we need to have a good situation internally, and then we can go back to believing in our country. And so I'd like to read a poem, a short poem here from a Portuguese poet. It says, I don't like to see so much water together. I know it's the ocean, but the ocean is very deep. I don't like to see a sea of tears. I would like to see this ocean dissipate, our tears dissipate.
O seu final, acho que ilustrou como
Okay,
nós
thank you very
podemos
much,
avançar e
Kakai. I
como as
think
ideias que
your
você
final
mencionou podem
word
se
shows
materializar
that
com o poema do
our
professor
ideas
Boaventura. Eu sei que o seu
can
coração
come
é
together, we can come
brasileiro, mas também
together
africano,
and
e certamente nós
transform
teremos
ideas into
outras
action.
oportunidades de avançar nesse
And I know that
Mais
we
uma
will
vez,
have other
muito obrigado.
chances to
Nós
speak more
terminamos aqui
about
a nossa
this.
conversa e eu sei que
Thank you
muito
very
ainda
much. I
há
know
por
we
vir.
have a
Obrigado,
lot
Cacai.
more to talk about. Thank you very much.
Prazer falar com você.
Okay, it was great
Obrigada,
talking
doutor
to
Antônio
you.
Carlos. Professor, agora eu vou já interromper aqui o senhor um minutinho.
Professor, I'm
Precisamos
going to
fazer um
interrupt
intervalo
you. We
curtíssimo,
need to
5
take a quick
minutinhos.
break,
Já já a
5
gente volta com a
minutes,
programação do
and
Fórum
we
Brasil
will be
África.
back with our program.
Estamos de volta, falei que era rápido. 5 minutinhos, já voltamos com a programação do Fórum Brasil-África. Primeiro dia, começando agora a segunda parte da nossa programação. Eu lembro agora a você que temos 3 transmissões ao vivo no YouTube, no canal do Instituto Brasil-África, em inglês, português e francês também, e o chat no canal, no YouTube, está bem animado pelo que eu já vi. Será que a gente tem como dar uma olhadinha agora nos comentários, na interação das pessoas no chat no YouTube? Esse é o chat em português. Jorge, Rosália, eu estou vendo até que rola uma conversa. Isso é muito bom. A gente está aqui num espaço de conexão. Então, se as pessoas que estão assistindo ao evento também conseguem se conectar e trocar ideias, tanto melhor para o objetivo do Fórum Brasil-África. Obrigada a todos por estarem aí acompanhando a nossa programação. A gente vai tentar depois voltar aqui, dar uma interagida, pessoas parabenizando o evento maravilhoso. Obrigada, Renata. Muito obrigada, Jorge, por estar aqui com a gente também. Enfim, a gente tenta sempre que possível trazer as mensagens e a interação do público aqui para o nosso evento. Mas vamos continuar então com a programação.
So let's continue
Let's follow with our program right now. We are just about to start the panel Mineral Resources and Mining, Innovations, Technologies, and Transformation. And to moderate this panel, it is my pleasure to receive Ms. Catalina Leite. Where is Catalina? Catalina, are you hearing me? Catalina is a journalist. Hello, Catalina. Catalina is a journalist at O Povo newspaper, a Brazilian newspaper. Thank you very much for joining us today, Catalina, and also, of course, this amazing panel. We are just about to start. Please feel free to introduce your speakers and go ahead with the panel. Thank you very much. My dear, we are not hearing you. Can you please turn on your mic?
It's on.
Okay.
Do you hear me?
Yes, yes. Now we can hear you. Thank you. Thank you. Please go ahead.
No, I was saying that I've been watching since the beginning, and I'm really glad to hear all these discussions about social and environmental development, and this plenary couldn't be different, especially when we're talking about the mining industry that's responsible for 10% of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions and its consequences. So to talk about innovations, technologies, and transformation regarding the industry, we have Mr. Paulo Gomes, who is co-founder of the New African Capital Partners. We have Mr. Stephen Yeoba, CEO and co-founder of Commodity Monitor. Hope I said that right. Mr. Andrew Ali, CEO of Southbridge Group, and Mr. Igor Lucena, senior economist at the Brazil-Africa Institute and former Brazilian-Japanese Cultural Foundation chairman. Thank you very much, all of you gentlemen, for being here today at the lunchtime, and I hope we have a great conversation. As the COP26 happened recently, I would like to start asking you what policies and technologies the mining industry is adopting to guarantee its activity in a sustainable way. I guess we could start with Mr. Stephen and then make a round of conversation.
All right, thank you very much, Catalina. It's a pleasure to join the Brazil-Africa Forum this year, and particularly a panel discussing this interesting topic. So basically, the world is fast moving towards green energy and transitioning towards sustainability. And the mineral sector of mining happens to be a key determinant or a key factor if the world will make a progress. And it happens that whatever kind of mining we are talking about, whether it's a large-scale mining or artisanal and small-scale mining, they all have to adapt to sustainability levels so that they can cut down or mitigate risk when it comes to its usage of water, forest, and then land resources. Basically, yes, we all need to set, these companies. Of course, the large mining companies have their own operating rules where they are fast moving towards that. But what mostly is neglected is the artisanal and small-scale mining sector. And in Africa, for example, artisanal and small-scale mining sector contributes hugely in terms of mineral extraction. So if there is any topic on sustainability or any issue regarding sustainability and green growth, we have to loop in the artisan and small scale mining sectors. And basically they have to be at the forefront. It's basically that they need a new technology where they can mine. If it's gold, they can recover gold without using any chemical, and then without destroying water bodies, and then without destroying forest resources. I think this is basically what the topic should be, the discussion should focus on. Thank you.
And I've been reading about how green energy is a go-to way to really help this, like using hydrogen as energy, right? And I think it's really interesting because here in Ceará, in Fortaleza, Brazil, we are investing a lot in green hydrogen. So how are these conversations happening in the industry? How is this a reality in all companies, the most of them, or we are still working to amplify the access to this technology?
Yes, that's a very good point. Basically, in some countries in Northern Africa, talking about Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Egypt, these countries have actually started some technology development when it comes to hydrogen. And then, I mean, some of these projects are already ongoing so that it can add up to their energy mix. So it's basically that, the continent is, it has this abundant mineral resources. Now, how do we turn these mineral resources into sustained development? And when we're talking about sustainability, let's not forget that it's not just a focus on the environment. It's about how they can use their mineral resources to improve the lives of people so that those living in close to mining operations will have better economic livelihoods, right? As much as they protect their environment. I think this is basically, but for hydrogen, yes, it's being developed, particularly in the northern part of Africa, and it's fast growing. There have been some investment, especially from actors in the EU that are investing in these hydrogen developments in northern Africa. So yes, it's a reality, it's happening.
And beside that, what other kinds of technologies, and not only technologies, but social technologies, do we have to think when we're talking about mining industry to be more sustainable? Because the impact in local communities and the impact, as you said, right, in the land, in the water, they are huge. So what are the responsibilities of the companies, private or public, to overcome these social issues? What they need to do? And I would like to ask you and the others too, like Andrew, Paulo, and Igor, to talk about this.
No, absolutely. It's a very important question. So basically, working in Ghana, right? I work with Commodity Monitor. So Commodity Monitor, we are into trading, logistics, and research, along the various commodity we can talk about. So our recent engagement, we have been leading the deployment of mercury-free mineral processing technologies for artisanal and small-scale miners in Ghana. In Ghana, there are more than 1 million people that are into artisanal and small-scale mining. And these miners are contributing about 40% of Ghana's gold. So that is very huge. They are very critical to Ghana's survival in terms of its gold export. So what we are doing is that we realize for the past 2 decades, these guys have been accustomed to the use of mercury in recovering gold. So this mercury, gets contaminated into water bodies, right? It also, affects children. It affects women, especially pregnant women, in terms of development of, the organs of children. So what we realized was that the best thing to do, to contribute to social livelihood, to empower, women and to mitigate the risk of chemical contamination is to introduce an alternative way of recovering gold. And we introduced the mercury-free processing equipment, which we have several of them now in Ghana, which the miners are benefiting. So actually they now have a triple win. They are increasing their operations. The second is that they are recovering more gold, and now they are even shifted away from the use of chemical. So this is helping, reduce the risk of artisanal small-scale mining operations on the environment. And this is basically what, within the African context, or even the world, we can talk about that, the use of technology. When there is an advent of a new technology, it can help, reduce this risk. And this risk cuts across both the large scale and then the small scale. But I think mostly the focus has largely been on the large scale. So we can now focus more on the small scale. We are doing this in Ghana and then other West African countries, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Liberia and then Guinea. So this, I think, is laudable. Is basically to change their way of operation. Otherwise, the whole due diligence, sustainability within having to ensure green gold will never be realized.
And do you think those solutions are hard to implement, or they are the difficulty on implementing them are more related to political and economical bias? Because as you said, you implemented that and then you have a triple win. So that's amazing. So why aren't we doing that more? Why don't we see that more expensive? If we have the technology, if we have the chance, and if it's so good. And I would like to ask you that, but pass this to Igor also, as economical, as a master in economics, to talk about that, and invite Andrew and Paulo to discuss that too, please.
All right, Catalina. Yeah, very, very good question. So we realized that when we started deploying this technology across Ghana, there were two key challenges. The first has to do with knowledge, right, on the use of technology or the existence of the technology. So the miners have known for over 50 years or more of their mining operations that mercury is the only way to recover gold. We showed this new technology and now they've started, but basically is that historically these guys have been, there have been this deep infatuation or deep attachment with mercury. So it takes knowledge, consistent training and education to get them used to. And then the second challenge is also about finance. And I know basically Andrew, Ali, and then my colleagues will understand that when it comes to risk, in the small-scale mining sector across Africa, most of the financial institutions and actors actually, they are so much risk averse when it comes to investing in these guys because small-scale miners are not that organized. So it's very difficult to having to get hold of them to finance their operations. So in Ghana, for example, the government through the Minerals Commission. So the Minerals Commission is basically the regulator of the mining sector. They are organizing the miners into groups and sections so that they can train them and give them the technology to improve their operation. So in a way, if you're able to sort out this issue of knowledge on the use of technology and also finance, because the new technology basically has, it demands some huge capital. So if the finance is there, whether it's through the banks or through, private investors or equity, funds, basically we will be able to deploy more technology. And this is, I think, the most important vehicle if we want to save the environment, protect our water bodies, the forest, and then the land resources.
If I can come in here.
Sorry.
Yeah, so a couple of points. I mean, just to take the last point from Stephen, I think that most financiers would find it difficult to deal with, hundreds or even thousands of artisanal miners. So there needs to be some intermediary. That intermediary could either be a large mining company, could be a government or something like that. I think that, it's not so much per se the risk of, something different, but it's just how you really organize it. That's the issue. To come to a sort of wider perspective on this, I think that the mining companies, and if I extend mining to also include oil and gas extraction, they have come along a journey where, 20, 30 years ago, they were very much, we pay our taxes, we pay our royalties, it's up to the government to sort out all the social and environmental issues, to realizing that they have to be embedded much more in the communities. And I think that this has also accelerated a little bit, particularly in Nigeria, where I live, where you have started to get a lot more indigenously owned oil companies working in the sector. So, they are not essentially foreign multinationals. I don't have anything against foreign multinationals, but they're a lot closer to the local people. They understand them, and the local people understand these guys better. And so what you've seen is, for example, some of these companies coming up with some quite interesting structures where, for example, the local communities have some sort of share in the company or in the oil production, and therefore, interests are aligned. They can also help with the vigilance around the environmental issues. So again, it's really around having, different models and different ways of thinking to draw in the local communities, to create win-win situations. Because in the past, people would come, they would extract this oil, there would be disadvantages, spills, machinery coming into your community, and yet you don't see any benefit from it. So, you're not very supportive, and, then things start to happen. So by bringing the local communities in, by giving them a stake in it, and by listening much more carefully to what they want and what they have to say, rather than coming with a top-down, this is our idea of how you should develop. I think those have led to better outcomes, both for the oil producing companies, but also for the communities themselves.
Yeah, I think what we could say also is that to add to what Andrew was saying is that there are much more accountability now than in the past. And having that kind of intermediary player to deal with the small artisanal miners is definitely something that need to be encouraged in setting up programs. And those programs can also provide some financing in a much structured way to the small scale miners. But I want also to add the fact that sustainability here, it's about also how do you start creating conditions for more beneficiation, because that classical way of just attracting and exporting raw material is certainly not a good avenue for sustainability. And in that sense, I think it's difficult to do beneficiation with renewable energy and going to use solar for that. And that's why I think we have been, many of us, to warn people not to rush toward eliminating the role of gas, natural gas in the energy mix toward the transition. So this fundamentalism that sometimes we push, that Africa has to go into a shortcut in with the renewable energy, like solar, which is the one that people flag all the time, is not realistic. The other thing I think it's important to add to what Stefan was saying is information and knowledge. And I think now there is technology on using satellite observation to scan the environment where the mining is happening. So there's much more ability to get data on what's going on in terms of the impact on water, on agriculture. So technology is definitely something new, and that Andrew was saying the mining company are much more aware and much more accountable. So they will tend to plug those technological innovation into the operation. I want also on mining, I think for Africa, what is very important is for the next 10, 50, 20 years, for us to push for energy mineral that are useful for this transition. Everything that goes to build batteries, manufacture batteries in our continent. So those kind of mineral are those that the state actually can even get involved in promoting with more, I would say, bold incentives rather than the others that we know in the mining in the mining sector. So those are a couple of points that I wanted to add into what Stefan and Andrew raised earlier.
Yeah, thank you, Catalina, for the invitation and everyone here at this panel. I would like to summarize, I think, what Andrew, Paul, and Stephen all said. It's very interesting, and they all communicate together with the same ideas. But I would like to make a larger prognosis of what we're seeing right now. As we saw in the COP26 in Glasgow, what we are watching right now is a geoeconomic power play where countries all around the world are in disputes and clashing themselves for new technologies and how they will impact their economies and how they will affect and change the relationship between countries. And it's important to say that mining, the extraction of mineral resources, is one of the most important aspects in this 21st century. There are two important things that countries are looking right now, where they can have mineral resources for new technologies, which is a very complicated and geopolitical clash or struggle, and how they can expand new markets, including ideas of how we said regarding transnational companies, multinational companies, and how they work together. However, this competition between countries are not win-win. Sometimes there are countries that are looking for more incentives than others. We saw that with India, and we are still looking in Brazil the ideas how the mineral resources can be used to develop our countries. And what is interesting is that African countries in Brazil are fighting to their own space in this international clash. And of course, politics and economics are not separate from each other, but many people think they're completely connected. And that's probably the most struggle situation. And when we look from macroeconomic perspective to microeconomic perspective, mining is still one of the most important sources of foreign direct investment. And African countries such Kenya or South Africa, Nigeria, and Brazil have one very most important thing in common. We do need foreign direct investment. We need to have an increase in our savings in order to develop ourselves. In economic history, countries without foreign direct investment, without a higher degree of savings, do not develop, do not change social realities. And therefore, when we see the percentage of foreign direct investment related to mining and in Brazil, a little bit in steel industry, that accounts for more than 20% in the last 10 to 20 years. And of course, that amount will be increasing, and it's supposed to increase also in the African countries. And we have some problems that we're seeing right now that, of course, will impact social development and responsible mining for all countries. First is inflation. We're seeing inflation rising in all countries, developing world and developed world. And therefore, as rising inflation increases cost of productions, that creates a problem for companies to develop more environmental, social, and governance, the ESG practice that are necessary for a better beneficiary for all parts involved. And one thing that Andrew spoke that is very interesting is that the responsibility of companies regarding social, regarding environmental has changed. However, that must be included in the business plan. There are costs for it, and companies now do not only respond to their shareholders, but also to all stakeholders involved in this situation. And what is important, I think, is the idea that clusters, geoeconomic partnerships countries binding together. For example, the African Union that are being mobilized, and also partnerships regarding Mercosur and the European Union. These ideas, these developments of macroeconomic strategies that countries bind them together, they're fundamental. So the companies in mining, gas, oil, steel sectors can be more responsible and can work in partnership throughout not only their countries, but with other companies. And that's what I think it's the most complex situation right now, how the recovery, the post-COVID, how our high inflation, how central banks are increasing interest rates, all of these macroeconomic factors are very confusing for companies. And what we do realize and what we do need now is understanding how economy is gonna work in the next 2, 3, 4, and 5 years, so companies can rely themselves in more assertive ways to implement responsibility not only to shareholders but also to stakeholders.
When Paulo talked about not rushing the countries and all those things, that's really interesting. And also connecting with what Igor and Andrew talked too, is to think how not only the African countries and Brazil, but how the whole countries, the whole industry in the world can help and to increase, to help other industries in African countries, in Brazil, to rise, and how to make them they understand that's a good thing for everybody. I think that's a point that we're starting to understand now, that we have to make decisions not only for our country but for the whole world, and it includes thinking about the economy of other countries that they have nothing to do with me, but they do. And as Igor said, that's complex, that's difficult. But what are the ways to introduce this thinking, this understanding in economical contracts and political partnerships too?
Well, if I can have a go at that. Firstly, there's no one answer. And I think, the answers are a range of things. The first one is just sort of advocacy and, making the case and making people understand the situation. The other thing I think is really, trying to align objectives. So, I think if you look at the whole, issue around carbon, the problem that we have fundamentally with carbon is that there is no financial cost to people who are, polluting the world with carbon. And, whatever cost there will be is going to come in 30, 40, 50 years' time. So there's no real, if you like, financial or economic incentive for people not to do this. What the whole COP arrangement is trying to do is to achieve a legal incentive by getting people to sign on to agreements to make some changes. And I think that in terms of the question you asked, Catalina, we also need to take the same approach, which is how can you create legal incentives by getting people to sign up to agreements, and then ultimately how can you create financial incentives by making it more expensive for people to not do the right things. And I think if we can figure that out and if we can come to some agreement on it, because I don't think it's something that one country or one company can impose on everybody else, then incentives will start to align in the right direction. but it's really about, trying to look for multiple different ways of pushing those incentives so that they align in the right direction.
And Stephen, do we have some experiences in Africa that already are including this way of thinking of international partnership and understanding of the issue of the social issues in the most complex and macro way?
So we've had some attempts at this, but to be honest, they haven't always been very successful. So, for example, for the last 20 years, the Nigerian government has been trying to reduce the flaring, during oil production, and they've tried to introduce various oil flaring taxes, but for whatever reason, they haven't really had the courage to enforce them. And therefore, although, flaring has been reduced through technology and through other types of incentives, it hasn't been reduced as quickly or as drastically as I think it would have been the case if they had really imposed these taxes on gas flaring. Or it's not really taxes, it's really charging these companies the cost of the damage that they're imposing by flaring these, these unwanted gases. And, if you make that more expensive, then they will also start to look for more economical ways of using those gases, which, it has happened, but not as aggressively as I think many people would like to see.
Stephen, would you like to say something?
Hi, Catalina. Yeah, I mean, basically, the whole discussion on, and what happens at COP is that, to be honest, the Africa as a continent is giving, for me, a very bitter pill to swallow always, right? So there's a continent contributing less carbon, as Andrew said, there are corporates when it comes to carbon, emissions. But at the end of it, they go cost-free, right? Because they didn't take responsibility in terms of financing, to finance the cost of their emissions. So at the end of it, what then portends for Africa as a continent? So for me, the whole argument has been that Africa has the resources, right? You talk about mineral resources, for example, bauxite, the manganese, the phosphate, the titanium, we have the gold, we have the cobalt and all that. At the end of it, looking at the diverse and huge needs of the continent, what the continent should think about is how to utilize, and as Paulo has said, how to build, very improved and good beneficiation so that the continent can benefit economically, socially, and also politically, whatever it seeks to, to go for. At the end of it, it also has to take into account that, yes, there are environmental costs, but the continent needs so much, to transition and to push and progress. So at the end of it, it's about utilizing the resources, making sure you mitigate the risk, the environmental risk, and then you seek for the improved livelihoods of your people, so that, if people are not reneging on their responsibility at COP, what the continent should think about, the leaders should think about is how then do we utilize the resources we have to build the roads, right? To construct the hospitals, to build the schools, and then to, at least propel manufacturing, local manufacturing. I think this is basically what the discourse should be. Otherwise, COP over and over, I followed the COP with my experience with the Africa Progress Panel that was chaired by Kofi Annan in Geneva. We followed the COP up to today. Most of it is basically that the responsibility to find out the cost of carbon emission is just not there. So the continent has to take its own decision, utilize the resources it has to develop and advance also.
And I once interviewed Mr. Marco Quesada from Conservational International about the Ocean Decade, and he said how much traditional knowledge Latin America, Africa, and Asia can provide to find solutions for some big social and environmental issues. So I would like to know what's your take, Mr. Igor, Stephen, and Andrew, too, on the potential of African countries, all of them, and Brazilian partnerships to find innovative solutions for the sustainable development of the mining industry. What are our people really producing on knowledge that we should be paying more attention to implement in the industry?
Well, that's a keyword, right? Innovation. But what innovation really means? When we regard innovation as the transformation of some idea or some model of production, which means more efficiency. How can we become more efficient, and how can we make that production more reliable to all the partners involved? There's some factors that I would like to speak about the Brazilian side, and also that can be used all around the world, but regarding also the African countries, which are the first, the increase of public-private partnerships. It is obvious that the idea is that public-private partnerships can create an environment that can increase output for the production of the mining sector. But what are the goals of these partnerships? It is the idea how a country and how an industry can increase value added, which means how countries can integrate themselves to a global value chain in the higher degrees of global value chain. Because when you are in the higher degrees, even though mining is still one part of a total value chain, when we can work on that and increase that productivity, you receive more resources. It increases the flow of FDI, and countries can create more technology on themselves. That, of course, is needed when we speak about less protectionism, which is one of the biggest problems right now. Countries are reliable in more clauses and closing themselves. For example, how we saw in Brexit, that is a very bad example, and that decreases innovation, that closes country up. Therefore, what I advocate here is that protectionism is a problem. The barriers are still a problem in the 21st century. And when we call in, we are talking about the situation, one basic needs of innovation is education. If we don't have a higher investment and solutions in education for our country, it is impossible for innovation to drive. It's impossible to go up in the scale of global value chains in the mining sector. And it's important that we understand that, for example, the World Economic Forum has related that the 10 most important countries that pay more for teachers are mostly the first world countries. But it's interesting that the fourth in that list is Mexico. So Mexico, which is a country in developing state, is in the same side as New Zealand, as Norway, and other developed countries. Therefore, there's an understanding that paying more and having a bigger payment for teachers, that will increase education, and of course, that will also increase in the long term technology and innovation. So I would like to advocate here that education is the base for all technology, and the idea that countries should perceive higher standards in the global value chain is a most interesting way for African countries and Latin American countries. We saw that in Asia. We saw that in China during the last 30 years. We saw that in South Korea. We saw that in Hong Kong. And there are countries that, in the same way, they have created some protection for the development of their sectors, but they also increase technology and gradually open themselves. I do believe that this formula can still be used for African countries. And what Andrew said, it's very important. accords between ideas and countries and companies should not and cannot be enforced themselves. They should be arranged between as many as countries as they can, so we can have a playing field of competition and also a playing field of costs that can be implied and enforced to all players in the market. That's the only way we can upgrade our scales and we can see more interesting approaches in the mining sector.
Thank you, Igor. We're reaching our last 4 minutes now. So I'd like to ask you to give your final thoughts on the thematic of this plenary. And thank you all for coming and for your presence and your sharing your thoughts on it.
Thank you, Catalina. It's been my great pleasure to be on this panel. I think, mining in one form or another is an ancient industry. It's been around for thousands of years, but, it's still one where we can see innovations, both in terms of the technology. And I do slightly disagree with what Paulo said earlier, which is that, you are seeing renewable technologies, for example, being introduced into mining operations, although I do agree with his central point that, jumping away from using any kind of hydrocarbons prematurely could be dangerous. But I think what's more important than even hard technologies or hard advances are soft advances in terms of how you do things, the processes, how you include people, etc. Because that is really how you get you allow the benefits of mining to spread to the widest possible audience while also minimizing the downsides. And I think it's very important to continue to focus very much on the softer, the people type of issues, as much as the hard technology issues, because they're so important.
Stephen, would you like to say something to end our conversation?
Yes, Catalina, thanks very much. I think it's been an interesting discussion. Basically, my position is that the continent, is replete with a lot of resources, mineral resources, and technology is changing the way, we used to mine. For example, these mineral resources. Either we are improving production and keeping people home because there are a lot of machines working, or the technology is allowing you to do a lot of value addition. So I think this is basically that Africans should latch onto the positives. It's basically that the mineral resources has to work for its economy, right? The fourth industrial revolution is happening. And then basically those industrial minerals, right? The lithium, the cobalt are critical. These are found in a continent. So Africa should add value and then make sure that it's able to benefit from the value chain and not just exporting in raw form. I think this is how, the continent can basically progress, and technology is key that we have to, factor it in. Thank you.
Igor, you can say something.
Yes, I would like to thank you very much to Catalina, and also thank Paulo, Stephen, and Andrew for the sharing of thoughts. That was very inspiring. And I would like to finish this panel with some basic words that I think they're very important, no matter how they can work for mining, which is the shift from fossil to electric and other sources. I do agree that cannot be made in a hush, but it will happen in more pace-by-pace basis, step-by-step. I do think that automation, digitalization, pollution prevention, prevention of soil erosion and water recycling are the most important aspects of mining these days, no matter how we can arrange that. And of course, for the social, the rehabilitation of workers and people affected, not only in African countries, but in Brazil and Latin America, are concerns of all stakeholders in the sector. They were in the past, they are now, and they will be for the next century.
Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here, for your kind presence. And Carolina, Caroline, now we're all yours.
Thank you very much, Catalina. I have to say that the time flew. I was hearing it from you. It was a great panel. Thank you very much again for your participation here. Catalina, the moderator, Mr. Stephen, Mr. Andrelli, and also Mr. Igor Lucena. I hope to see you once again next year in the next Brazil-Africa Forum. Thank you very much for joining us today. I was hoping that maybe we will have just a little time to address a few questions for the panelists. Unfortunately not, but I have to say that we are receiving lots of comments at the chat at the YouTube channel of the Brazil Africa Institute. We have 3 live streams going on right now in English, Portuguese, and French, so you just need to choose one to follow our event. Just one comment that I think it's really interesting. It's from Mr. Pandaya. He or she, I don't know, said that the agroforestry industry is where Africa and Brazil could collaborate more in knowledge, skill, technology transfer, and industry experience. I couldn't agree more with you. The Brazil-Africa Forum is all about cooperation, is all about opening new opportunities, fomenting dialogue, and trying to build a new path for the relationship between Brazil and the African countries. So I hope that the messages that we are hearing here today can go again and try to make people find this path back to the African countries right now. And we are going to move forward with our program. We are preparing right now a special conversation which will have the theme natural resources, governmental policies, and social development in the African continent. We have heard a lot here today about the importance of preserving our natural resources, the importance to build governmental policies, and also that social development cannot be achieved without us to think and how to boost this kind of field. So I want to invite you all that are watching us right now to send your comments, because we'd like to hear your thoughts on this. How can we work towards protecting our natural resources and trying to achieve social development, not only in the African continent, but around the world? Just share with us your comments. We are here waiting for you. And as I was saying, we have now a special moment. This is a special conversation with Ambassador Ramayade, head of the Africa Center at the Atlantic Council. And this will be conducted by Mr. Ziad Liman, who is the editor of Afrique Magazine. Ambassador and Mr. Ziad, thank you very much for joining us today. It is my pleasure to be speaking with you. Mr. Liman, please, you can start this amazing conversation we are going to have right now.
Hi, hello everybody. Hi from Paris, from a freezing Paris. And Ramayad is in Washington, where I guess the weather is not much warmer. We have an interesting conversation about natural resources and social development. As you know, Africa has a tremendous amount of potential natural resources, going from fossil fuels to minerals to agriculture to vegetables. Even water can be considered as a natural resources. And one of the main issue is how can we have a better process so that population can benefit more of the exploitation of these resources. There's been a lot of discussion about the fact that natural resources producers don't see the social indexes of their country getting better. And so please, Rama, what is your thinking on that specific issue? How can we connect better natural resources and social empowerment and evolution?
Thank you, Ziad. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me in this very, very important meeting. On behalf of my organization, the Atlantic Council, where I run the Africa Center, I just would like to say how, for us, this topic is critical. Of course, from the African point of view, it is a very, very challenging matter. How can we make compatible, the use of these huge natural resources with the needs of the population? That is the question Africa and every country in the world has to face every day. Countries generally perceive natural resources as a strategic national capital, and it's about sovereignty, and it has to remain and to stay at the exclusive use of a country's interest. So here, this principle, this idea has been confirmed by laws on the international stage, and it's very, very important to take into consideration the right of the people and nations to have access to their own resources. According to the African Union reports, Africa has ceded more than 100 billion worth of land since 2000. That's a lot, and that is very important to understand why this sovereignty I was just mentioning is not respected. That's why one of the key solutions is to keep these lands, to keep these properties. That's why a country like South Africa, for example, recently announced that foreigners would no longer be able to buy a land in the country within 5 years. That is one of the way you can do this, ensure that the exploitation of Africa's huge natural resources benefits the population to keep their lands. In Africa, climate change is not a urban it's not a urban struggle. It's about activism. It's about access to the lands. It's about giving back to the people what the country owes, to them. So that is why it's so important to consider this matter of sovereignty, and never forget the importance of international law in guaranteeing this access for the people.
Do you understand the fact that several organizations worldwide are trying to bring some standards of transparency concerning, for example, extracting industries like oil or gas or diamonds or gold? There's a lot of international scrutiny over these countries on how they use and how they exploit, and how the funds and the cash is used within the country. Is it normal, according to you, to have this level of international scrutiny?
I think it's important to be very careful about the use of the extracting sector, and I'm aware of the importance of this international awareness. Of course, there is an organization, an institute called Revenue Watch Institute, with rankings and of African countries, for example. And they decided a few years ago, and on a regular basis, to have a look on the governance of natural resources. And the last study I read about them, highlighted by the Policy Report for the New South, a think tank from Morocco, that Ghana, the highest ranked African country, is ranked 15th, and it is in the category of countries that partially meets the transparency and accountability standards in governing the wealth of their subsoil, alongside Liberia, Zambia, and other countries like this. So it is important to note that some countries in this ranking are very well endowed in terms of natural resources. They have oil and everything, but they are at the bottom of the ranking when it comes to rules of transparency and accountability in the governance of these resources. So that's why I'm saying that the differences in the management system explains why it is so important to have this cooperation and to speak about an international, it's not about control, but it's just about advice and maybe cooperation on this very important issue.
There's one point before we get to climate change and COP26 is most of these people who extract or work on natural resources in Africa are not specifically enterprises or businesses. Most of them are, international conglomerates working in Africa. Do you think that empowering African resources field is a priority or is an urgency to better control the wealth?
Sorry, I did not hear what you said. I lost you. Can you repeat, please?
I was saying that most of these natural resources richness is controlled mostly by foreign companies. Chinese, Americans, Europeans. They pump the oil, they pump the gas, they cut the trees. Do you think we should promote private Africa entrepreneurship in those issues, in those fields of natural resources?
Yes, yes. I really think that the role of companies is critical. Foreign companies or African companies, because they are major players, in the exploitation of African natural resources. And usually we focus on states more than on companies. And I really think they can have a role on local content promotion, for example. It is so important to they have a role on this issue, how we can create jobs for African workers, because the problem is very simple. It's not only about access to natural resources, it's also about how we can push or bring the Africans exploit their own resources. That is why, on the African continent, the challenge. 12 million of jobs are necessary in the next every year in the next 20 years, according to the African Development Bank, to absorb the African youth that is coming and that is already there. And that needs to be hired for jobs. So that is the first thing I think we could ask to these foreign companies. The second thing, beyond the local content, it can be, for example, the environmental preservation. That is, it is very, very important in this process of exploitation to be respectful to these natural resources and the social environment, of course, the health of the people, of the communities who live around. That is why it is so important to develop policies between states whose sovereignty is so important and companies, foreign companies or national companies.
Thank you. The last issue maybe is the most important one. We have all followed the COP26 works in Glasgow. There seems to be a huge issue concerning the emerging world and Africa. We're basically asking, African nations to switch to climate change, to sustainable development, which would imply, to a certain extent, to control the natural resources, to protect them. But how can you protect natural resources? For example, how can you stop drilling for oil if you need to finance your development? And how do you finance your development if rich countries don't respect their engagement to fund sustainable development and energy transition in emerging world, and especially in Africa?
Yeah, thank you, Ziad, for this very, very relevant question. This COP has been very disappointing for African nations. Yes, but it's not a surprise. COP President Alok Sharma felt it it will be definitely more difficult to reach a global agreement in Glasgow than in Paris. The last day, he was just crying and said how much he was sorry. And Greta Thunberg has told it has been a failure. The situation is a state of emergency, though. In 26 years, all the COPs have failed. Gas emissions have increased by like 50%. And the COP26 of Glasgow was supposed to be the most important since the Paris Agreement, but nothing went right. And previously, a huge leak of United Nations documents showed that the rich countries have tried to change key climate reports. And when commitments are made, they are like for 2050, 2060. And as a result, the fight against climate change is a story of broken promises. And Africa is the first victim of this failure, and of richest country too. G20 countries account for 80% of global emissions. Africa only 4% of global emission. But the continent is the most hit by the consequences. For African nations, the global warming is not a threat, it's just the reality. Floods, deforestation, difficult access to water, rising seas, all this show that for Africa, the global warming, yes, it is not just a threat.
It's already here, yeah.
Yeah, and none of the commitments, that's what is very difficult here. None of the financial commitments to support the continent have been met yet. But what is interesting to know is that Africa is not a victim here. Africa is the best student of the class, since according to the Africa to the Climate Action Tracker, only one country of the signatory countries of the Paris Agreement meets its goal of reducing gas emission. And this country is an African state, Gambia. So a few months ago, I wrote a paper during Pioneers Summit on climate, saying that climate change cannot be fixed. Cannot be fixed without Africa. It's really my deep belief. It's really my deep belief. If on one side, I would like to reiterate the importance of the commitment of developed countries to mobilize $100 billion a year from last year, from 2020, and to rise it by 2025. On the other hand, it is really important to see how African nations are committed in finding solutions. And that's why the continent should be regarded or considered not as a subject, but as an actor. And at the Atlantic Council, we are launching a working group to do what just you said. I mean, to make compatible these very hard targets for African nations and the necessity of development, because it's important not to break the development path, the African development path. It's very important before all these summits and huge meetings to take into consideration the African point of view. And our working group on an inclusive climate strategy will have this mission to make compatible development and climate change, because we don't have to sacrifice development in this continent where the needs are so high.
Mr. Liman, we are not hearing you. I think you're mute. Oh, okay. I'm not hearing you. Ambassador, can you hear Mr. Liman?
No, I cannot hear him.
No, I think have you mute your microphone, Mr. Liman? No. Maybe we lost audio, but no problem at all, Ambassador. If you're hearing me and seeing me, we can just try to. Okay, so I can just try to address a question that come up via the chat of our live stream right now. So the question is, what are the links between natural resources and human rights? I think this is a very broad question, but if you can try to address 1 or 2 points from your point of view, it would be really interesting.
Yes, I really think that natural resources, including water, for example, are strongly linked to the promotion of human rights. Why? Because of the right to live and to have a life. That is the very first human rights, life. Without water, without these natural resources, you can have access to the food. You can have access to protection of your families and your communities. And it is also about the second generation of human rights, I mean, sustainable development. And when you think on a human rights point of view, you understand how critical, how urgent it is important to guarantee to every community the access to these very basic goods. So that is why it is not only important to raise these questions on the international stage, like and climate meetings, for example, but it is critical to raise these questions at the United Nations and even at the Security Council. You can see the link here. The link here, we have to support African nations to get a seat or 2 seats to permanent seat to the Security Council of the United Nations. It's an old debate, but this debate has reached a critical level now because the continent is a strategic continent with 15% of the world. In 20 years, Africa will be the largest population in the world, the youngest continent population in the world, and the continent will need to feed its population. And you know that the African continent has the means to feed the planet, and it does not have the means to feed itself. Nobody can understand that unless you raise the problem, the challenge of the exploitation of these natural resources. So that is why it is a human rights issue.
This is a very clear message, Ambassador, for sure. It is an inspiration to hear from you. Unfortunately, we have reached the final of this amazing conversation. I don't know if Mr. Liman has his mic working right now. No.
Yes, I think
okay, perfect, Mr. Liman. This is just for you to say goodbye, unfortunately, because we have to move on to our next panel.
Goodbye, and the message in the center is Africa is in the center of the century coming. I mean, this is an important issue.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, both of you, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Au revoir, Ziad. Merci
beaucoup. Au revoir. À bientôt.
And that's it. As the ambassador said, natural resources and human rights are totally connected. Recursos naturais e direitos humanos estão sempre totalmente conectados, e essa é mais uma das mensagens poderosas que o primeiro dia do Fórum Brasil-África trouxe aqui para todos nós. É sempre importante, na minha opinião, não é? Eu estou compartilhando aqui agora a minha opinião com todos vocês. É sempre importante a gente tentar tirar o melhor de quem estamos assistindo, de quem estamos escutando, não é? Quais são os pontos de vista que podem agregar, quais são os pontos de vista que podem ser transformadores em vários aspectos. E eu tenho certeza que hoje, ao longo da programação, o Fórum Brasil-África contribuiu de maneira positiva, não só para a agenda dos recursos naturais, mas para toda a agenda que está relacionada ao desenvolvimento sustentável, à dignidade humana, ao combate à fome. São mensagens que nós já ouvimos aqui hoje. Eu volto a lembrar que você que está nos assistindo agora, seja na nossa transmissão em português, em inglês ou francês, no YouTube do Instituto Brasil África. Pode mandar a sua mensagem, pode mandar o seu comentário ou a sua pergunta para algum dos painelistas. A gente nem sempre consegue direcionar a pergunta aqui direto para o painelista por causa do tempo, mas eles recebem ao final, então eles ficam sabendo do interesse e da interação que houve de quem está assistindo com eles que estão aqui hoje trazendo essa mensagem tão importante sobre a agenda dos recursos naturais e do desenvolvimento sustentável. E eu segui aqui falando em português, porque o nosso próximo painel vai ser um painel totalmente falado em português. Nós sabemos que a indústria agropecuária, não é, tem um papel importante hoje em dia no fomento de tecnologias que possam mitigar prejuízos sociais e também ao meio ambiente. Temos agora um painel especial promovido pelo grupo OCP, um dos patrocinadores do Fórum Brasil África, que conta com a moderação da jornalista Sônia Blota, do grupo Bandeirantes, e vai tocar especificamente nesses pontos. Olá, Sônia, tudo bem? Boa tarde em Paris, não é isso?
Good afternoon, Sonia. I believe you're in Paris, is that
Olá,
right?
Carol, tudo bem para você? Quase
Hello,
boa noite.
Carol. It's
Estamos
almost
18
good
horas
evening
e
here.
um
It's
minuto, já é boa
6:01
noite.
here
Menos
in
2 graus de
Paris.
temperatura, mas é uma
We're
honra
2
fazer
degrees
parte do
negative
fórum,
here,
de mediar
Celsius,
esse painel,
and
esse
it's
assunto
a
que é de
pleasure
suma
to
importância para o Brasil
moderate
e
this
para o
panel,
mundo.
which is
A
so
gente que
important
vê
to Brazil
agora
and to
que
the world.
saindo de uma pandemia,
And
a
we
gente vê
are
quão
coming out of a
importante
pandemic,
é a
and
discussão
we
desse assunto
understand
como
how
nunca foi.
important it
Se
is
isso já fazia
more
parte
than
do
ever to
passado,
discuss this.
é
If
totalmente o
this was
presente
important
e
in the
mais do que nunca
past,
o futuro.
and
Então,
at
eu
the
tenho a
moment,
honra
in
de
the present,
apresentar
it's
aqui os
important, and in the
palestrantes,
future, it will
o
be
Sr. Roberto
extremely
Rodrigues,
important.
que é ex-presidente da
So we are
Organização
going
das
to talk
Cooperativas
to Mr.
Brasileiras,
Roberto
OCB, e da
Rodrigues,
Aliança
former
Cooperativa
president of the
Internacional,
International
ACI,
Cooperatives
a senhora
Alliance and
Sueli
of the
Mori
Brazilian
Andrade,
Cooperatives
coordenadora de
Organization.
inteligência
We are
comercial da
also going to talk
CNA,
to Ms.
Sr.
Suemi Mori
Alexandre
Andrade,
Moraes do
she's
Amaral,
coordinator of
assessor de
Trade
estratégia
Intelligence
internacional
Confederation,
do diretor
CNA,
executivo da
and
Embrapa,
also
e o Sr.
Dr.
Olávio
Alexandre
Takenaka,
Moraes do
presidente da
Amaral,
OCP
and also
Fertilizantes. Quero dar
Mr.
meus
from Embrapa, Mr.
boas-vindas a
Olávio
todos, agradecer pela
Takenaka, president
participação
of OCP
neste painel. E eu vou começar com o
Fertilizantes.
Sr. Roberto
So I'm
Rodrigues
going to start
para
with
falar
Mr.
sobre
Roberto
uma
Rodrigues
paixão que ele mesmo me
to
confessou aqui
speak
nos
to
bastidores.
a passion of his,
Como o
which he
sistema
mentioned
de
here,
cooperativismo
which
ajudou os
is, and
pequenos
he's
e
going
os
to talk
pequenos e
about
médios
how the
agricultores
cooperative
do Brasil,
system
Sr. Roberto.
helped small and medium farmers in
Sônia, muito
Brazil.
obrigado por essa pergunta.
Thank you very
Mas
much,
antes eu quero
Sonia, for
agradecer
your
muito
question, and also I'd like to
do
thank
Brasil África que trabalham tão bem
my
nesse
friends at
segmento, nesse
the
setor.
Brazil Africa
E aqui ao
Institute
lado, meu
who
amigo
have
querido
organized
também de
this
muitos
event,
anos,
and
companheiro de
also I'd
trabalho
like to greet
na
my
OCP,
friend, dear
e
friend,
que
Mr.
presidiu a OCP do
Olávio
Brasil,
here.
então
We've
Alexandre,
worked
e a
together
Sueli
many
também.
years,
Muito
Dr.
obrigado a todos
Alexandre, Ms. Suemi.
pela oportunidade de
It's a
conversar.
pleasure to
Qual a tua
be here on
pergunta, minha
this
filha?
panel with you.
Olha,
Well,
ah,
about your question,
a globalização da economia teve uma característica importante
the
em qualquer atividade econômica,
globalization
qualquer
of
setor,
the economy
que é a
has been
redução
very important
do
for
lucro
any
por
sector,
margem unitária bruta.
which
Cada
has
vez
been the
menos uma
reduction of
margem,
the
a
margin
margem
per
de uma unidade
product,
é menor.
per
Cada
unit
concorrência
of the
terminada pela
product.
economia globalizada.
And
Portanto, o
because
lucro
of
na
this,
atividade rural,
the
particularmente na
profit
atividade rural,
of
se dá na
the
escala.
agricultural production comes in
É na
scale,
grande
in
produção,
large
volume grande de
scale,
produção.
large production.
Ora, o pequeno produtor,
Now,
por
what
definição, não tem
happens
escala.
to the
Então,
small
se a
producers?
escala
He
der
has no
saída para ele,
scale,
ele é
right?
pequeno, ele está
So,
morto.
and
Como é que os países
so if
desenvolvidos
there is
fizeram para
no,
resolver esse problema?
there isn't much
Subsídio.
profit, then
Então,
what
subsídio,
happens?
subvenção,
Then you need
mecanismos de apoio
to
financeiro, econômico ao pequeno
subsidize the
produtor.
smaller
Esses mecanismos
agricultures,
permitiram que ele continuasse vivo.
and that would
A alternativa
allow
a um país que não
these
tem subsídio, no caso do
producers
Brasil,
to
é o
stay in the
cooperativismo.
game.
Por quê?
What
Porque
happened
na
in Brazil?
cooperativa,
We
o pequeno
started to
produtor
create
encontra a
these
escala
co-ops,
dos seus
these
iguais.
cooperatives,
A soma
because
dos
then
produtores
all
pequenos
of
e
them,
médios
all
juntos
the
leva a
producers
escala
can bring
que permite ao
their,
pequeno produtor
increase their
ter o mesmo
scale,
acesso
and
às
at
condições
least
de
gives
renda
them
de um grande
access
produtor que tem escala
to
por
this
definição
financing,
própria.
to the
Então, esse é o
subsidies.
primeiro ponto. O
So
cooperativismo
that's the
é um
first point.
instrumento
So
que garante a
cooperativism
escala
is a
numa
tool
economia
to
global em que
produce a
ou tem
larger
escala ou
scale.
não tem condições de sobrevivência.
especially for those smaller producers. The second point
fator de
is that
mitigação
the factor of mitigation of the financial exploitation by the market. Since the smaller producer isn't able to buy the products he needs, the seeds, the fertilizer, all that he needs with a good price, because he needs credit to buy those, and so then he can buy whatever he needs. Now, the smaller producer isn't going to buy in much quantity. He doesn't have as much leverage for that. And the price that he will have to pay is not going to be the best price. And through a cooperative, small producers can have the best products available on the market and that they really need. For example, if he's a cotton producer, he needs something that is specific for a cotton crop. So through the cooperative, he's able to access what he needs at the best price, at good conditions, and have the credit he needs. And the third point is that the cooperative can add value. Well, for me, as a small producer, the cooperative is going to be the extension of what my production. For example, I wouldn't be able to have a factory to refine my product, for example, but in the cooperative, I wouldn't be able to do that on my own. But through the cooperative, I can have the chance to access other profit margins or together with this group of producers. So it helps to give scale, it gives the producer access to what he needs, and it adds value to his products, gives him a chance to access other markets. Okay, Mr. Roberto, before we go on, just to comment here, how could that be helpful to African producers? I think it would be useful, just it was useful for European producers, Brazilian producers, small producers also. A cooperative, but now here's the main point. When it's managed well, okay? When there really is the collective interests are considered, it can be, when it's well managed, it can be very beneficial. So if this, let's say, doctrine is followed, it can be very beneficial to everyone. And the smaller it is, for example, in the cooperative, the small producer, as small as he is, can have support and exchange ideas. All right, thank you. Now let's talk to Suemi. How can CNA strengthen the agriculture and livestock sector in Brazil? Well, first of all, I'm representing CNA. I would have one of our heads here would be in my place, so I'm replacing her, Dr. Alexandra. But it's a pleasure to be here. Well, today we represent more than 2 million agricultural producers, and we have a very strong agricultural sector, and what we do is to defend internal interests of the sector. We also work directly with the value chains and specialists that are theme, and in the international scenario, we also defend the interests and also work with diplomacy and also try to defend the reputation of our agricultural sector outside Brazil or the commercial interests that we have. And so we are involved in these discussions and we try to keep it focused on scientific facts. So CNA SNA also has this role of defending the interests of our sector, and we also work with the smaller producers, and it's called AgroBR, and we work with value chains that aren't very common, for example, like honey and fishery and spices. They are value chains or products that are very important to our Brazilian value chain, but for these small producers are very important. So we have these two branches, defending the interests of the sector and also helping these smaller producers to take their products and making them appealing to the international market. Great, thank you very much. Now we're going to go to Alexandre Moraes, who is from Embrapa. It's a great source of pride and joy to us in Brazil. So we know of the background from Embrapa, but if you were going to tell us about the most important thing at the moment, what would that be?
Perdão, estava aqui no mudo.
Sorry, my microphone was muted. Oh, that's normal. The new normal. We need to get used to that.
Sim,
no worries.
Sônia, primeiramente, muito obrigado. Quero agradecer
Sonia, first of all, I'd like to thank the organization of the event for the invitation. Our president would be here, but he's on a globe-trotting mission. He was with some of you at COP26 and then now in Dubai at the Expo. And I think the name of the game here and the aspect that you brought up in terms of maybe like the most important message or theme that we are focusing on right now is sustainability. And in Embrapa, all of the work and the strategies that we have developed ever since its beginning has been to develop agriculture, science-based agriculture. So agricultural practices that are sustainable and sustainability that is based on scientific evidence. So I think the major contribution that Embrapa has given to Brazilian agriculture, and I'm not going to repeat things that most everyone knows, but the tropicalization of the products, the plant-based or animal-based products, and the adaptation of these products to our reality here in Brazil is something that can be replicated in the African continent very easily, and always focusing on sustainability, also the development of a sustainable production platform. Embrapa was very important in developing this platform that involved the private sector in Brazilian agriculture. Also, the involvement of universities was very important. So I think science-based sustainability is the greatest contribution that Embrapa has given to Brazil. Well, today there's no way of talking about the future without talking about green economy. Companies can't think about going forward without thinking about sustainability. Now I'd like to hear from Mr. Olávio Takenaka. And Mr. Olávio, I'd like to know how OCP Fertilizantes has helped the companies in Brazil based on phosphate. So please tell us more about that. Thank you very much, Sonia. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, Brazil Africa Institute, for giving me the opportunity to be with you today. Well, Evidently, you know about how important the agribusiness has become to Brazil and generated about over $100 billion in to our trade. And thanks to this huge size, it's given us this income, but we've had to import one of the macronutrients, which is phosphate, and we've had to import over 80%. First of all, potassium, nitrogen, and then phosphate. So OCP and has 70% of the known phosphate reserves in Brazil. So, for example, we have Morocco, which is ahead of Brazil. So, the greatest producer and source of phosphate in the world is Morocco, and their production is very small compared to the exporting. And we see Brazil importing phosphate from Morocco that's necessary around 35, almost 40% per year. It comes from Morocco. So Morocco is a natural partner. And so they have 70% of the world's known phosphate reserve. They say that it will last for 500 years. I think for Brazil, in terms of Brazil, that's a very long term. Maybe not for China, but Morocco has had a strategy of having chosen Brazil 12 years ago when they first opened up their office here in Brazil. So they opened this partnership and they have been supplying us with what we need in terms of phosphate. And they have done this when we need it and as much as we need it. Because we are the shortest, have the shortest distance to them by ship than any other region in the world. Oh, so we have that advantage. Yes, exactly. Oh, that's very important. And I think the world knows that. Now I'd like to go back to Dr. Roberto Rodrigues. And this idea of cooperativism is very important. Do you think it's important to have laws that support the cooperatives in African countries? Well, that's a great question, great topic. So, there are values and principles to cooperativism. For example, Christianity has a doctrine. So there was a doctrine, and this was born, cooperativism was born out of Christianity. So you know that in a church, in a Catholic church, you have a priest that is saying the same prayer, the same every Sunday. He's saying, explaining what is sin, what is all. So you know that for more than 2,000 years, he's been saying the same thing. There's still lots of sinners around the world. But the important thing, it's important that to get the word out. So I use this as an illustration because the law isn't going to necessarily transform. It can help to make something respectable. So many small producers become part of a cooperative because they know that it has those values. Sometimes some people never learn at all about what a cooperative is. So it's important, yes, to have proper laws.
que é um país de comerciante
Denmark
espetacular,
is a
não tem lei
country
coercitivista.
that has
Porque as pessoas já nascem com
great
DNA
cooperatives,
coercitivo
but they
no
have
seu
no
corpo,
laws that
né? Tanto
regulate
dinamarquês é
it
coercitivista
because there's
por
no need,
definição.
because
Outros
it's so
países,
strong
tem que ser
culturally that
pregado
they don't
como
need
doutrina
to have
através de uma
any
legislação e de ensino
laws
adequado.
or
Mas eu quero
doctrines for that.
dar
In
beijo aqui na
Brazil, we
Suelen
need
pela
to have some
CNA.
control.
Eu sou membro do Conselho
I just
Consultivo do
wanted
Cimento, é um enorme prazer
to
trabalhar com a
say
CNA. E o
hello
Alexandre, então,
to Ms.
na Embrapa,
Suemi. I'm
porque
one
ele
of the
falou
board
uma coisa
members at
importante,
CNA, and Dr.
a
Alexandre, also from
tropicalização
Embrapa.
das
He
fontes
said something
tecnológicas
that's
que ele
very
nos anos
important,
70 e
the
80,
tropicalization
foi a mudança
of
do país em
in
tecnologia.
the
E o
70s,
Olavo,
80s
o
was
Olavo é meu
very
amigo há tanto tempo que eu
important.
não vou elogiar ele não
And
aqui,
Olavio has
mas
been my friend for so long, I
nós
won't
temos a
say how many
importância
years.
capital
But I think
para a
there is
agricultura
a
brasileira, muito
great
importante para nós. Então, estou muito
importance of
feliz de estar com você aqui também,
OCP
viu,
to
Sônia?
Brazilian
Ah,
agriculture.
obrigada,
And
professora. É
it's
uma
great
honra
to be
para
here
mim, nossa,
talking
meu
to you, Sonia, and
entrevistado
all of my
para
colleagues
todos
here.
os assuntos. Chama o professor Roberto
Well,
Rodrigues,
I
que ele,
know
assim
that
como todos
I
vocês
can
também estão
count on you,
convidadíssimos aí para os
Professor
nossos programas na Rádio
Roberto,
Bandeirantes e Jornal da Band, porque a gente está com um time de
talk about
peso.
these things. And
E,
we have
e
a
eu tenho
great
esse,
team
o
here, very
privilégio de
experienced. So
mediar esse painel.
it's
E
a
já,
pleasure for
professor,
me, a
o senhor
privilege
tocou no
to
assunto
be
do
the
Alexandre falar do
moderator here.
tropicalismo. Vamos falar um pouquinho mais sobre
So
isso,
you
Alexandre?
mentioned tropicalism.
Vamos,
Alexandre, why
sabe,
don't you
Sônia,
tell us more about
a
that?
gente está vivendo uma
Well,
revolução
Sonia, you know, we're
silenciosa
undergoing a silent
aí que daqui a
revolution.
pouquinho, em alguns segundos eu
And,
falo para você,
and I'll
mas
tell you
sobre
more
a
about it in a few
tropicalização,
seconds.
sobre o que
But
aconteceu
about
no
the
passado
tropicalization,
e que
what happened in the
sedimentou
past that kind of
essa
helped
indústria
to
fabulosa que é a agricultura brasileira.
cement
A gente não
the
pode esquecer que até a
Brazilian
década de
agricultural
60, 70, a
sector.
soja no Brasil ela era
In the 60s and
muito
70s,
restrita a regiões
soybeans in
do sul,
Brazil
mesmo
was
porque é uma planta,
basically
a soja é uma planta originária
planted
da
in
região
the south
temperada,
area of the
o
country.
centro de
It's a
origem dela
more
é
temperate
China.
climate. The
Tradicionalmente
soybean
ela
comes from
tinha,
China.
era
And
muito
so in the
cultivada nos
past,
países
it was
de clima frio.
cultivated in the
A
countries
introdução
with
da
a cooler
soja no
climate.
Brasil,
The introduction of
ela
the
se deu primeiro na
soy bean
região sul
into
do Brasil, e
Brazil
depois, a
happened
partir
in
de
the south,
melhoramento, a partir de
and then
transformação
after the
desse
transformation
material
of the
e de
crop
várias tecnologias
and
que
out
foram
of
associadas
many
ao cultivo
technologies
da
that were
soja
developed
no Brasil,
in
ela foi se
Brazil,
expandindo
it started
para o
to
centro-oeste.
be
Hoje o Brasil é
expanded
um
to
grande,
the
gigante produtor de soja, justamente por causa dessa
central
tropicalização.
western area of
Mas o que eu ia
Brazil.
falar da revolução
But
que a
what
gente
I was
está
going to
vivendo
say about the silent
silenciosamente
revolution
é a
that we are
revolução do trigo
undergoing now,
tropical.
it's the
O
tropical
Brasil está
wheat.
vivendo, se
Brazil,
alguns das pessoas que estão assistindo
and some
hoje
of the people that are
esse
following along
fórum tiverem
here,
oportunidade
and
de
if you have a
sobrevoar
chance
a região
to
do Cerrado brasileiro,
fly over the
elas vão
Cerrado area of
perceber
Brazil,
áreas
you are going
muito
to
interessantes, inclusive
see
no
very
sudeste,
interesting
no
areas,
centro-oeste,
especially in
e
the
já está chegando no
southeast,
Ceará, no
and it's
norte, mas
starting
sempre
the
em sistema de
northeast.
rotação, ou seja, não está
It's
entrando
always a
em
crop
novas
rotation,
áreas,
so it's
mas
not going
áreas
into
onde já
new
existe a
areas,
produção,
but into
que é
areas
esse trigo que
where
consegue
other
ser
crops
produzido
are
nas regiões
grown.
tropicais, regiões quentes. A
These
Embrapa
are
desenvolveu uma
tropical
série de
areas,
variedades
warm
muito bem
weather,
adaptadas
and we
a
have been
esses
able
solos.
to
Talvez
adapt
seja o grande
some
exemplo
varieties
mundial aí
of
de
these soils, and
trigo
I think this is
tropical.
going to
Se a
be
gente
a
for
great
vasculhar e ver
example
essa,
of
acho que é a cultura
tropical
mais
wheat
cosmopolita do
crops.
mundo.
And if you
Vários
go to
países do
most,
mundo produzindo, mas o Brasil é o
see
único que
that many
detém
countries
essa
are
tecnologia
producing
hoje
wheat,
de produzir
but I think
trigo
what
com
Brazil
altíssima
has
qualidade
developed in terms of
nessa região quente.
technology in
Olha que
warm
bacana. Isso aí
climates,
é
it's
uma coisa que
amazing.
pouca gente sabe,
Oh
que
wow,
precisa ser
that's
melhor
something
divulgada.
that not many
Gostaria
people
de
know
ouvir
about.
muito
We
a
need
Suemi
to
sobre
talk
isso,
about
Suemi.
this. Suemi, I'd like to hear you about
Exatamente,
this.
só para concluir
Yeah, just
aqui, é
to
uma,
finish,
é
to
uma
wrap
revolução
up,
mesmo, como
it
você já
really is
notou,
a
uma
revolution,
silenciosa. Muito
but
pouca
it's
gente já
silent.
sabe
Not many
disso,
people
né?
know about that.
Verdade, verdade,
It's true.
Alexandre. E aí, Suemi?
Okay,
Sabe o que
Suemi,
eu acho
what do you have
interessante que o
to tell
Alexandre
us
falou?
about that?
Porque, por exemplo, a
Well, I
área que a
think
gente
it's
mais
very
trabalha
important what Alexandre said. We work with international trade here at CNA. And one of our concerns that's very valid is the high concentration of our exports. He talked about the soybeans, and today 30% of what we export to the world is soy and grains. So it's very important. So the work that's done by Embrapa and other specific companies of diversifying the production that will end up generating exports in the future. I just read a report this week about the commercial trade and these economic shocks, for example, like the pandemic or crisis. And it's interesting that it talked about two different fronts in terms of international business. So they can change physical products through economic products. And it also talked about this as being a problem and also as a solution, because sometimes you have a problem with one supplier. We're talking about food. And when you talk about food, it's much more serious. In the beginning of the pandemic last year, for example, here at CNA, we had the contact from many different countries asking us if Brazil would put any restrictions on food exports to guarantee its food supplies. Many countries did that. Of course, no country is self-sufficient. And, here in Brazil, we have a very varied and resilient food production. But many countries were worried about food supplies. Not only about, it's a social concern, of course, because if you don't have food, then that affects your social peace, the social order of your country. So it's very important to have this interaction with other countries here in Brazil. So we are great at our soy exports. We need to continue exporting our soy. That's fine, but we need to not depend 100% on our soy exports. Because most of the volume, the first 10 months, was to a single country. We have some very stringent rules here that Brazil does comply with. And yes, even with all of the restrictions that we have, we are able to have the huge production like we do. Well, let's go back to Mr. Olavo to talk specifically about the fertilizer industry. So Brazil and Africa, how can we explain this connection when it comes to fertilizers? Thank you very much, Sonia, once more. I just wanted to compliment what Alexandre said. I think it's vitally important, what Embrapa has been doing, this silent war or revolution in increasing our wheat production. Wheat is one of the few products that Brazil is still dependent on imports. I think about 60% of our wheat is still imported. So we are great at exporting many different crops and products, but we are also one of the major wheat importers. And with this initiative by Embrapa, which is silently transforming Brazil, maybe in the future we will be able to stop importing so much wheat, and who knows, maybe even export wheat. And it's very important to hear this and promote this, get this word out here during this forum, because, it's been phenomenal work. Who could imagine that wheat could be grown on tropical soil? That is, that was unheard of before. It does really make us think, as we say, that God is Brazilian, because if that's possible, that's our joke here in Brazil. Well, Sonia, I'd like to continue here. For example, soybeans, I said in 65. We started developing that at USP here in São Paulo. So back then we had 400,000 hectares in Rio Grande do Sul. Today, we have 40 million hectares of soybean plantations, and that's thanks to Embrapa. And we have soy from one extreme of the country to the other, from Acre, which is in the extreme north to the Atlantic Ocean. So the tropicalization of the soybean is something really amazing. I'm embarrassed, I've taken up a lot of the time. Oh, that's fine. Alexandre, this is great. We have a very democratic panel here. It's important to remember, Sonia, and thank you very much, Professor Roberto, for emphasizing our work. It's something that's very interesting sociologically. If you look at the Brazilian diet, most of the products aren't really produced originally in Brazil. For example, if you take the picture of our rice and the tomatoes, the milk, very few components of our diet were originally from Brazil. And these are, we eat foods that genetically were imported from Brazil and that we have put on Brazilians' tables. It's important or interesting, about 1 week ago, the government of Pakistan, which also reproduces what happens in India, contacted us to wanted to have the genetic material of what we use. We have the type of cattle, and that comes from Asia, and the research institutions here have created a new species of cattle that is better adapted to our tropical climate. And so we're able to preserve this genetic material to be used in other countries that don't have a warmer climate like we do, and where the European strains of cattle don't really adapt very much. For example, rice, we have increased our rice production. The wheat that I've mentioned has a great adaptability. We had 8,000 tons per hectare, which was, just amazing, the productivity. Yes, I think the information about wheat, I will do what I can to get the word out, but it's very important for people to realize what's happening. And these are amazing technologies. I did some interviews with people from Embrapa during COP26 with CNA that actually, our agricultural technology really shines on the global stage. And, if something's good, we need to, make a big deal about it. Don't you agree? Yes, I agree. And we're not very good at promoting ourselves in that sense. So these are transformations that we, like I said, they are silent revolutions. Suemi, do you agree? Muted. Sorry. Yes, I agree, totally agree. And, internationally, and like I said, my workplace is the international scenario. And so we have been able to show that Brazil has gotten to the point where it's at today because of the investment in science and technology, for our entrepreneurial spirit. And so, our agricultural producers accepted the challenge. They went to the Cerrado, which was, a place where nobody thought things could grow, but it's been a success. And we have strong laws and regulations here. We don't have much subsidy at all compared to the European Union or to China or India. So we don't have, so it's very impressive, or even more impressive, that we've been able to get as far as we have with any subsidies. There is some support from the government, but it's not, financial subsidies usually. So I'm not saying this, it's, the reports, world reports show that. And so the average income of producers in China is much larger than producers in Brazil. So we do have a great image, and I agree. Mr. Olavio.
E aí, posição do senhor sobre isso?
So,
Sobre
what
essa
are your
divulgação
thoughts
do Brasil
about
no
this?
exterior?
About Brazil's image in the world? Well, I think Brazil has a terrible communication problem at all levels. Do you agree, Sonia? Yes, communication problems are difficult to deal with. Yeah, you work with communications. You know about that better than I do. But without a doubt, this is part of our culture here and part of our DNA. The Americans say, as Americans say, we are a melting pot of many different cultures. And one thing that we do have in our favor, Brazilians are humble. They aren't an arrogant people or who like to fight. As Alexandre said, we do things quietly, and nobody expected Brazil to all of a sudden flourish over 10 years to this agriculture and become this agricultural powerhouse. And people are kind of, taken back by it because they didn't expect it, because we did it very quietly. I think we were working so hard to get to where we are that we didn't have time to, beat our own drum or tell people about what we are doing. So we are hard workers, honest workers, and so I think sometimes maybe we fail in communicating what we are doing. So Sonia, you need to teach us a little better how we can promote what we are doing. Yes, we need to all work together to do that. Well, as Mr. Olavo said, it's very important. When whatever Brazil does in terms of agriculture gets the world's attention. And so I think it was Alexandre who said, I'd like Mr. Roberto to comment on that.
Essa grandeza que nós temos em termos do agro, a gente pode caminhar para a sustentabilidade.
How can we move forward to become more sustainable? Well, this is a great theme, Sonia. I know, going along with all of what all of you have said. So, grains. We had the Collor plan, which was very important. Because this was in the 90s. So from the 90s until today, until the present, 31 years, the planted area of grains was increased by 90%. And the production increased 401%. So the production area grew 4 times more. But today we produce grains over 72 million hectares. And we have now 117 million hectares. So we stopped deforestation. So that we're doing this with grains. But if we look at poultry, we grew 535%. Other crops, 360%. So our tropical technology gave us much more productivity and reduced practices that weren't sustainable. For example, now we have nobody knows this number, but we have 9 million hectares with forests.
9 milhões de hectares.
9 million hectares with forest.
Cana tem 9 milhões de hectares e meio no Brasil.
For example, sugar cane, we have, nobody knows this number. So Brazil is highly sustainable. The ethanol produced from sugar cane, it 10% of the, so for example, a city like São Paulo, the largest city in the country, the emissions of gas are much lower than in many other places because we use ethanol. The biodiesel from soybeans are much lower carbon emissions. than the fossil fuels.
Tema que a Suemi conhece
Now,
muito bem,
something that Swimi is
trabalha com
also
ela mais
very
ainda,
aware
tema de
of
comércio,
is
né?
this part of
É
trade,
uma luta
international trade. We have,
insana,
you know,
né? Então, você
it's an
muitas vezes
insane
usa argumentos inadequados
challenge that
para
we
ganhar mercado.
face. Many
No
people
Brasil,
use
cresceu espetacularmente. Vou dar dois
methods that
números
aren't
para você,
appropriate to
Soninha.
try and
No ano
enter the
2000,
market. In
ano 2000,
the year
há 20 anos atrás, o
2000,
Brasil
so
exportou,
20 years
o
ago,
Brasil
Brazil
exportou 20 bilhões de
agriculture
dólares.
exported $20
No ano
million.
passado, 2020, 100 bilhões de dólares.
Last year we
5
exported
vezes mais em
$100
20
billion,
anos.
so
Considerando
5
que no
times
mundo
more.
inteiro, lembra aquela crise econômica de 2009,
And
2010?
considering
comércio
the
mundial
financial
despencou. Nós
crisis in
fizemos 5 vezes
2008 to
exportações
2010,
do
we
agronegócio. Que é
were
isso?
able to grow
É
even during that
competitividade,
crisis. Why?
sustentabilidade.
Because
Então,
we are
realmente, é uma condição
competitive and we are
extraordinária.
sustainable.
Esse ano, 110 bilhões de
This
dólares.
year, we're going
Crescendo ano a ano, que
to
a demanda
export
mundial cresce.
$110
E nós
billion.
atendemos a
So
demanda de maneira
we
virtuosa,
meet
com
the
sustentabilidade.
demands in a
Qual é o nosso
virtuous
problema?
way, in a
Nosso
sustainable way.
problema
What's our
são as
problem then?
ilegalidades.
What the problem
Uma
we have are
parcela
the
insignificante de
illegalities.
aventureiros,
We have
não
a
só
very
aventureiros,
small
desmatam
amount
ilegalmente na
of
Amazônia.
people
Botam
who are
fogo no Pantanal ou na Amazônia.
burning
Não
parts of the
cumprem
Amazon
contratos,
forest,
invadem terras de índio para fazer
don't
garimpo.
fulfill
Desmatam
their
para vender madeira.
contracts,
Não é agricultura, vender madeira.
and
Então,
so
essas ilegalidades,
these
que não conseguimos
illegalities
administrar até
that
hoje,
happen and we haven't been able
essa
to
imagem que é a melhor
control
possível.
until now, those end up affecting our reputation globally.
Eu tenho números
We have numbers here, lots of numbers that I could share, but unfortunately, our image and our reputation is, damaged by these adventurers, these criminals. Because, the illegal deforestation, yes, it's illegal. So it's a crime. We need to punish it. If someone invades somebody's land, then you need to punish them. There are laws for that. But, and this is an issue that doesn't only affect the agricultural business, it affects the whole country. We can't, it's just not acceptable to have illegal deforestation in the Amazon. So we need to take care of this, control this, so we can continue to grow. We already do this sustainably. So these adventurers, as I say, these criminals, are destroying not only part of the forest, but they are also damaging our reputation globally. So they say, oh no, let's not buy from Brazil because they are burning the Amazon forest. But so we have the facts and we have a version of the facts. So I see that we need to do two things. First of all is fully follow the laws, punish the people who break the laws. And then the second part is to communicate the facts, not just the version of the facts. I don't think we have any other thing that we can do. That's true, Professor. Well, I think we could go on speaking here for 3 hours. When it's just, things are just starting to get really interesting, we need to wrap up. So, Alexandre, let's have you wrap up.
Sônia,
What
quero
are your
agradecer
last
muito de
comments?
novo o convite
Well,
da
Sonia,
diretoria
thank
executiva
you
da
very
Embrapa,
much
mas eu não
for
queria aqui falar só
representing
sobre a Embrapa, não.
Embrapa, but I
Eu
don't
queria
only
essa
want to talk
oportunidade
about
para
Embrapa,
reforçar
but I
a
would like to
abertura da
take this
Embrapa para a cooperação
opportunity
nos países da
to
África. A Embrapa, só para você
to
ter uma ideia, nos
emphasize
últimos
the
12
interest that
anos,
Embrapa has in partnering with African
interessante. A gente
countries.
teve praticamente
Over the
uma
last
missão,
12 years, we had
viagem
about,
de profissionais da
I
Embrapa
think,
para a
one
África por semana.
one trip per week of Embrapa teams traveling to other countries and on trade missions or knowledge exchange. Mozambique is a place where we have been going to. We've gone with Mr. Olavio, also with Morocco, with the Iman institution. So my message here to wrap up is that Embrapa is open to cooperating with other countries. We would like to congratulate the Brazil-Africa Forum, and we are totally open to
Novamente
discuss
agradeço,
future
então,
opportunities.
a oportunidade.
So thank you once
Obrigado.
again for the
Doutor
opportunity.
Olávio, o senhor que já apareceu na tela.
Okay, Dr.
Então,
Olávio,
considerações finais do senhor.
your final
Obrigado,
considerations.
Eu estou muito em linha aí com
Well, I'm
o que o
in line
Alexandre
with
falou.
Alexandre
Eu acho que a
said.
OCP pode colaborar
I
para
think
essa integração
our hope is that we can cooperate not only with Morocco, but with Embrapa, cooperation, cooperatives, so in CNA. I think that this partnership between Brazil and Morocco is unavoidable due to our need and to the strategies that both countries have. What we need to do is make this relationship even closer and strengthen our partnerships long term, thinking of the integration of the Brazilian agriculture and African agriculture and having us
Sônia, perdão, deixa
work together.
só uma correção
Sorry,
aqui. Não
just
posso
a
esquecer de
minute. I
comentar também
can't
sobre um
forget
acordo que a Embrapa
also
está negociando aí com a
about
ACP. O Dr. Olávio é um soldado dessa
an agreement
cooperação
with
e
between
realmente
Embrapa and OCP,
tem que
and
enaltecer isso,
Mr.
porque ele é
Olávio
uma
is one
pessoa
of
que
the
está
main
incentivando muito essa inovação aberta.
articulators
Obrigado.
of this
Muito bem
agreement.
lembrado. Agora
Okay,
eu vou
very
com a Suemi.
good.
Suemi.
Thanks for reminding us of that. Thank you, Alexandre.
Obrigada,
Now,
Sônia.
Suemi.
Só queria,
Thank you,
mais uma
Sonia.
vez agradecer
I
pelo
just
convite,
wanted to
convite
once
da
again
OCP,
thank
para estar
you
aqui com
for
vocês hoje.
this
Eu vou deixar uma
invitation
mensagem
to
final,
be here
né,
with
de
you.
cooperação também
And
com a
so
África.
I would just
Brasil e
like
África
to
têm
also
muitas
wrap up
similaridades.
saying that
E no
Brazil and
cenário
Africa have
internacional,
many
e a minha praia
similarities.
é comércio,
And
minha
as I
praia é
said,
levar o
my
Brasil
area is
para
international
fora.
trade.
Eu acho que a gente pode
And I
trabalhar mais
think we
junto.
can
A gente, em
do
fóruns
more in terms of
multilaterais, eu
working
acho que assim,
together,
às
have
vezes
more
a voz de
multilateral
país
forums. You know,
fórum,
sometimes hearing from a country in a
às
forum
vezes
like
é
this
solitária se ela vai
is
sozinha. E a
very
gente tem mais,
lonely,
a
and
gente
so we don't need to be
continente
lonely.
inteiro
We
que
have
tem muita
an entire
similaridade
continent
com o
that has
Brasil,
many
que tem uma
similarities to
relação
Brazil,
também
that
cultural
also
muito
has
próxima.
a very
Eu acho que a gente
close
pode aumentar o que a
cultural
gente chama no comércio de
connection.
soft power.
And so what we
Se a
call
gente
as
trabalhar
soft
junto,
power,
sabe, assim,
you know,
buscar
as we
esses
say in
parceiros,
international
esses
trade,
países
we can
amigos,
partner
e
together
fazer,
with these
fazer
friendly
coro
countries,
diante de
and we
alguma
can
questão
together we
que
can
faça
be
sentido,
stronger
enfim, para
in a way
nós
that
e para o
makes
resto do
sense,
mundo também,
not
porque a
only
gente tem
for
uma
us, but the
responsabilidade
rest of
muito
the
grande,
world
não só
also,
com o nosso
because we
país,
have
mas
a
com o
great
resto do mundo também.
responsibility
Era essa
globally
mensagem final que eu
also.
queria
That was
deixar.
my
Obrigada,
final
Sônia. Obrigada a
message.
todos.
Obrigada a
Thank you.
vocês, obrigada a todos. E para encerrar o
Well,
painel, o
thank you
professor
very
Roberto
much.
Rodrigues
And
para se
to
despedir da
finish
gente.
our panel,
Muito
Dr.
obrigado,
Roberto
agradeço também
Rodrigues.
ao
Thank you
Instituto
also
Brasil-África por
to
essa oportunidade,
Brazil Africa
cumprimento por essa
Institute for
iniciativa
the
e quero dar uma mensagem
opportunity. I
relativamente
congratulate you
curta,
on
e que é o
this.
seguinte:
And my
a
message
pandemia
is
abriu duas janelas
that
gigantescas para o
the
futuro da
pandemic
humanidade.
opened
Segurança
two
alimentar
windows of
e
opportunity:
sustentabilidade. Já
food
falamos das duas
security
coisas
and
aqui.
sustainability. We've talked about both of these
Passam
issues
pelo ar.
today. And
Qual
both
lado?
of those are
Meu lado
related
tropical
to
do
agriculture
Qual é o lado do
and
planeta?
to the
América
tropical
Latina inteirinha,
agriculture.
toda a Ásia
Latin America
subsaariana e boa parte da
and
Ásia
all
também.
of Sub-Saharan
Porque nesses
Africa and part of
continentes é
Asia
que tem
also.
terra
Why?
disponível para crescer,
Because these
tecnologia de
continents
baixa,
have
na quantidade
land
necessária. São
available
dois
to
crescimentos,
grow
horizontal
crops.
e vertical. E quem
So we have a
lidera
horizontal
essa questão é o Brasil.
relationship and
Então,
a vertical
o
also.
destino
And
está
Brazil
colocando
is
nas nossas
leading
mãos, nas
this.
nossas costas,
So
uma
the
função
future is in our
extraordinária,
hands.
que é levar
It's up
ao
to us
cinturão
to
tropical
carry
do
us
planeta
into the
a
future.
tecnologia
So we
sustentável que
are part of, we are the
para
tropical
que
belt of
produtores
the
do mundo
planet.
todo
And so we
avancem
need to help
contra a fome.
agriculture producers around the world to advance, because there is no peace when there is hunger. So that's why we need to improve, and we can produce and feed the world, and we are also we can win the Nobel Peace Prize through our efforts. I believe that. Brazil and Africa. So let's go forward and work hard And
sejam
so our
campeões mundiais
grandchildren and
da paz.
great-great-grandchildren will be able to reap the
Obrigada,
benefits.
professor. Eu agradeço a
Thank
todos
you
os
very much,
participantes,
Professor, and all of the
palestrantes, o naipe da
panelists
mesa
here,
aqui que me foi colocada. Tive a honra de
and
mediar
also for the
e
honor
que essas
of
oportunidades
presiding this
aconteçam
panel,
mais
and I
vezes.
hope that
Eu
we will
volto com
have
você,
more
Carol.
opportunities like this very
Sônia,
soon.
muito
So
obrigada
back
por
to
essa
you,
moderação
Carol.
tão divertida. Eu acho
Thank
que eu
you
até
very
ouso
much,
colocar essa
Sonia.
palavra,
This was
senti que todo
very
mundo estava muito bem
interesting and
entrosado,
fun.
participando com
Everybody
muita
was
atenção e colocando
participating,
pontos
so
realmente
it was
importantes.
great.
Eu vou só
Thank
puxar
you
um
very
pouquinho
much.
ainda aqui no gancho da Embrapa,
I just
para
wanted
lembrar que o
to
Instituto
go back
Brasil
to what
África
you said
tem
about
uma agenda de
Embrapa
cooperação com a
and
Embrapa,
remind
Embrapa muito
everyone
antiga, não é?
that
Isso vem de
Brazil
anos
Africa
atrás, desde a
Institute
fundação
has
do
had a
Instituto, há
partnership with
vários projetos em
Embrapa
atividade.
ever since its
Deles eu
beginning.
até
There are
já
many
testemunhei,
projects,
que é a
and
formação de jovens de
I
países
saw,
africanos na
I
cadeia produtiva da
witnessed
mandioca
one of
aqui no
these
Brasil, no
products.
interior
It
da
was
Bahia, que é
in the
treinamento
interior of
muito
Bahia,
interessante.
and it
Então,
was
mais uma
very
vez, muito obrigada a
interesting.
todos pela participação. Foi
Training of
muito
young
interessante
people, young
ouvi-los aqui hoje.
African
Sônia, muito
agriculture
obrigada.
students.
Obrigada
Thank you
aos
once again,
painelistas por estarem
Sonia,
conosco
all
hoje
of
aqui
the
no Fórum Brasil
panelists for
África.
being with
Até a
us here
próxima.
today. See you next time.
Muito interessante. Obrigada, Dr. Roberto.
Thank
Um painel,
you very
mais
much,
um painel
Dr.
muito
Roberto.
interessante.
Another
E como
amazing,
eu
interesting
comentei, o
panel.
Instituto Brasil
And
África
as I
tem essa agenda de
mentioned,
formação, de
Brazil, the
treinamento,
Brazil
de
Africa
capacitação
Institute has
profissional
these
de
projects
jovens
of
de países africanos,
training
em
and
parceria com a Embrapa, aqui no Brasil,
technical
no interior da
vocational
Bahia.
training of
Vamos
African
aproveitar então
youth
para dar uma olhadinha
here in
nos
Brazil.
comentários que a
So
gente está
let's take a
recebendo
look at some of the
aqui nas redes
comments that we
sociais.
have received
Boa
here on
tarde,
social
Caroline
media.
Ribeiro. Olha, boa tarde,
Good
Diana. Obrigada por
afternoon,
estar aqui com a
Caroline
gente.
Ribeiro.
Adoro saber que as
Hello,
pessoas
Diana.
estão também aproveitando
I
para
am very
interagir
happy
dentro do
to
chat
see
da
that many
transmissão
people
aqui do
are
Fórum Brasil
interacting
África.
on the
Eu não sei
chat.
se a nossa equipe, o nosso
I
time
don't
consegue
know if
passar
our
um
team
pouquinho
is
para a gente
able to
poder dar uma
tell us a
olhadinha
little,
maior aí nos
scroll
comentários. A
through the
Rosália está
comments.
dizendo
Let's see,
que
Rosália
vai
here,
participar de um
she's saying that
seminário
she's going
sobre
to
hidrogênio verde. Olha, um
participate
tema
in a
muito
seminar
interessante, uma
about
agenda
green hydrogen,
muito atual
very
também, Rosália. Bacana, espero que você aproveite
I hope
aí
you enjoy
essa
that,
oportunidade.
Rosália.
A Deniran manda parabéns a
Adeniran
todos,
also is
boas
congratulating
apresentações.
everyone,
Obrigada, Adeniran.
saying
Que
the
bom, então, que está sendo
panels have been
produtivo,
great.
não é?
We're glad
Esse é o
it's
nosso
been
objetivo, trazer
productive for
boas
you,
discussões,
and that's
fomentar
our goal
aqui o
to
diálogo também.
have
Será que a gente
great
consegue dar mais uma
conversations.
passadinha?
Let's
Estou vendo
see,
ali
can
o
we
Jorge
scroll a
lá em
little bit
cima,
more? Let's see,
parabenizando
Jorge
pelo
here
evento.
is
Então,
congratulating us
pessoal,
for the
lembrando
event.
mais uma vez,
So,
nós temos
just to
3
remind you
transmissões ao
that
vivo
we have
simultaneamente
3
acontecendo no
simultaneous
canal
streams
do
happening
Instituto
on
Brasil África
YouTube.
no YouTube.
You can
Transmissão
listen
em língua
to
portuguesa, em
the forum
inglês
in
e em
Portuguese,
francês.
in English,
Os chats
and in
estão
French.
ativos, a gente
The
vai
chats
acompanhando
are
aqui as
all
mensagens que vocês estão
active,
enviando
and we
e
are
também nas
following
redes
the
sociais
messages that
com as
you are
hashtags
sending.
do Fórum
Also
Brasil
on,
África, hashtag
on
oficial
social
Brasil
media
África
channels.
Fórum e BAF 2021.
And you can use the
Depois
official
desse
hashtags
momento aqui em
to comment
português, a
and
gente
send questions.
volta aqui para a língua
And
inglesa
so now
para
we're
poder
going
começar
back
o nosso
to
próximo painel.
speaking English
So
for
our next
our
panel is hydrocarbons and renewable energy, adapting economies to achieve net zero. This is a special panel promoted by the Southbridge Group, who is the partner organization of the Brazil Africa Forum. It is my pleasure to welcome the managing director of the Pan-African Visions magazine and publication, Mr. Ajong. Hello, Mr. Ajong. How are you?
I'm good, my friend. How are you doing?
I'm very fine. Thank you very much for joining us today. I'm very excited for this panel. I know that you are already accompanied by these distinguished speakers, so I'd like you to please introduce them and feel free to start your panel.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the panel on hydrocarbons and renewable energy. The theme is adapting economies to achieve net zero. With us on the panel are Mr. Patrick Lamini, CEO of the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, John. Good afternoon, Caroline.
And from the beautiful country of Rwanda is Mr. Serge Kamuhinda, CEO of Volkswagen Rwanda. Welcome to the panel, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
From Kenya, we'll have Dr. Aizal Da Silva, Deputy Vice Chancellor of Research and Innovation at Strathmore University. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, John. Happy to be here.
Thank you so much. The pleasure is same. And from Brazil, we have Mr. Constantino Jr., coordinator of the Green Hydrogen Hub in the state of Chera. Thank you for joining us on the panel, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ajong. It's a pleasure for me, for our stage, to be here.
And joining us later in the panel with questions from the audience will be Caroline from the Brazil Africa Forum. We'll start with you, Mr. Patrick Dlamini. How can countries simultaneously address energy transition and energy poverty?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think this is a very interesting time, I must say. The net zero ambition by the world, in line with the Paris Agreement, says as the global citizens, we have a responsibility to make sure that we're able to migrate towards a cleaner future and less carbon-intensive future. So this, for the continent as an emerging economy, says we have an opportunity to start looking at how do we start revisiting our ways of doing business. I'm saying this because, I mean, South Africa is a coal-endowed nation, but coal is a fossil fuel that emits a lot of greenhouse gas emission. Now, what this says, especially on the back of the COP26 in Glasgow, it says we need to start looking at how do we make sure that our products that we export to international markets are competitive and don't attract carbon tax, as it is now actually being planned. But what it says is that as the nations of the developing nations, we have to start looking at how do we begin to plan, how do we design our economies in such a way that we can be able to start migrating towards green hydrogen. But this says there's going to be massive opportunities for the people of the world, because all of a sudden we can be able to produce these hydrocarbons we can be able to produce this green hydrogen in our own countries. We won't be importing it from other nations. We can be able to create our own jobs in our own countries. But as the DFIs, we have a role to play in advising our government and in working with our government and putting the risk capital that will start looking at how do we get our industries to start looking at the green corridors, industrial corridors, to be able to lower their carbon intensity of the products. So this says, Mr. Ajong, that we have a very bright future for the youth if we begin to start looking at the areas of the skill sets and the capacity of the youth of the continent. It says if we then begin to start preparing our industries and the partnership within various industries to start working towards this net zero ambition of 2050, we really have a very exciting future that can be able to create much more jobs than we could expect. So I'm very excited, I must say, that we are now at a point in time, if we prepare our youth and we prepare our economies well, and we embark on our just transition, because I think that's going to be quite critical, and we embark on our just transition that looks at how inclusive our transition and how fair our transition is to the net zero. Because if we don't do that, a lot of people are going to be left behind. But the rest of the world is very keen. In South Africa, we have international partnership that has pledged about $8.5 billion to help South Africa's just transition towards net zero in 2050. So this is something that says, how then do we leverage on this capital that has been pledged, and also the pledge of 130 trillion by the financial actors at Glasgow? We need then as DFIs to start saying, how do we leverage and facilitate that capital by making sure that there are opportunities that talks to renewable energies, that talks to green hydrogen, that talks to the transition, because we might be even using a gray and blue hydrogen in the meantime. But as long as our just transition is very clear and unambiguous, we have a very good chance of attracting the requisite investments in the form of these pledge capitals.
We are going to get back to you later on the panel with regards to what you consider to be a just transition. Now, Mr. Serge Kamuhinda, how do you foster economic growth while breaking free from hydrocarbon dependency?
Thank you for your question. Actually, when you look at it, at least for the transport sector, you may find that the fossil fuel dependency has not led necessarily to more growth. If you look at the motorization rate, meaning the number of cars per 1,000 inhabitants, in Africa, it is averaging 42 vehicles per 1,000 inhabitants. The world average is around 118. So there is actually, if you want, a limit to growth. You look at the availability of fuel in rural areas. You'll also look at how fuel is a big cost macroeconomically speaking because it involves a lot of forex. It is all imported, whereas for electric mobility, for instance, the energy, meaning the electricity, is locally generated and in large parts of Africa also renewable. So I would say that a fossil-based source of energy, at least for the transport sector, has not led to more growth, and that there is a chance to now use the transition towards green technology also as a way to catch up in the value chain and for Africa to participate in the manufacturing value chain of electric mobility.
Dr. Da Silva, what are the roles of the developed and the developing countries in addressing net zero?
Well, I think we have 54 countries in Africa, and each country has its own idiosyncrasy. And I think when I speak, I can rightly speak for countries like the ones of my friend Rwanda, Serge, Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, Burundi, because we form a region called East Africa region. And then if you add South Sudan and Ethiopia, more or less there is some homogeneous thing there. But I must tell you that there are, we should be optimistic regarding the development or the taking up of renewable energy in Africa. I was a member of a project called Africa EU Energy Partnership for 9 years, beginning in 2004. Yeah, and what happens is that this we had an idea that by 2020, Europe was going to be 20% renewable. They have almost got there. In 2022, they are 19% renewable. But if you pick a country like Kenya, we have geothermal, we have hydro, we have wind, and we also have solar. Kenya today is more than 80% renewable energy, and the government is planning to be 100% renewable in 2025. That's just around the corner. So when I see this kind of development and a very young population, I see a lot of opportunity for Africa and for renewable energy. So like if Europe wants to help us to even go faster into the green path, they can give us some green bonds. We are already doing research on the green hydrogen. So I can see a lot of hope there. And I am sure that Serge is in agreement with me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Constantino, may we know what concrete steps are being taken in your state of Ceará and Brazil as a whole towards achieving net zero?
Okay, Mr. John. First of all, Ceará State holds a huge potential for renewable wind and solar energy. And this potential today dimensioned in the Interactive Atlas Wind and Solar is about 900 gigawatt of generation capacity between solar, wind on and offshore. Of course, is a huge potential. Not only Ceará State has this potential, I think that even Africa has a big potential. But here, the first step we're thinking about is to determine public policies related to green hydrogen production and all the use we can obtain from it, okay? So the first step the governor of the state made was create a green hydrogen multidisciplinary work group to develop and coordinate actions within the state for the implementation of public politics for renewable energy and the green hydrogen hub here in the state. This is the first step, okay? The second one is to contract a consultant service to design these public policies related to renewable energy. So we have joined with GIZ Deutsche Gesellschaft, that is the German Association for the Development, okay? So this entity for the German government agreed to work together and establish all these kinds of public policies that we need to develop to create confidence in all the investors that we are attracting to Ceará State. And I think that all the policies that we have today, we have policies, but we think that we need to aggregate another to guarantee that in the next future, we can use the green hydrogen, only green energy, substituting the fossil fuel, okay? So this is the second step that we are working on, okay? So I think that this way can give us the opportunity to develop and to implement this hydrogen hub here in Ceará State, because the natural conditions we have. Now we have only to organize the state to do that, okay? So, Mr. Ajong, I think that is all, okay?
All right, thank you, sir. Now, Mr. Lamini, the GBSA in a recent statement said it's committed to playing an active role in a just transition that achieves net zero emissions by 2050. Can you shed some light on this? And what is it you consider to be a just transition?
Thank you very much, John. Indeed, that is correct. We have committed ourselves to providing transition finance to projects that have a very clear and unambiguous plan towards the just transition. So the just transition for us is, I think the emphasis is very much in the word just, because just says it's got to be an equitable transition, it's got to be an inclusive transition, it's got to be a transition that does not leave anyone behind, it's got to be a transition that addresses the vulnerable communities. We know that when we have to actually retire coal-fired power stations in South Africa, there's going to be a lot of municipalities and communities that will be vulnerable to being left destitute. So as a country and as a DFI, we are looking and working together with government to say how do we make sure that our transition towards net zero takes into account the risk of these communities being found without jobs, being found without sources of income. So what we want to do is to make sure that we are able to come up with alternative industries and also the capacitation and capacity building programs that will make sure that these communities are able to have alternative jobs, because we have the beauty on the continent and many other parts of the world of a very long days of sunny skies. So solar energy or renewable energy in general, including wind energy, are a very real possibility. Already 10% of our power generation comes from renewable energy. And as such, we want to make sure that as we are embarking on this just transition, we look into alternative jobs for our communities. We take advantage of the possibilities of green hydrogen, which will be produced in country and create more jobs than actually currently is the case. Because when we're able to do that, we will be able to get into a future of net zero with our people having jobs and having dignity intact. That for us is very important, because that to us then says that would have been a just transition.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Serge Kamuhinga, what is Volkswagen currently doing, and how far is the company willing to go in working towards zero emissions by 2050?
Yes, thank you. So we in Rwanda have already a fleet of electric vehicles that we are using, and we have also partnered with Siemens to build electric charging stations. If you look at the overall vision of our company, there's a very clear commitment to transition towards electric mobility. And we think that this will also be the case in Africa, provided that we do the necessary groundwork to provide infrastructure, to have the right policies in place, and also to find the right cars for the African market that are, yes, electric, but also conducive to the sort of environment we are operating in. So what we are doing is the work together with the government of Rwanda that has in April initiated a series of incentives for electric mobility. So what we're doing really is to prepare ourselves towards that inevitable transition that will come. And in the meantime, we are also, of course, using cars that are less polluting because they are newer and they are more fuel efficient. And we are working on having cars that are made in Africa. Instead of seeing cars on the African streets that are imported, that are old, and that are very bad for the environment. Thank you.
Dr. Da Silva, how does Africa balance its development priorities with the global efforts to curb carbon emissions?
Okay, John, this is a very interesting question. If you go back to the sector of telecommunications, you will find that it has some advantages to be behind. Because if you are behind, somebody ahead may make mistakes that you will not make because you have seen it. Now, Africa has invested very little in copper cables to put fixed lines. It began with zero telephones, fixed line, very few, but immediately has gone into mobile technology, which is much better. And today, Vodacom makes more money in Africa in the communications than in Europe. So it is very interesting also to consider that in this struggle to go green, when you see people doing things which are no longer good and suitable, like coal and oil, heavy fuel oil, etc. For us, we say now that we came to a moment in which the technology to produce a kilowatt hour using renewable energy, let it be hydrogen, let it be, say, geothermal or hydro or wind or solar or biomass, you realize that it is space to go a green economy. So I don't see any kind of fight between development and being green. We should go green. And what I think is a very important point that we should keep in mind is that we have to train people in Africa to be able to design things, to build things, and then as my good friend from Rwanda, Serge, mentioned, we don't import, we make, because the nations in Africa are trading nations, and we shouldn't be. We should be manufacturing nations. So in the university where I work, Strathmore University, we have started a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering, totally aligned with the 17 SDGs, the 7 Sustainable Development Goals, mainly the number 7, because we have 600 million Africans without electricity today. Also, we got funds from the government of the UK to develop a master's called Sustainable Energy Transition. This master's is very good. We did it in partnership with 8 other universities in Africa, including University of Cape Town. And this masters will train people, not only engineers, but lawyers, IT people, and business people, so that they can face the challenge of the universal access to electricity. So I bet Africa is the continent of the future, because the technology is there, and we have a lot of young people who can work not only for the continent, but for the whole globe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Constantino, in what ways do you see potential collaboration between Brazil and Africa in working towards achieving net zero?
Mr. John, one of the bases of our public policies is just the international cooperation. I think that would be a good action, not only a good idea, propose a formal collaboration, because I think that we both, Brazil and Africa, we have same conditions of natural resources and higher wind and solar generation potential. I think that we can collaborate in all the areas related to training of the people that will be needed in this project. I think that we can collaborate in the technology. We are now just developing a center here in the Federal University of Ceará to develop the green hydrogen technology, to train students, to form students, to prepare them for the next future. Not the next, the future is just now. I think that this collaboration will be possible, will be very positive for both countries, both Africa continent and Brazil. So I think that we can work together in a term of cooperation between us. There is no problem, and I think that we can get advantages in this action, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And back to you, Mr. Lamini. The issues we're talking about, some of the problems that we're trying to resolve are not of Africa's making. And there are people who think that Africa should not be made to pay the price for problems created by other people. How important is it for the international community to support Africa in meeting engagements towards achieving net zero?
Thank you, Mr. John. I think it is a fact that the G20 nations are responsible for more than 80% of the greenhouse gas emission. But at the same time, the G20, the developed world, have committed through the GCF, the Global, the Green Climate Fund, and GEF as well, the Global Environmental Facility, to work with the developing nations or developing economies to put together a very sound and credible transition towards a net zero emission. But what this says is for Africa to get onto the low carbon future, because remember, Africa as a whole, in terms of the total greenhouse gas emission generated globally, I think we are responsible for something almost like 2% or under 2%. And 1% of that, actually, 50% of that is from South Africa. So I don't think that it helps to say we are not responsible for greenhouse gas emission as the continent. Therefore, we want to continue to produce fossil fuel, because now the world says international markets will be imposing carbon tax on products that have got high carbon intensity. So now, as Africans, it is to our advantage to embrace this future, roll out renewable energy across our continent. We have been blessed by God, actually, with so much sun and wind, as my friend Dr. Da Silva earlier on said, and be able then to look at how do we start working towards this green hydrogen and hydrogen fuel cells. Because what this will do, we have about 640 million Africans that are without electricity. All of a sudden, if we really want to leverage on this pledge capital of 130 trillion by the financial actors globally, we can begin to put up renewable energy plants across each and every country on the continent. And the hydrogen fuel cells will act as a much more cheaper and sustainable storage for this to match it with the requisite demand, with the demand peaks. Because currently, the battery storage has proven to be quite expensive. But the hydrogen fuel cells is offering a very exciting future of all of a sudden solutioning for the storage of this renewable energy, which then can even then be able to be used in the heavy industries, the manufacturing, as well as the even actually the steel manufacturing and big heavy users of electricity. So this to us says we have a much more exciting future. I know that countries that are currently producing and reliant on revenues from hydrocarbons are going to be quite taken aback, but there is a very viable alternative. It's going to be the function of how soon and how quickly do we prepare ourselves, the plan and design our future in such a way that we don't lose out on this embrace of the new reality, because the global business model are going to be turned on their heads. And therefore, as the continent of Africa, we really owe it to our people and to our youth to embrace this future that can create a much more alternative jobs than currently is the case. So it helps no one for us to argue and make the argument of who's responsible, because we are talking about the global commons, because the atmosphere is a global common. It does not matter where you are. If we do not look after our global commons, each and every citizen of the world, and be able to provide alternative to currently what is actually emitting, we will be failing ourselves and we will be failing our youth. So we owe it to ourselves to really make sure that we at scale create the requisite capacity in our youth and in our people, and make sure that we are able to really drive this exciting new future of low carbon as much as we possibly can. Because otherwise we will miss out on our exports to international markets. are going to take a heavy beating if we continue to produce fossil fuel and think that the international community is going to be forgiving. We can be able to create very viable alternatives. And it is up to us as the peoples of the continent to then engage the developed world, which actually has demonstrated willingness to work with us in our transition towards the net zero. It really, for me, I find it very beneficial for the continent to embrace this new future and embrace the production and the creation of renewable energies, which will be able to give more energy and be a great catalyst for the jobs in each and every country on the continent of Africa.
Mr. Search Kamuhinda, based on your experience in Rwanda, what role do you think governments can play in creating the enabling environment or working in partnership with corporations like Volkswagen to make sure that we all work towards this common objective of zero emissions by 2050?
Well, I think governments are doing the right choices by announcing clear policy choices, targets. For example, Kenya, Rwanda, the city of Lagos, Ghana, are countries that have made clear commitments in Glasgow. And then for in the case of Rwanda, there has been already a policy for electric mobility. And the question then now is how the best thing to do moving forward, rather, is to talk with the private sector and see how green value chains can be established. It won't be easy. It won't be a walk in the park, and there's definitely a cost to it. But as my predecessor has said, Mr. Dlamini, is that it is also about inclusion into the global economy. Africa may say, no, it was not fair. We do not want this. We are not contributing towards pollution. But the world will simply not allow you to participate in the global economy. And you will also find that you have not been able to participate by manufacturing things, so that you are penalized twice. You can't export, you can't manufacture, and you are just then going to import green technology from abroad, and you'll just be sitting on your point that yes, you have not caused pollution, but the world is transitioning. And I believe also we need to look at it holistically. There are certain sectors such as transport, especially urban mobility, that are easy to decarbonize more or less. But the other sectors such as heavy manufacturing, that may not be easy to decarbonize as yet. And so what government can do then is to identify those low-hanging fruits, those opportunities that can materialize in the near future, and then find a way to address real concerns for the sectors that are very hard to decarbonize and that are still vital for the economy. What we see talking to government as a company, Volkswagen, is that there is willingness to manage that transition, and there is the lucidity that that transition is coming, and is coming in a very, I would say, challenging manner, because it's not just a green transition, the transition towards the green economy. It's also the fourth industrial revolution and the transition towards more digitalization. And all this is not very easy to manage. And if you're not doing a proactive job as Africa, we risk really being not included in the global economy moving forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamuhinda. Time has really gone by so fast, and it looks like we're down to the last 10 minutes. So we will be proceeding with closing remarks. Now, Dr. Da Silva, from Glasgow, the next Global Forum on Climate has been announced for Cairo, Egypt. What does this mean for Africa, and any special expectations you will be having for the next forum in Egypt?
Yeah, definitely the whole planet is looking at Africa because of COP27 is going to be in Cairo, in Egypt. And it is a very great opportunity for us in Africa to be able to further the agenda of the zero carbon emission. Our university actually has a project together with the United Nations. You know that United Nations has Gigiri here, the center in Nairobi. We are working together to transform each and every campus of university into an academy to train people to go green, no matter whether this person is a lawyer, is a actuarial scientist, is an engineer, is a medical doctor. All of them have to have in mind that the path of sustainability is the path of green economy. So we will be helping them to know how to recycle, to reuse, how to be concerned about sustainability of environment. And we'll be teaching them inserted into the syllabus of their degrees, no matter which degrees is that. And then what is going to happen is that we are going to begin having power to do manufacturing, to improve our transport. And in the end, what is going to happen is that there will be a boom, an economic boom, because right now, the figure I mentioned, which is staggering, that 600 million people in Africa do not have access to electricity, is almost the whole population of Europe, 600 million. Now, today, the GDP of the 54 countries of Africa together is 2.6 trillion. Now, one country of the G7, France, has a GDP of 2.7 trillion, more than the whole continent of Africa. Why is it? Because we don't have the affordable and reliable and clean energy. So I think this is the time for us to go for it. There is a lot of commitment from Europe and America to help this continent to become come of age in terms of energy and serve everyone. I am optimistic about that.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Constantino, how optimistic are you about the future?
Thank you for the question. I'm really optimistic because I think that this new generation can face a challenge, but a good one, because to run, to get the green economy, to anticipate it, I can that this could create a mentality, a positive mentality, a green mentality that is necessary. And I think that even in my state, I can't say that Ceará state is a little state, is a big state, not so rich, poor, but has a great potential. And I think that the youth people now see how Ceará state has a treasure. The curiosity that this project of the green hydrogen hub is causing here is fantastic, because it's attracting the eyes of the youth in the state. So everybody here in the state, institutions, companies, government, etc., even the universities are engaged in this process. So I don't have any reason to think that this project won't be a success here. And I think that even in Brazil, Brazil is a green country based on his energy matrix is almost 7% renewable today. Ceará State is growing in this green generation because we are now 51%, okay? But in the next 2 or 3 years, we will be next to 7% here in the state. So I think that all the people of the country and even in our state here are optimistic with this future. And we now said that the future is now here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And Mr. Lamini, as we move towards the end of the panel discussion, South Africa is the economic powerhouse of the continent. What kind of leadership should we expect from your country in trying to move Africa towards attaining these goals?
I think South Africa has a very big role to play in partnership with the rest of the continent, especially as we are also moving into the Continental Free Trade Agreement. South Africa has the industrial capacity. But I think what this says is how will South Africa lead its just transition? And how will South Africa create this environment for its industries, especially the heavy users, to be able to move in that direction? And how then do we cross-pollinate with other sister countries across the continent? Because I think the continent will succeed if the continent is able to work together and share its expertise and share its knowledge, and so that we make it easy for the peoples of the continent to really take advantage of this bright future. Because I really do think that green hydrogen we will see a mass production of green hydrogen come 2030 for heavy industries. And it's going to be much more cheaper than the blue hydrogen at this point in time, much more cheaper than hydrocarbon prices. So it is something that South Africa can really be able to lead the way in a very responsible way and share with the rest of the continent how we are doing things and how we can be able to learn from each other. In as much as we think we can be able to do a lot, there is much more that you can also learn from our brothers and sisters from the rest of the continent.
Lamini, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Da Silva.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Serge Kamuhinda.
Thank you.
Mr. Constantino, thank you very much. All right, Caroline, you can take over. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Joga, and all the panelists. It was a very rich panel. I was just hearing about one remark from Mr. Constantino that the next generations will face a new challenge. I couldn't agree more with that. So I think we have come with great insights for this. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us today. It was really nice to meet you. Bye-bye. Thank you very much. So we are going to stick in this path of hydrocarbons, renewable energy, economy. So I'm going to invite now Professor João Bosco Monte, because he is just about to start moderating the last panel of the day, the last but not least. We have been following here today, Professor, discussions really focused on the need to boost our economies, but focusing on renewable energy. And how do you think the remarks from today are going to help the audience, but also our partner organizations, all the people who are watching us today to start thinking different from now on?
So far, I understand we need to bring economic recovery. The countries everywhere are facing a dramatic moment. The economy itself should be emphasized as something that we have to work very precisely, very close. We cannot go beyond what we have now. And I understand the natural resources is a asset that the countries should use to recover the economy internally in each country, but also in the global perspective. And that's what we're going to discuss now with the last session of the Brazil-Africa Forum in the first day.
So let's just keep this suspense for a while, Professor, because as I was saying a few minutes ago, I was taking a few notes from the panel we just watched, and Mr. Israel talked about, for example, that some green titles, we can use also some green hydrogen too. So this is like a new path for the world to try to follow, to try to change economies and really focus on renewable energies right now. We have just saw the discussions at COP26. So how do you think is the agenda at the moment towards renewable energy?
Actually, renewable energy is in the agenda, not only in Brazil, not only in Africa, but the two regions can contribute very much with some good experiences. Brazil, for a long time, is a country that produces energy using renewable resources, water, solar, wind, and we can do this in Africa as well. If you look to DRC, which is a very big country in Africa, we can have there what we have in Brazil. There is a very big project for a hydropower plant at the Inga River, and I know Itaipu, I remember once when we had the Brazil-Africa Forum there, we had the first conversation with the representatives from DRC to put together what we have in Brazil there in DRC. But also we have other sources. Wind power, it's something that we can do. We are doing here in Brazil, so we can apply and develop in Africa as well.
So, Professor, let's stick on the path of emerging economies, commodity cycles, and natural resources. Please, you can invite your guest right now.
Very good. I'm so pleased to invite my two friends that will continue the conversation, that we will be closing the day. I have my dear friend, Prime Minister Lionel Zinsou. Good to see you here again. Thank you very much to be with us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you very much, Otaviano. Very good to see you again.
A pleasure, João Bosco. And congrats on the event.
By the way, Prime Minister, where are you right now? Just for me to know.
I'm in Paris.
Are you in Paris?
In Paris.
Okay.
I share my time in between Africa and Paris.
Must be very cold now in Paris.
Yeah, it is cold.
Well,
absolutely.
Enjoy the cold weather. And you are right now, Otaviano, where are you now?
I'm in Potomac, Maryland, the great Washington, D.C., where I live.
So you are in Washington, I'm here in Brazil, and the Prime Minister is in Paris. Now, what we're going to have is a discussion about how the economy, in the last 5 years, the world is facing a dramatic moment. The emerging markets, the emerging economy needs to reinvent themselves, and I know the role, the importance of natural resources is something that we have to put in a very pragmatic way. I'd like to hear from both of you. I will start with you, Prime Minister Lionel. How do you see, in the last 5 years, the importance of natural resources for countries such as Benin, such as Brazil, and other places? How do you see the natural resources as an opportunity to economic recovery in such countries?
First, I would like to thank you really for the initiative of this event and inviting Voices of Africa. To your question, there is a paradox. The paradox is that we were, in terms of a cycle of raw material prices, in a difficult situation pre-pandemics. And it became even worse during the pandemics, especially for mineral raw materials. We had a serious problem of relative prices and terms of trade for oil and hydrocarbons in general, and it is a very important export resource for Africa. And same with metals and other minerals. And that since 2015, the second half of 2014. And it created a major crisis in some producers. For instance, Nigeria was in recession pre-COVID. For instance, the 14 other countries relying on oil and gas for their exports, their currency supply, their fiscal, their tax revenues, it was a very difficult period pre-COVID. And it became a bit worse, to the point where some countries like Zambia, which is very dependent on on copper first, or Nigeria, Angola, were in a dramatic situation in the middle of 2020. And it's not only because, for instance, oil and hydrocarbons in general represent sort of 20% of GDP in Nigeria, the largest in terms of population and GDP of the African countries. It's not that it is 20%. It is that in terms of exports, revenues from exports, it's more 85%. And in terms of tax revenue, it is something like 90%, 90. So the imbalances in those economies were a dramatic situation. Conversely, the ones where natural resources are more based on agriculture, so more diversified countries with a better impact on job creation, because you have some manufacturing, you have a lot of logistics, and it is quite labor intensive, which is not the case of mining and hydrocarbons. Those economies have been sort of booming pre-COVID. So we cannot only speak of raw materials in general. The minerals are one thing, agricultural produce, natural resources coming from the countryside, which are sort of 25% of the GDP of the continent, and very often more than 50% of the labor force. It was another story. Now, post the first waves of pandemics, all the prices of raw materials are going up very sharply. And if you take a country like Nigeria, recession is behind them. Now they have a far better situation in terms of relative prices, in terms of tax revenues, because of the price increases, the inflation on minerals. So paradoxically, the recovery in the world creates some shortages, then changes the relative prices of materials, and today it will be one of the most important engines in the recovery. So we are not exactly like countries importers of those raw materials. So for us, the inflation in prices is good news, not inflationary pressures and a limitation to the recovery. So the mineral resources as the agricultural raw materials will be two engines of the recovery. That is a very clear difference with some countries. But I think it is, in a sense, closer by the Brazilian experience than the European experience, for instance. And what is important for us is that everybody in Africa, north to south, east to west, we are completely clear that the priority now is to manufacture, to transform, to convert raw materials in finished products in the interest of job creation for the youth. So it became the most significant priority because through the pandemics, the logistical shortages and disruptions have created a feeling that we were not at all the masters of our destiny. We have
Prime Minister.
to manufacture. Thank you.
Yeah, Prime Minister, I will come back to you about this transformation coming from raw material to finished product. We'll come to this later. Ottaviano, the outlook that you can bring to the commodity market. I know you are very close to this specific topic. You are writing, you are talking very much about the needs of diversification of the commodity market. How do you see, not only in the Africa context, but globally, how do you see the outlook of the commodity market? But also, I would like to link what the Prime Minister just mentioned about the importance of the raw materials to the recovery of the economies. If you can digest in these 2 points, I'd like to hear from you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Don Bosco. It's a pleasure to be here. And Prime Minister Lionel made a great ground for us. Let me do the following, trying to be complementary to him. To give, as you suggested, a look at the what lies ahead in terms of commodity markets, so as to make possible a differentiation that is quite important, as he himself referred to. People have spoken about the possibility of a new super cycle of commodity price, but I will call attention to the differentiated situation among the groups of commodities. And then my second point, I would say something on how our current pivot of the world economy towards clean energy, towards the energy transition, has specific impacts on some commodities. And I will finalize trying to say something about the diversification that we referred to. First, stylized facts regarding commodity markets. The first one is the fact that indeed energy prices have surged over the past 3 months, especially natural gas and coal price, while most non-energy prices have plateaued following steep increases earlier in the year. Adverse weather has buffeted many commodity markets, unusually high summer temperatures increased demand for electricity. Droughts reduced hydroelectricity supply, as it was the case in Brazil, and affected some agricultural commodities, while floods impacted the supply of some metals and coal. But most prices are expected to ease in 2022 as supply constraints ease. Second stylized fact, the crude oil prices continue to recover from the lows of last year, with Brent crude oil averaging $82 a barrel in the first half of last month, as well pointed out by Prime Minister Lionel, well above the pre-pandemic level. Of course, this has to do with the fact that the oil demand has continued to recover. It is now something close to 3% below its pre-pandemic peak. And while the production was also slower to pick up than expected due to supply disruptions and capacity constraints. And also, oil prices have been supported by surging natural gas prices, as oil is becoming increasingly competitive as a substitute in heating and electricity generation. Third, stabilized the fact natural gas and coal price soared, with spot prices in Europe and Asia reaching record highs, driven by rebounding demand and stagnant supply. The electricity production from renewable sources also declined in several countries due to drought and low wind speeds. This is to point out that the transition towards decarbonization will be a road full of bumps, where we have to persist on it. Fourth, stabilized fact regarding commodities, the agricultural commodity price stabilized during the third quarter, but they remain at their highest levels since 2013. Declines in some food price, for instance, rice in response to good yields in Southeast Asia, were offset by higher beverage prices, especially coffee due to frost in Brazil. But in any case, after several years of below average growth, grain and oilseed supplies are expected to grow at historical levels in the current 2021-22 crop season. That's why one may take the stability of agricultural prices in 22 as a likely trend. Fifth, stabilized fact, quite important in this regard, is the fertilizer price surge. The rally in energy price, especially coal and natural gas, have sharply increased agricultural input costs, including fertilizers, which have risen more than 55% since January. High energy prices force some chemical companies to halt or reduce production capacity, but the rising input costs, along with the emerging La Nina, pose significant upside price risks to agriculture, while with ambitious biofuel targets may boost some grain and oilseed price in the long term. And finally, as far as stabilized facts, and that gets me to the point that I want, the base metal price continued to rise, even if iron ore prices plummet. After reaching an all-time high in July, iron ore prices have since fallen rapidly, driven by China's reduction in steel production in order to meet the zero growth targets for the year. In contrast, most base metal prices continue to increase, driven by the global economic recovery, while production has been disrupted by energy shortages and lockdowns. Just to give an idea, tin prices have reached all-time highs amid strong demand for electronics. Aluminum and zinc price have also been boosted by high energy price, which saw some metal refineries reduce or close production. Second point that I want to make, and relates to that, is the implications of the world's historic pivot toward curbing carbon emissions. Some analysts, including myself, started to speak of the possibility of a new commodity price supercycle after the downturn since 2011. But although it's always possible to find moments of joint fluctuation in which commodities remain for a long time above or below their long-term trends, difference among them matter. In our current case, metals are king. It is in metals, especially copper, lithium, cobalt, and rare earth ones, that a strong bullish cycle is most evident, because the world's historic pivot toward curbing carbon emission is likely to spur unprecedented demand for some of the most crucial metals used to generate and store renewable energy in a net zero emissions scenario by 2050. Resulting surge in price for materials such as cobalt and nickel would bring boom times to some economies that are the biggest exporters. Although, of course, soaring costs could last through the end of this decade and could delay or derail the energy transition itself. Price for industrial metals, an important foundation for the global economy, have already seen a major post-pandemic rally as economies reopened, as we mentioned. Just to give an idea, lithium used in batteries for electric vehicles could rise from its 2020 level, around $6,000 a metric ton, to about 15,000 late this decade, and stay elevated through most of the 2030s. Cobalt and nickel price would also see similar surge in coming years. The point is that a concentrated supply of metals implies some top producers may really benefit. Usually, countries with the largest output have the greatest reserves and likely would be major prospective producers. The Democratic Republic of the Congo, for example, accounts for about 70% of global cobalt output and half of reserves. Other standouts, of course, include Australia for its lithium, cobalt, and nickel, Chile for copper and lithium, along with Peru, Russia, Indonesia, and South Africa. So a long-lasting metals could also bring substantial economic gains, especially for the large exporters. I've seen estimates, for instance, from the IMF, that a persistent 10% rise in the IMF metal price index would add an extra 2/3 of a percentage point to the pace of economic growth experienced by metals exporting countries relative to importing ones. Which leads me to finalize to two remarks. One, of course, geopolitics will keep coming to the fore because all major economies are trying to extend their clout in commodity markets. And the production of metal and rare earth are different from producing agriculture and oil. And to finalize, more than ever, the challenge to make sure that natural resource wealth becomes a blessing rather than a curse that we have addressed here many times, and BRAF has made discussions on this, will be more important than ever. The governance of the countries has been such that the appropriation of the rents coming from this boom in metal prices and other commodities has to translate itself into supporting domestic infrastructure and being invested in education of the population, and also eventually helping finance, provide long-term finance to the other lines of production towards diversification. That's the way by which the circumstances of mineral wealth would translate itself into a blessing for the country rather than a curse. Thank you.
Very good. Otaviano, thank you very much for everything that you mentioned, the outlook that you gave us. We are just about to finish, but I cannot leave you without bringing you a very important and direct question. I'll give you 2 minutes for each one of you to give the recipe. I'm coming to you, Prime Minister. You have two hats. The hat as politician, as a Prime Minister, and now you have the hat of a businessman leading Southbridge Group. So if you have 2 minutes to give the recipe, how to transform raw material like oil in Nigeria to richness, to transform the economy of the country. 2 minutes, please.
First minute to comment on what has just been said. You have a question of income distribution. You have a question of sharing in between various constituencies, populations, regions. If you take a country like Nigeria, the local province where the oil is extracted in the delta, you have a rebellion, armed rebellion, because of the inequalities. So the very first question is a social one. Second question, second minute. In Africa, 2/3 of the population have no access to energy. In countries exporting crude oil, you have to import the value-added products, refined products. So for Nigeria or Angola, the number one import constraint is to have no refinery capacity. And the oil is the number one import, not only export. We absolutely have to transform our raw materials locally. It's a question of mobilizing more equity. And that is true also for renewables, which is essential for the population. That is true for the forest and the carbon finance financial market. And there, we have everything to learn from Brazil. Everything in terms of renewable, in terms of forestry, in terms of agriculture combined with industry to create new fuels, new energy sources. So we have a huge effort of knowledge and equity. That's the financial side of it. And we start to see far more financial resources that we can mobilize. So 1 minute to say, really, value added is the question. Knowledge is the way to go ahead. Brazil is 20, 40 years ahead. We need to jump together on those issues of transformation.
All right. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. You mentioned Brazil is 20 years ahead, and I understand, Ottaviano, his capacity to analyze how Brazil can help countries in Africa. 2 minutes, Ottaviano.
Well, basically, it's not by financial resource. That's not the main vehicle through which Brazil can help Africa, but the transfer of technology, the experience that we have acquired as a country in uplifting, in getting, for instance, the science-based agriculture that we have, the ability to produce, to produce on natural resource with a lot of technology. This is some area in which Brazil can help our friends and partners in Africa. Just in a nutshell, if I would summarize in a sentence what has to happen for the natural resource wealth becomes clearly a blessing. The countries in Africa, for instance, or other natural resource rich countries should tax the extra gains made possible by the boom of price, and use that money in well-crafted projects, public projects of investment in infrastructure, minimally energy access, as the Prime Minister highlighted quite well, but also whatever, sanitation, public investments that benefit a broader part of the population than those directly involved in the natural resource wealth exploration. And education is basic, complemented by programs of support, public support to poor people, and making the business environment one friendly to investments in areas that go beyond the simple natural resource exploitation.
Good. Thank you very much, Ottaviano. I would like to stay here the whole day, but I'm so sorry. We started in the morning, and we had so many ideas, my dear friends, Prime Minister and Ottaviano. And I understand what you just brought here could be a movement to transform what we start to say in the morning, in the afternoon as well, transforming ideas into actions. I'm so pleased to have had the conversation with both of you, and I learned too much, and I know the audience had the opportunity to enjoy very much the conversation. Once again, thank you very much for your participation, and I look forward to see you two again in one of the sessions of the Brazil-Africa Forum soon. Thanks again. So it was a pleasure to have both the Prime Minister and also Ottaviano with us. And we are now just about to close the Brazil-Africa Forum. 2021, the first day, and I know we started in the morning, we had so many conversations, so many ideas, but I understand this is just the beginning of what we have arranged for the 2 days of event. And I understand also that what we are putting together here is a major effort to bring an agenda of cooperation. And we just heard from the Prime Minister that the infrastructure, education, and also from other speakers, this is something that we have to work very precisely. And at the Brazil-Africa Institute, through the Brazil-Africa Forum, I understand the agenda is almost completed. It's not over because we still have other activities to do tomorrow. Right, Caroline? Yes. We are now about to start, so the floor is yours. Ok, vamos então mudar aqui para o português.
Portuguese is the main language
como nós
now.
estamos ao vivo,
Since
eu
we
tenho
are
que
live here,
dizer que
I need to
Caroline,
say
por hora, não pode
that
falar porque o microfone dela
Caroline's
está sendo
microphone
revisado. Mas eu queria aproveitar o momento para dizer
isn't
que
working at the
nós
moment.
chegamos
So I'll go
ao
ahead and take the
final
advantage
desse dia
to
com um resultado muito positivo.
say that
Foram
we've come
muitas
to the end of our
intervenções,
first
as
day
nossas redes sociais
with a
estão
very
cheias de
positive
comentários, as
outcome.
pessoas
We
estão
have
ainda
many
nesse momento
great
aqui, enquanto nós
commentaries
estamos
on our
às 3 da tarde,
social
em algumas
media.
partes do mundo já é
In
noite, já é
some
madrugada, e
parts of
mesmo
the
assim,
world,
nós
it's
temos a participação
already after
ininterrupta, direta
midnight,
de
but
muitas
we've had
pessoas.
people
Isso significa
participating
que
non-stop
o grupo
and
de
commenting,
speakers, de
and that
palestrantes que
means
nós
that
convidamos
our team of
foi
speakers that
atuou de
have
acordo com
been
aquilo que nós
sharing with us
buscamos no
were
início. Qual era a
really
ideia?
what you
Mais uma vez, a gente
were needing
enfatiza
to
que
hear. And so we
experiências
want to
do
say
Brasil,
once again
experiências
that
da África
experiences
precisam
from
estar
Brazil and from
combinadas. E essa
Africa need to
combinação
be
serve para que nós
working
possamos trazer
together
boas experiências
and
de para ser
they
implementado em
allow
outro
us
lugar.
to
E é uma
share our
cooperação
best
mútua e que
practices,
muito,
and we are
traz para
cooperating
nós a
here
ideia de que
mutually.
o
And
sul
this
global
gives us the
precisa
idea
conversar
that
mais e mais. E essa é a
the
ênfase
southern part of
que
the
nós
globe
colocamos no
needs
Fórum
to
Brasil
continue
África
this
também.
dialogue,
Agora,
which
com
is what
áudio,
we want
posso me
to
despedir e
foster here.
agradecer. Muito obrigada,
Now I've got
professor.
my
Levou
audio
mais do que
back.
2 minutos,
Thank
que era
you
o que eu ia
very
pedir para o
much.
seu comentário final, assim como o senhor fez
Professor,
com os
I was
panelistas
going to
anteriores.
ask you to
Balanço
wrap up.
100% positivo
So,
e amanhã tem mais, não é isso?
you already
Amanhã tem
did
mais
that,
e eu
and
espero
tomorrow
que
we have
durante esse
more,
dia
right?
as
Yes,
ideias
it
que
was
nós
a great
apresentamos
start,
possam se
and
materializar em
tomorrow
ações
there's much
concretas,
more, and
práticas.
I
E é
once
isso que a gente
again
busca.
hope that our
Amanhã, durante
ideas,
mais
our
dia, nós vamos
discussions here can
complementar com
become
outras sessões. Eu
concrete
tenho certeza
action.
de que o
So
balanço
we'll
que
see
nós
you
temos
again
até agora
tomorrow, and
é
I know
positivo.
that
A expectativa que a
the
gente
balance
tinha
of what
desde o
we
início,
already
isso começou
heard
no ano
today
passado,
is
quando
very
lançamos o Fórum
positive.
Brasil África 2021,
And ever
está se
since we
concretizando. Mas a nossa
started
expectativa não é
planning
nossa, a
this
expectativa é
event,
de quem está nos assistindo, quem
we
está conosco.
had
E as
some goals
respostas
to be
até agora
fulfilled, and I
são
know
bastante
that we are
positivas,
going
nos
to
deixa
reach all of those
contentes
goals.
e nos dá
The
a
positives
certeza de que o trabalho
it's been very
conjunto, o trabalho
positive,
com todos
and
os
I know
nossos
that
parceiros que ao longo
all
de
the
vários
work
anos
that we
têm
have had with
apostado
our
de forma muito
partners over these
positiva
years,
numa agenda de
our
cooperação,
partners
é
who
o
have
caminho que nós
invested
devemos seguir.
in
O
a
Instituto Brasil África,
positive
desde o
cooperation
seu início,
agenda,
sabe que não pode
and I
trabalhar
thank them
sozinho.
very
E eu
much.
tenho
We know
dito isso
that
com
we
muita,
can't work on
muita
our own,
ênfase. O
and I
trabalho
always like to
colaborativo,
emphasize
o
that
trabalho conjunto, ele traz
working in
respostas. E é o que a
cooperation
gente
gives
viu
us the
nesses 2
best
dias
results. And
desse
so
evento,
I'm
começando
sure
hoje e
that
que
over
termina amanhã.
these
Ficamos por
days
aqui,
of
então.
the
Obrigada,
event, we
professor,
will
e a
have
todos que nos
great
acompanharam ao longo do dia
benefits
de
and
hoje.
great
Amanhã,
results.
9 da
So
manhã,
see
hora
you
de
tomorrow
Brasília.
morning,
Estamos juntos de
early,
novo.
bright and
Muito
early at
obrigada e até
9
amanhã.
a.m. See you tomorrow.
Não, era só para agradecer demais.